Enter the dragons, the absolute top dogs of the Same continent, flexing their terrifying mastery over ancient magic. Sure, they are ridiculously rare, but they are so ridiculously overpowered that they are humanity's ultimate final boss on this massive land. Why did the war start? Honestly, nobody even remembers anymore. But humans and giant lizards have been locked in a massive, endless deathmatch for centuries now. This brutal meat grinder has left absolutely mountains of corpses on both sides of the battlefield. Both factions are bleeding out completely. In this bloodbath, there is zero talking, zero compromise, and absolutely zero mercy. Fast forward a few hundred years, and nobody is even close to winning. Just a horrific cycle of devastating casualties. In the year 1733, our main character, humanity's ultimate edgelord dragon slayer Leon Cosmo, was ordered to whip out to deploy his troops against the Silver Dragons. Their insane goal? To absolutely obliterate the Empire's biggest headache, the legendary Silver Dragon Queen. But plot twist, our overpowered hero got completely backstabbed by his own trash teammates, ending up as a miserable prisoner of the dragons. Cut to the dark, gloomy dungeon. The sharp click-clack of the Queen's heels echoes through the shadows. Leave us. I want some alone time with our special guest, Queen Rose commands, strutting forward with maximum arrogant boss energy. Well, oh mighty dragon slayer, how does it feel to be a pathetic pet in my cage? Leon just glares at her, his edgy protagonist eyes totally unfazed. Just kill me already, Rose. Because if I breathe another day, I will turn your entire scaly race into expensive handbags. The gorgeous white dragon queen just hits him with a nasty, mocking smirk. Still playing the legendary hero card? Wake up, human. Right now, you are nothing but a pathetic, miserable loser. You want a quick, painless death? Oh, honey, I am not going to make it that easy for you. She violently grabs his jaw, forcing him to look up. I have to admit, for a filthy human, you are stupidly handsome and built like a brick wall. But a few fresh scars would really complete the look. Her sharp talon traces down his cheek, drawing a thin, ruby-red line of blood. Leon barely flinches, his voice dropping an octave. You think some kinky scratching is gonna break me? Keep dreaming, lizard. The queen pauses, her glowing eyes locking onto the fresh human blood, painting her perfectly manicured talon. Instead of wiping it, she slowly, seductively licks it off. She leans in dangerously close to his ear. Even absolute units like you get played by basic backstabbers. I am offering you a VIP ticket to revenge. Swear your absolute loyalty to me, become my personal attack dog, and I will personally help you slaughter the trash that betrayed you. Leon just chuckles like a total menace. What is wrong? Are the male dragons not man enough for you? You are practically begging me to service a scaly freak like you. Look in the mirror. You are completely out of your league. Emotional damage, critical hit. The arrogant queen absolutely snaps, slamming her massive tail right into his chest. Boom! Leon gets launched like a rag doll, cratering the solid stone wall with a bone-shattering crunch. You filthy mutt. How dare you call me ugly? You think I actually want a piece of you? Don't flatter yourself. She stomps her premium high heel right onto his battered chest. Here is the deal, loser. Option A, you rot in this dungeon while I torture you for fun. Option B, you become my literal footstool. Grovel enough, and I might just let you breathe. Her heavy tail instantly coils around his throat, cutting off his air supply. Say no, and I will pop your head off like a cheap bottle of champagne. Leon's vision starts going totally black. But does the main character surrender? Hell no. He spits out a bloody grin. Rose, you just made two catastrophic blunders. Mistake number 1, never lock yourself in a room alone with humanity's deadliest predator. Mistake number 2, you really shouldn't have tasted my blood. Boom! A terrifying blood-red magic seal violently ignites inside his pupils. Flash! The exact same cursed rune mirrors in the queen's eyes. She stumbles backward, suddenly sweating buckets. Her brain totally short-circuits as her supreme dragon strength instantly hits 0. Her legs turn to absolute jelly, and she collapses onto the cold stone floor. What did you do to me? Why is my body on fire? Leon slowly rises from the rubble, flashing a pure villainous smile. My dear queen, this is the invoice for underestimating humanity. Get ready to experience the most agonizing, soul-crushing torment imaginable. From this second forward, your very soul is going to beg for mercy. But wait, plot twist of the century. The queen doesn't scream in pain. Instead, she goes completely feral, tackling him against the wall with absolute hungry, unhinged, crazy eyes. Wait, what? Before he can even process the error 404 in his brain, she completely devours his lips. Our edgy hero tries to push her off, but his broken ribs say nope. And so, our super intense deathmatch awkwardly transitions into the most chaotic, stamina-draining horizontal tango in history. Morning comes. The queen wakes up, realizes her innocent status has absolutely left the chat, and glares at her naked enemy with maximum murderous intent. You absolute scumbag. What did you cast on me? While she is basically breathing literal fire, Leon just stares at the ceiling, totally reevaluating his life choices. I cast the ultimate forbidden spell, the Blood Seed, a one-time legendary curse. It was supposed to soul-bind us so that when I die, you feel endless, agonizing torment. I did not think it was a magical aphrodisiac. Hearing that, the White Dragon Queen absolutely lost it. You lying scumbag, she roared. You said that spell only activates after you die. Then explain what the heck you did to me last night? Leon just gave a cheeky smirk. Purely an accident, sweetheart. Who knew the Blood Seed's side effect would make you so? Before he could finish, a violently blushing Rose cut him off. Shut your trash mouth, you absolute degenerate. Seeing the almighty queen completely flustered, Leon could not resist pushing her buttons. I will admit, the spell worked a little too well. But hey, the results were incredibly satisfying, wouldn't you agree? Correct me if I am wrong, but do dragons not mate for life? Oh dear queen, looks like you just lost your chance on the dragon dating market. If I kick the bucket right now, you are going to be a lonely, childless lizard forever. Seeing his incredibly punchable, smug face, Rose was practically vibrating with rage and embarrassment. She was completely stumped. Meanwhile, Leon kept poking the bear. What is wrong? Cat got your tongue? Oh, wait, I seem to recall your majesty mocking me about dying bloodlineless. Look who is laughing now. Looks like your royal family tree ends right here, Rose finally snapped, unleashing a deafening roar. You absolute bastard. I will tear you to pieces. She lunged with claws out, ready to shred him, but Leon just laughed in the face of death. Why dirty those royal hands to kill me? My body is already wrecked. I am a goner anyway. But you, my sweet dragon queen, will inherit my will, carrying my endless grudge while living a long, miserable, lonely life. Consider this my ultimate sign of respect. As a mere human, that completely stopped Rose in her tracks. Her brain was short-circuiting. Sparing him meant choking on her own rage, but killing him meant cementing that cursed virgin forever spell. She absolutely refused to become a tragic, single dragon lady. Boiling with frustration, she aggressively kicked the now unconscious Leon a few times. You shameless rat. You think you can use me and just peacefully pass away? Dream on, buddy. She angrily chucked a supreme dragon healing artifact straight at his head. Her voice dripped with pure venom. Listen here, you filthy human trash. You do not get the luxury of a quick death. I am going to make your life an absolute living nightmare. Leon, the most legendary dragon slayer in history, could never have predicted this. To get her ultimate revenge, the White Dragon Queen used his coma to hatch a half-dragon baby. Staring at the tiny toddler, happily calling him Papa, Leon's brain completely blue-screened. Why does the universe love to torture him like this? Turns out, after Rose dragged him back from the Grim Reaper, Leon had been snoring away in the Dragon Castle for 2.5 long years. During that epic nap, he literally relived his short but totally badass life. At just 5 years old, he slaughtered a demon wolf to save the girl next door. That epic flex earned him an apprenticeship with a master dragon slayer. By age 14, he graduated the Slayer Academy with the highest scores in history. At 15, he leaped straight into the brutal human-dragon war. In his very first battle, he chopped down dozens of giant, terrifying dragons like they were mere vegetables. From then on, Leon was crowned the strongest slayer alive, humanity's shining hope to end a 1,000-year bloodbath, but his winning streak crashed and burned. The second he met the White Dragon Queen, in that fateful clash, Leon did not just lose the fight. He ended up as a literal prisoner of war. Maybe it was his stubborn pride, or his burning hatred for scaly beasts, but Leon finally snapped out of his multi-year coma. Blinking his eyes open, he realized he was trapped in a violently pastel-pink room. Was he alive, or was this some kind of fruity afterlife? The door creaked open, and a ridiculously cute little girl waddled in. Ah, Mr. is awake, she chirped. That pure, sugary sweetness instantly melted Leon's hardened warrior heart. Oh my god, she is so cute. I just want to squish those chubby little cheeks. He panicked internally, before rationalizing the situation. I get it now. Because I saved so many people, I definitely got a VIP ticket straight to heaven. And you must be my personal little angel, right? Flashing his most charming smile, he reached a hand out to the kid. The little girl just blinked, completely baffled. Her mom had never taught her what an angel was, so Leon just sounded crazy. Still, he gazed at her with pure adoration. Hello there, little angel. What is your name? The toddler proudly puffed her chest. I am Moon, Leon chuckled warmly. Moon? Wow, what a beautiful name. Ha ha. Though internally, he was a bit confused. Why did this heavenly angel have such a weird, split-dyed black and white hairstyle? Moon bounced on her heels. Mommy says moon means the bright thing in the sky. Leon paused, scratching his head. Wait a minute, since when do angels have moms? Pushing the logic aside, he grinned. Well then, my name is Leon. Leon S. But before he could drop his cool surname, Moon interrupted with a massive smile. I know, Leon means the big scary lion. Leon's jaw dropped. Whoa, who told you that? My mommy did. Now Leon was getting really suspicious. A cold sweat started forming on his neck. And, who exactly is your mommy? Moon beamed brightly. Rose. Hearing the name Rose, Leon practically turned to stone. Alarm bells were screaming in his brain. He pointed a trembling finger at himself. If your mom is Rose, then who am I? Before he could even finish, Moon happily cheered, "You are my papa!" Boom! Leon felt like he just got struck by legendary tear lightning, his soul completely leaving his body. "How on earth are you my kid with Rose? I am humanity's greatest dragon slayer, for crying out loud." Leon was having a full-blown existential crisis, staring at his half-dragon offspring. Suddenly, Rose's icy voice echoed from the doorway. Seeing her mom, Moon's little tail wagged furiously as she ran for a hug. "Mommy, Mommy! Papa finally woke up!" Rose just glared at the absolutely traumatized Leon, a wicked, mocking smirk spreading across her face. "Oh, Sleeping Beauty finally opens his eyes? And here I thought you were planning to play the deadbeat dad and abandon our little family forever." Seeing her mother's smirk, little Mun beamed with pure joy. "Mommy loves Daddy so much. She comes to stare at you every single day." Rose's lips curled into a delightfully wicked grin. "That is right, sweetie. Mommy loves Daddy to death. I prayed for him to wake up, because playing with a broken toy is no fun at all. Now is it?" Leon ground his teeth until they nearly shattered. "Save your twisted bedtime stories. Only a toddler would buy that absolute garbage. Your version of love usually involves ripping my head off." Rose leaned down, gently patting the little girl's head. "Be a good girl, Mun. Go play outside with the other dragon hatchlings. Mommy and Daddy need to have a very special, grown-up conversation right now." The second the door clicked shut, Rose's massive tail completely barricaded the exit. She slithered right up to Leon's face. "Well, how do you like the adorable little spawn I made for you?" Panic flashed in Leon's eyes as he scrambled backward. "Is she seriously my flesh and blood? You are supposed to hate my very existence. Why on earth would you have my child? Why keep me alive?" His brain was completely short-circuiting, unable to tell reality from a total nightmare. A freezing smirk painted her face. "Did you honestly think taking a 2-year nap would magically erase our little blood feud? Every single filthy thing you did to me 2 years ago is burned into my memory. You threw away your human morals that day. So today, I will break every sacred dragon law just to punish you." Hearing this absolute villain monologue, Leon was caught between pure fury and sheer terror. He knew damn well his current weakened state was no match for the White Dragon Queen. "Listen here, your majesty. Humans and dragons are sworn mortal enemies. Back then, I thought I was kicking the bucket. That is the only reason I did what I did to you. Otherwise, I would not have touched you with a 10-foot pole. Just brushing against a scaly lizard makes me want to puke." The moment those words left his mouth, Rose closed the distance, her face dangerously close. "Oh? So touching my divine body was absolute torture for you?" Leon fired back without a second thought. "Duh, touching you grossed me out completely. Honestly, just looking at your face is making my stomach do backflips." He could not even finish his dramatic speech. Wham! The queen's tail snared his ankle like a vice grip, violently yanking him flat onto the mattress. And just like that, her ruthless revenge began. "Rip!" She shredded his shirt into confetti, summoning her exclusive, glowing white dragon command seal right into her palm. Leon kicked, screamed, and cursed like a sailor, but it was totally useless. Rose effortlessly slammed the blazing seal directly over his wildly beating heart. "Welcome to your personal hell. With this mark, you are officially my eternal property, my favorite little toy. You are never escaping my grasp in this lifetime. Because once your pathetic human buddies get a good look at this glorious stamp, will they still worship the great dragon slayer? Or will they execute the traitor who sold his soul to a lizard?" Leon choked back a scream as the magical branding burned through his nervous system. His brain was basically frying. Why the hell would she go this far? Every dragon in existence only gets one single chance to grant this sacred seal. And the White Dragon Queen's mark? That is the ultimate legendary jackpot. An honor that countless ancient dragon kings would literally murder each other to claim. "Still not clicking in that tiny human brain of yours?" she whispered. "When us dragons hold a grudge, we take it to the absolute extreme. I want you suffocating in this humiliation for the rest of your miserable life. Brace yourself, hero. My uniquely wicked revenge has only just begun." Fast forward to the next morning. Inside the glittering silver dragon temple, 2 gossiping maids were practically buzzing. "Wow, Her Majesty is in an insanely good mood today, huh? Are you living under a rock?" Her royal husband finally woke up from his coma. Hiding behind a nearby pillar, Leon overheard the entire juicy scoop, his face twisting in utter disgust. "Husband?" he mentally screamed. "That crazy lizard actually had the nerve to broadcast to the entire kingdom that I am her man? You clueless extras have absolutely zero idea just how downright terrifying that woman really is." The legendary Dragon Slayer was currently running on zero sleep and fumes. His so-called torture last night had completely drained his life force. Flashbacks of Rose's wickedly satisfied smirk haunted his fragile mind. "Ha ha, show me what you got, Leon. Work a little harder for me." Remembering those mocking words ignited a volcano of pure, unadulterated rage inside his soul. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth into powder. "That absolute monster wrung me dry for 24 straight hours. My spine is literally about to snap in half. I am Leon, the ultimate badass. I refuse to sit around and be her personal plaything." Switching into hardcore survival mode, he scanned his surroundings like a tactical genius. 3 heavily armed dragon brutes at the side door. Busting through there is a solid no-go. Wait a minute. Why is the temple security so embarrassingly light today? 2 years ago, this place was packed tighter than a sardine can. It is suspiciously like a ghost town. Suddenly, his eagle eyes locked onto something glorious. He crept closer, staring in absolute shock at a doggy door. Why is there a convenient human-sized hole right here? Is this some kind of trap? His paranoia was screaming, but the desperate urge to save his dignity shoved all logic out the window. Screw it, I am totally out of time. Trap or no trap, I am squeezing through this thing and blasting off. The legendary hero got down on all fours and crawled into the dirt like a rat. Adios, you perverted lizard. I will let you babysit our adorable little Mun for the time being. Meanwhile, directly above him on the giant balcony, little Mun's eyes were wide as saucers. She excitedly pointed her chubby finger downward. Mommy, look, Daddy is crawling through the puppy hole. He is so incredibly talented. Lounging gracefully under the sun, Rose enjoyed her VIP view of the pathetic escape attempt, a wicked smirk on her face. Yes, darling, I see him. Your father truly is a comedic genius. Mun bounced on her toes, utterly thrilled. So, when is Mommy going to play tag and drag Daddy back inside? Rose slowly stood up, her majestic aura flaring as she strolled over to her daughter. Placing a single finger to her lips, she whispered, Shh, Moon, sweetie. You cannot use the word catch for Papa. That is completely rude. Little Mun blinked in surprise. Then what should I say? Rose flashed a wickedly villainous smirk. We are totally snatching him back. Meanwhile, our runaway hero, Leon, was sprinting for his absolute life through the deepest parts of the dark forest. Panting heavily, a spark of hope ignited in his chest. Just a few more mountains, and the glorious border of the human territory would finally be in sight. Just to be safe, he glanced over his shoulder and let out a massive sigh of relief. He had run so far. There was no way that crazy female dragon could catch up to him now, right? Boom! A sudden earth-shattering roar ripped through the sky, making Leon jump out of his skin. Plot twist. Rose, in her majestic dragon form, was dive-bombing straight toward him. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Her tyrannical voice echoed from above. Not bad at running, aren't you, Leon? Our knight immediately spun around, sprinting even faster. Oh, damn it all! But seriously, how could a pathetic two-legged human outrun a flying dragon? Rose swooped right over his head, instantly blocking his only escape route. Pointing a trembling finger at her, Leon screamed in pure frustration. Are you having fun torturing me like this? Rose just smirked smoothly. Everything was going exactly according to her master plan, and she was loving it. Didn't you think your grand escape was a little too easy? Who do you think distracted the guards and conveniently left a dog hole open for you to crawl through? Leon gritted his teeth, his pride totally shattered. Even knowing it was a blatant trap, I had absolutely no other choice. I just did not expect you to catch up this ridiculously fast. Rose took a menacing step forward, closing the distance. And what exactly is the point of returning to the human realm? My permanent dragon mark is already branded right onto your chest. Do you honestly think they will still welcome you back as their glorious dragon slayer? Refusing to yield, Leon strained his neck and roared back. Then I will just live as a completely normal civilian. It is a million times better than being your personal toy. Hearing this defiant nonsense, Rose let out a furious growl. Her dominating aura exploded like a hurricane. You ungrateful little brat. In a flash, her massive tail wrapped tightly around Leon's waist, dragging him violently into the sky. Caught completely off guard, Leon thrashed around and panicked. Ah, let go of me. Where are you taking me, you demonic lizard? Ignoring his dramatic wailing completely, Rose just gave a chilling reply. Since you are so desperate to go back home, I will gladly grant your deepest wish. The dark curtain of night slowly fell. After a brutal 3-hour flight, the majestic silhouette of the human empire border city finally came into view. Without any warning, Rose casually dropped Leon right into the forest below. Free falling like a rock, he barely had time to scream in sheer terror. Ah! He crashed through a dozen branches before slamming painfully into a thick, sturdy tree trunk. Groaning miserably, our battered knight stumbled up and rubbed his bruised head. Ugh, my spine! But when he finally opened his eyes, the sight before him made his jaw hit the floor. Right there, shining in the night, was an actual human town. Having shifted back into her stunning human form, Rose crossed her arms arrogantly. Bingo. That is indeed the glorious human empire. Look at your precious homeland. After all this time, did you really think you could just stroll back into the human world with zero consequences? She shot him a deviously wicked glare. But spoiler alert, Leon, you can never return, even if home is literally just an inch away. Suddenly, the magical seal on Rose's body began to glow brightly. In an instant, the matching seal right on Leon's chest flared up in response, making his eyes widen in pure horror. Amused by his clueless expression, Rose stalked closer like a predator. She trailed a seductive finger over his burning mark and whispered sweetly, Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. When two beings share the sacred dragon mark, if one of them starts feeling extremely thirsty and craves some deep intimacy, the seal reacts immediately. I bet your entire body is burning up right now, making it painfully hard to hold back, right? Feeling utterly violated, Leon ground his teeth in pure outrage. Do not tell me you want to do it right here? Rose flashed a victorious, devilish grin. Exactly. Do you know why I dragged you all the way here? I want you to experience the absolute peak of humiliation, right on the doorstep of your beloved homeland. Leon desperately clamped his hand over the glowing seal, fighting the overwhelming heat. Do you honestly think a cheap trick like this will break my iron will? Roaring in defiance, he lunged forward. He aggressively grabbed Rose's wrist and shouted into her face. I will bide my time, and when the perfect chance comes, I will make you pay 10 times over for everything you have done to me. This sudden burst of alpha energy actually caught Rose off guard. A second later, her lips curled into a dangerously cold smirk. Heh. Very well. Reversing the roles instantly, she violently pinned Leon against the tree, whispering with ultimate provocation, I will be waiting, until death do us part. And so, right there in the shadowy outskirts of the human empire border city, the dominant dragon lady decided to brutally punish her runaway pet. She forced him to truly play the role of a dragon rider, right under the very noses of his unaware fellow citizens. Sometime later, Rose wore an incredibly satisfied smirk, smoothly adjusting her perfectly messy clothes. Sparkling red stars literally floated around her glowing figure, the ultimate symbol of victory after a very intense, deeply physical battle between human and dragon. She purred softly, Your performance just now, I am extremely satisfied. Meanwhile, our tragic hero Leon lay sprawled in the grass. His eyes were completely lifeless, with 2 streams of totally defeated tears running down his face, as if his pure innocence had been totally shattered. Seeing his absolutely traumatized state, a brilliantly evil idea popped into Rose's head. The perfect way to mess with him while keeping herself thoroughly entertained. Flashing a masterfully wicked grin, she playfully poked his bare chest and teased him mercilessly. Oh, Leon, what do you say we make this a regular thing? I could drag you back here for a homeland visit once a month. Hearing this nightmarish proposal, Leon scrambled backward in pure, unfiltered horror, his voice dripping with absolute disgust. Rose, just hearing that makes me want to throw up. Do you think I am an idiot? I know exactly what twisted things are going through your mind. You just want to completely ruin my dignity. Rose just chuckled helplessly. Oops, you saw right through my dirty little plan. With a massive whoosh, Rose majestically spread her gigantic dragon wings, fully prepared to kidnap her favorite toy back to the glorious Silver Dragon Temple. After all, little Mun was still waiting back home for her lovely parents to return. But surprisingly, Leon calmly straightened his clothes and flat out rejected her totally free flight ticket. Hold on a second. Does a legendary dragon slayer like me have absolutely zero pride left? I do not need you dragging me around like some pathetic captured prey. With that, he stubbornly turned and marched toward the dragon castle. Rose just trailed behind him, smirking in pure amusement. You really talk a big game, do you not? Even at my top flight speed, reaching the Silver Dragon Sanctuary takes 3 solid hours. For a fragile human, half a month, at least. In your pathetic, weakened state, can you even survive the trek? But Leon just stubbornly kept walking, pouting like an overgrown child throwing a ridiculous tantrum. It is just 10 or 15 days. Do not you dare underestimate the limitless stamina of humanity. Rose did not even get mad at his sheer audacity. After all, she was an all-powerful dragon queen, and Leon, just a fragile, squishy human. No matter what kind of stunt he pulled, she held all the winning cards. Plus, it was highly entertaining to see how long his little bluff would last. Exactly as the queen predicted. After a mere 3 miles, Leon was wheezing for dear life, pathetically hugging a tree trunk just to stay upright. Watching this sad display, Rose simply could not resist poking the bear. Oh, how incredibly mighty. The great dragon slayer, completely out of breath after a tiny little stroll. If your fragile little legs are giving out, you could always beg me for help. Leon instantly snapped back, cutting off her smug teasing. I am not tired. Who said I am out of stamina? It is just a tiny hike to the castle. I could run 10 or 20 laps right now without breaking a sweat. The only strong thing about you is that incredibly stubborn mouth of yours. Faced with Rose and her savage mockery, Leon gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. But horribly enough, he had 0 comebacks for her flawless logic. Right at that perfectly awkward moment, the heavy thud of approaching footsteps echoed through the trees. Looking ahead, Leon spotted salvation. A squad of Dragon Slayer knights was marching right toward them. A wave of sheer excitement crashed over Leon. These guys were his golden ticket. They could finally rescue him from this absolute lunatic of a dragon. Meanwhile, the Dragon Queen's expression instantly turned completely murderous. A terrifying, blood-chilling aura erupted from her very core. The desperate cry for help was literally on the tip of Leon's tongue, but he swallowed it instantly. Why? Because the intensely friendly death glare burning into the back of his neck made his entire soul shiver in pure terror. Leon's survival instincts screamed at him. If he dared to utter a single word, Rose would not hesitate for a microsecond to obliterate this entire squad into absolute dust. By now, the patrol had already spotted Leon. One of the heavily armored guards called out in a booming voice, "Hold it right there! Did you two happen to get lost?" Panicking about getting innocent bystanders butchered, Leon frantically scrambled for a lie. He hastily scratched the back of his head and threw on a fake smile. "Nope, we are just taking a lovely little stroll." Hearing that highly suspicious answer, a knight hopped off his horse and approached. "This dark forest is no place for a casual getaway, buddy. It is crawling with savage beasts and deadly hidden dangers. How about we escort you two out of this death trap?" The knight puffed out his chest. "Ah, almost forgot my manners. I am Walker, captain of the Empire's 47th Dragon Slayer Vanguard." With a hearty laugh, he extended a completely clueless hand to greet the terrified Leon. Seeing Rose's murderous aura reaching critical mass, Leon frantically waved his hands in pure panic. "Oh, wow, thank you so much for the kind offer. But we know a bit of martial arts. Handling a few wild mutts is no problem. We can totally protect ourselves." Inside his head, he was violently screaming, "Please, for the love of the gods, stay back." Unfortunately, Walker's next few words tripped every single alarm in Rose's head. The captain squinted, mentioning that Leon's face looked awfully familiar, and then came the absolute fatal question. "Wait a minute, are you a part of the Empire's Dragon Slayer Vanguard too?" That was the final straw. Rose gracefully raised her slender hand, and a terrifying concentration of destructive magic instantly sparked to life in her palm. Oh, crap, this is a disaster. Catching the glow of her magic, Leon desperately grabbed her hand. If this psycho dragon got triggered anymore, it would be an absolute bloodbath. Without a second thought, he forcefully yanked Rose into his chest. He threw his arms around her and awkwardly laughed at Walker. "Buddy, you definitely got the wrong guy. I am just your average everyday peasant. I guess I just have one of those generic faces. Heck, even my gorgeous wife mistakes me sometimes, right, honey?" This insanely reckless, highly suicidal move completely short-circuited the White Dragon Queen. She froze on the spot. While she was still paralyzed by shock, Leon leaned in extremely close and whispered with absolute desperation, "Listen, I swear on my life I will follow you back obediently. Just play along and get rid of them. Please!" In the blink of an eye, the two of them put on an Oscar-worthy performance of a disgustingly sweet, overly affectionate couple. Seeing the heavy romantic tension, Walker broke into a knowing smirk. Reading the room perfectly, he immediately waved them a polite goodbye. "Ha ha ha, my bad for ruining the mood. We will stop interrupting your romantic forest date and leave you two lovebirds alone." They stayed locked in that tight embrace until the night squad completely vanished from sight. Only then did Leon let out a massive sigh of relief. "Have you hugged me long enough, human? You sure are enjoying this free trial." Rose let out an icy scoff, startling Leon into jumping 5 feet backward. Secretly, though, she was quite pleased. "Not bad, Leon. You were smart enough not to cry for their help." But then, a certain detail replayed in her mind. This absolute peasant actually dared to call her his wife in public. Her tsundere rage instantly reignited. "Leon, you need to firmly understand your pitiful place in the food chain. Even if I allow you to father my child, that absolutely does not make me your wife." Hearing her ridiculous royal ego, Leon immediately fired back with weapons-grade sarcasm. "Oh, please, like I am just dying to be the husband of a crazy lizard lady. You absolute piece of trash. Start walking," Rose furiously roared. "We still have a ridiculously long journey ahead." With a dramatic huff, she arrogantly turned her head away, completely ignoring him. But right at that exact moment, a violent, piercing agony exploded from Leon's hand, shooting through his entire body and forcing him to grit his teeth in absolute torment. Turns out, playing hold my hand with a literal dragon queen has a downside. Her blazing magic totally deep-fried his hand. With his constitution already basically paper-thin, this crispy injury was the final nail in the coffin. His knees buckled, and he instantly passed out into a deep coma. Staring at the knocked-out Leon, Rose let out a massive, exasperated sigh. All that big talk, yet he completely crumbled against my magic aura. "I honestly want to just let you kick the bucket. But alas, you are the father of my child. I cannot just toss you in a ditch." Wasting absolutely no time, she instantly cranked her magical power to the max. A colossal purple aura swallowed the area. Slowly, her humanoid form shifted back into a breathtaking, gigantic silver dragon. Scooping up his limp body with her teeth, she tossed him onto her back. With one massive flap, Rose blasted straight toward the holy sanctuary. Fast forward 2.5 days of catching serious sleep. Leon finally peeled his groggy eyes open, spotting Mun. His super adorable little daughter was playing nurse by his bedside. The tiny dragon princess beamed with joy. "Papa, you are finally awake!" Leon groaned, rubbing his pounding head as he sat up. "Wait a minute," he thought, completely baffled. "How did I get dragged back here?" "Mommy brought you all the way back here," Mun explained, happily wagging her cute little tail. Hearing those dreaded words, Leon's face went pitch black. His brain immediately queued up a horror movie montage of Rose aggressively kidnapping his unconscious self. He cursed internally, absolutely fuming. Damn it all, is there literally no escaping that insane dragon lady? Leon was just about to inspect his wound when he paused. Wait, his right hand was perfectly bandaged. Did that crazy lizard actually play doctor for him? Hey, maybe that terrifying dragon chick is not so bad after all. But right at that heartwarming moment, Mun grabbed his hand. With a face practically begging for head pats, she cheered, "I bandaged you up, Papa." Oh, Leon blinked. Well, so much for giving his wife any credit. Yep, his sweet little angel had been the one playing nurse all along. It had absolutely 0% to do with Rose. He stared at Mun, utterly bewildered. Every single fantasy scholar always preaches that dragons are a terrifying, bloodthirsty, violent species. Supposedly, from the exact moment they hatch, they thrive on absolute chaos, carnage, and destruction. Even though Mun rocked obvious dragon features, she lacked a single aggressive bone. She adored him like a true father. Honestly, it had to be her half-human genetics carrying the team. Unable to resist, Leon gave her premium head pats. "You are the absolute best, my sweet little Mun." Staring at this literal cinnamon roll of a daughter, his brain did a double take. Seriously, how did a totally unhinged, scowling dragon queen like Rose manage to spawn a kid this unbelievably sweet and wholesome? The math was not mathing. Leon smugly reached the only logical conclusion. The kid obviously inherited his flawless human genes. Pumping up his chest, he decided to drop some fatherly wisdom. "Mun, promise Papa you will never grow up to be like your mother. She is a total raging menace. Anyone can tell she is bad news. And more importantly, stay far, far away from all that messy human versus dragon warfare. Promise me, okay?" But before he could finish his fatherly speech, a bone-chillingly familiar voice froze the air. The dragon queen was lurking by the doorway. "Got a problem with our daughter taking after me?" she sneered. Leon nearly choked on his own spit. Sweating bullets, he instantly whipped his head away, whistling innocently. "Nope, absolutely nothing. You are the boss, Mom. You call the shots," he squeaked. But right then, Mun grabbed his hand, throwing him a proud smile. "Mother dearest followed the exact steps you taught me to bandage your wound. Papa..." Wait, what? Rose did not even blink, her face an absolute wall of ice. Good job. These are basic survival skills you must master. Leon thought that frosty tiger mom response would crush the poor kid. But plot twist, the little princess chirped happily. "Thank you, Mommy." Leon internally screamed at this ridiculously Spartan parenting style. Nope, this was unacceptable. It was officially time for a serious chat with this oversized lizard. Bending down, Leon patted Mun's head with a gentle smile. "Hey, want to play a game? Run to the garden and hide. Papa will count to 100, then catch you." Mun literally vibrated with pure excitement. "Really? We are playing hide and seek, Papa?" Leon thumped his chest proudly. "I am a man of my word, unlike someone else here. Now go, go. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh." Mun zipped out like a happy tiny rocket. "Hey, do not count too fast," she giggled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The cozy family vibe died. Now, Leon was alone with the boss monster. He dropped the smile and crossed his arms. "Okay, real talk right now. Do you not think you are being way too harsh on our kid?" The queen let out a super arrogant scoff. Strutting over, she plopped down on the edge of his bed, her aura totally freezing. "We are dragons! Spartan discipline is our culture. It is the only way to forge invincible warriors." Leon threw his hands up in protest. "Yeah, but she is not fully dragon. I absolutely refuse to let you treat my precious angel like a boot camp recruit." Unfazed, Rose just stared back with that resting Ice Queen face. "Mun is a dragon," she stated flatly. "And calling a dragon cute is basically a massive insult to our entire species." "Oh, really?" Leon suddenly grinned. His brain decided today was a great day to play with fire. "Well, I just realized you are actually pretty darn cute yourself." "Bad move!" Her eyes flashed with absolute murderous fury. She shot up, violently yanking Leon by the collar, pulling his face inches from hers. "Listen well, Lion. Don't you dare get cocky in my presence. You are nothing but a lowly stress relief toy for my amusement." Yanked violently into the Silver Dragon Queen's terrifying personal space, Leon gulped down a massive lump of pure terror. The trauma was practically carved into his DNA at this point, because absolutely nothing good ever came from Rose getting this close. His survival instincts kicked in instantly, and he practically squeaked out a desperate apology. "Oh, great and mighty queen, my mouth totally slipped just now. You are not cute in the slightest, I swear. Plus, I already promised to play with little Mun today. So please, let us just take a deep breath." A chilling smirk brushed against his ear as Rose whispered, "Relax, human. I have zero intention of torturing you right now. As the supreme ruler of the Silver Dragon tribe, my royal schedule is absolutely packed. Therefore, babysitting duty falls entirely upon your pathetic shoulders. Blame the child for actually enjoying your miserable company." Moments later, Leon stomped into the royal gardens, his internal rage boiling hotter by the second. "Oh, sure, Her Majesty is so incredibly busy," he grumbled bitterly. "I am a legendary dragon slayer. Since when did my destiny downgrade to changing dragon diapers?" Mid-rant, his eyes caught a tiny movement. Down at the very end of the grand corridor, a familiar little silhouette was awkwardly trying to hide. Oh, Mun, you precious little amateur. Did you really think my elite slayer senses would miss you? He spun around with a giant goofy dad smile, pointing dramatically. Gotcha, my little Mun. But the response was freezing cold. The little girl stared back at him like he was the universe's biggest idiot. The absolute awkwardness practically shattered the air between them. Wait a minute. The warning bells in his head started ringing. Why was his sweet little angel glaring at him with pure, unadulterated hatred? He scratched his head in a total panic. Did I take too long? Maybe the poor kid got tired of waiting and activated her pouty mode. But just as he opened his mouth to deploy a desperate dad apology, the tiny dragon spun on her heels and bolted. Hey, Mun, wait up! He screamed at the top of his lungs, but the little runaway refused to hit the brakes. Why are we playing tag all of a sudden? And thus, a hilariously bizarre chase scene kicked off in the royal courtyard. A grown man sprinting desperately after a tiny child. But alas, the legendary slayer had zero stamina left. After literally one single turn, he completely lost track of his target. He stood there, panting and absolutely bamboozled. She vanished? But I literally just saw her turn this corner. A massive rain cloud of pure dad depression settled over his head. The horrible truth finally dawned on him. This is exactly why that wicked queen dumped the babysitting quest on me. Toddler mood swings are more terrifying than dragon breath. Grumbling like an exhausted old man, he dragged his feet to resume the search. But right at that precise moment, the real little menace stealthily spawned right behind him. Before his radar could even ping a warning, a tiny missile launched itself onto his back with a giant, squishy hug. I caught you, Papa. She giggled like sunshine. Whiplash hit Leon instantly as he stared at the suddenly happy child. Wait, you were literally just sprinting away from me a second ago. How did you teleport behind my back? The little girl blinked, her big, sparkling eyes filled with pure, unadulterated confusion. Papa is being silly. I have been hiding in the bushes this entire time, but you never came to rescue me, so I had to come catch you myself. His jaw practically hit the grass. Was my brain glitching? He mentally cursed the heavens. Damn it. That tyrant queen has stressed me out so much. I am literally hallucinating runaway children. His mental breakdown was interrupted as tiny hands tugged at his sleeve. Papa! I have something super secret to show you. Come with me right now! But while the clueless father melted into his daughter's cuteness, he was completely blind to the shadows. From a distance, an icy pair of little eyes was locked onto his every move. The mysterious stalker, none other than Noah, his fiercely intimidating eldest daughter. Her tiny fists trembled with absolute rage. Even a blind man could see the overflowing hatred she held for this pathetic human father of hers. Poor Leon was blissfully unaware of just how massively his eldest child despised his very existence. Not only did she roast him in public as a totally useless weakling, she even openly questioned if this loser could actually share her majestic dragon DNA. Meanwhile, back in the sunny courtyard, crystal water danced from the fountains, and an adorable little hairbun bounced happily in the warm breeze. Escaping the dreadful queen's clutches at last, Leon had successfully set up a cozy little painting station for his youngest munchkin. Watching her furiously scribble with her crayons, his shattered dad heart instantly healed by 1,000%. Ah, having a daughter is truly the ultimate blessing in life. Sure, being held hostage by terrifying legendary beasts was an absolute nightmare, but thank the heavens for this tiny oasis of cuteness. His sweet little angel was single-handedly carrying his mental health, but the moment his brain flashed back to that tyrannical rose, his knuckles cracked with suppressed fury. Do not worry, my precious angel, he vowed silently. One day, Papa will definitely rescue you from that dragon witch's evil clutches. His heroic daydream was shattered by a happy squeal. Papa, look, I finished our family portrait. You are an absolute genius, my sweet girl, he cheered, reaching out like a proud father. But the second his eyes landed on the paper, his entire operating system crashed. Hold on a second. Our family consists of exactly 3 people. So why in the world are there 4 stick figures staring back at me? A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he pointed a shaky finger. My sweet darling, who exactly is this extra person? And why is she crashing our family portrait? The tiny artist gasped in pure excitement. That is my big sister, silly. Wait, has Papa really never met her yet? A metaphorical lightning bolt struck Leon squarely in the head. Since when did she have an older sister? And then, the terrifying puzzle pieces snapped together. Dear God, they were identical twins, which meant his tragic fate was far worse than he imagined. He did not just hit the jackpot once, he had somehow spawned 2 little dragons with a single shot. The flashback of the angry little girl in the corridor hit him like a freight train. He grabbed his hair in absolute dad despair. I am a dead man. I literally called my oldest daughter by the wrong name. No wonder her eyes were shooting laser beams of death at me. Sensing her father's soul leaving his body, little Mun patted his knee comfortingly. Do not cry, Papa. I am totally sure Big Sissy is not planning to murder you. Perhaps she is just a little shy because it is her very first time meeting her father. Hearing this excuse, Leon desperately tried to comfort his fragile ego. Honestly, it made perfect sense. He had never once met his eldest daughter, so her bolting away in pure panic was a totally normal reaction. Then, his gaze snapped toward the magnificent silver dragon sanctuary in the distance, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. When you thought about it, this was entirely that female dragon's fault. How dare she hide his own flesh and blood from him? He had to demand a proper explanation. The scene dramatically shifts to the Silver Dragon Queen's grand office. At that moment, she was drowning in the endless paperwork of the Silver Dragon clan. Out of nowhere, the frantic sound of approaching footsteps echoed down the hallway. Just as the queen looked up to check the commotion, Leon violently kicked the door open, screaming Rose's name at the top of his lungs. Yet, Rose remained completely unfazed. "Leon, what on earth are you doing here? Did I not specifically order you to go play with little Mun? Or are you feeling incredibly lonely and begging to be my dragon knight once again?" Hearing her ridiculous teasing, Leon let out a disgusted scoff. "The kid already ran off to play with her sister. You crazy female lizard, your mind is completely in the gutter. Is it physically impossible for you to think of a single wholesome thought? I stormed in here to ask how much longer you plan to hide this massive secret. Why did you never tell me I had an older daughter?" Rose simply smirked. "Well, you clearly know about it now." That infuriatingly nonchalant attitude was driving Leon straight up the wall. He aggressively roared, "You stupid lizard, I suppose I should actually be thanking you. Giving birth is a painful ordeal, and you magically popped out 2 kids for me. To show my endless gratitude, the second we return to the Empire, I am officially writing your name into my family registry." Upon hearing that outrageous declaration, the Silver Dragon Queen's expression faltered for a split second before she burst into genuine laughter. "Leon, congratulations. You actually succeeded. That pathetic line of yours was genuinely repulsive enough to make my stomach turn. But are you not even the slightest bit curious as to why I kept my eldest child a total secret?" Leon crossed his arms like a grumpy teenager. "Is that even a valid question? Obviously. You were burning with jealousy seeing Mun and me getting along so perfectly. You deliberately blocked Noah from experiencing the overflowing love of her amazing father." Suddenly, Rose's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a dead serious glare. "Leon, are you truly that desperate to meet the girl?" Our protagonist nodded with absolute certainty. "Obviously. What kind of degenerate father does not want to meet his own kid? You are just terrified that I am going to completely steal Noah's heart. Unlike a certain cold-blooded, emotionless female dragon that I know, my fatherly affection is incredibly genuine and entirely limitless." A wicked, villainous smirk slowly crept across the queen's stunning face. "Leon, if you are truly that eager to meet your oldest daughter, I will gladly grant your wish. But I pray you can keep acting this confident when the time finally comes." Time flew by in a flash, and the golden late-afternoon sun began to set. Right now, our mighty protagonist was sweating it out in the kitchen. His ultimate master plan? Using god-tier culinary skills to instantly bridge the awkward gap with his new daughter? Rose, prepare to be amazed. Today, I will demonstrate the ultimate technique for capturing Noah's heart. Step 1 of Operation Best Dad involved conquering the little girl's stomach with a plate of absolute perfection. He proudly stared down at his bubbling pot of creamy meat stew, 100% convinced that this magical dish would force Noah to surrender on the spot. Back in his glory days as the legendary Dragon Slayer, he used to cook this exact meal for the village orphans, and literally 0 kids had ever complained. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. The perfectly balanced, sweet and savory profile was an absolute guaranteed hit with toddlers. Not bad at all. My legendary cooking stats have not dropped a single point. He was already daydreaming about Noah's sparkling, star-filled eyes, picturing her adorable little voice saying, "I love Daddy's yummy food the absolute most." Leon felt like he had already secured the ultimate flawless victory. This flavor profile is a guaranteed critical hit on her taste buds. He happily continued stirring the pot while humming a cheerful little melody. 2 passing maids watched the entire spectacle with massive hearts in their eyes. Wow, the handsome prince just recovered from a devastating illness, yet he is already cooking a feast for his beloved family. He is genuinely the most spectacular man alive, a true family man who always puts his loved ones first. Dinner time arrived in the blink of an eye. The gorgeous Silver Dragon Queen majestically escorted her 2 tiny daughters into the grand dining hall. She immediately waved off the serving staff. "You do not need to stand by for orders during tonight's banquet. Please, take the rest of the evening off and go get some sleep." "Yes, Your Majesty." Right on cue, Leon confidently marched out of the kitchen, carrying his glowing pot of masterpiece stew. Perfect timing, ladies. Let us dig into this feast. Catching a whiff of the glorious meat aroma, little Mun bolted over at lightning speed. "Daddy, it smells incredibly amazing. Did you magically make my absolute favorite creamy stew and juicy steak?" Leon flashed a dazzling, 1,000-watt dad smile. "You bet I did. Whatever my little princesses crave, Daddy will move mountains to cook it." After dropping that incredibly smooth line, he confidently locked eyes with his eldest daughter. "Noah, my sweet angel, can you feel the overflowing, radiant warmth of your father's unconditional love?" but Noah looked utterly disgusted. She dramatically turned her head away and brutally muttered, "What an absolute idiot." Leon completely froze in sheer panic. Wait a minute, this totally was not in his imaginary script. He frantically glared at Rose, who was currently laughing like a certified supervillain. Damn it all, this is definitely that crazy dragon's evil doing, but do not think I am throwing in the towel just yet. Right then, Rose gently nudged the little girl. Since this is your very first official meeting as father and daughter, why do you not formally introduce yourself? Understood, mother. The tiny, incredibly arrogant Noah slapped her hands onto her hips and bravely marched right up to Leon. Greetings, strange sir. I am the firstborn daughter of the magnificent Silver Dragon Queen, Rose. My name is Noaka Melkov. I am currently exactly 1 year and 2.5 months old. For some quick context, dragons are a legendary immortal species, so their tiny hatchlings level up and mature insanely faster than human babies. Phase 2 of Leon's ultimate dad bonding strategy was officially a go. Execute a flawlessly polite greeting to secure the absolute best first impression possible. He instantly dropped to one knee, offering his massive hand for a formal, gentlemanly shake. Hello there, Noah. I am Leon Cosmos, your incredibly loving dad. However, Noah maintained an absolute 0-degree icy facade. She just gave a completely deadpan, and totally ghosted him without uttering a single extra syllable. That brutal, soul-crushing coldness instantly shattered Leon's fragile dad heart into a million tiny pieces. Why was this adorable child giving him the ultimate freeze-out? Did she genuinely harbor a deep hatred for his very existence? Sensing the painfully awkward tension, Little Mun gently tugged on Noah's sleeve and whispered, "Big sis, say something to Dad. Do not leave him hanging like this." But Noah just muttered with pure suspicion, "Mun, are you absolutely sure this guy is our father? He looks incredibly weak. Mom is the magnificent Silver Dragon Queen. How could she possibly choose such a useless weakling?" Those brutal words pierced straight through Leon's fragile heart like a shower of icy arrows. Suddenly, Rose's previous ominous warning clicked in his mind. Let us see if you act this tough later, because this arrogant little dragon girl right in front of him was a dutiful daughter in the most hilariously twisted way possible. Leon's grand journey into fatherhood had officially crashed into its very first apocalyptic crisis. Meanwhile, Rose, the mighty Silver Dragon Queen, completely underestimated that Leon, the man she usually bullied with zero effort, would actually dare to activate his dragon crest power right in the kitchen, all in the name of conquering dragons. No matter what anyone said, he was absolutely determined to clash with her in a high-stakes battle of wills right then and there. The truth was, ever since discovering he had a teenage-spirited oldest daughter, Leon plotted to use this family dinner to build a beautiful father and daughter bond with Noah. A family dinner is supposed to be a heartwarming chance to connect, but for our poor main character Leon, it had morphed into a pure psychological torture chamber. Little Mun acted cute with her sister. "Big sis Noah, please cut my steak for me." The second he sat at the dining table, Leon immediately sensed a disastrous shift in the atmosphere. His twin daughters might share the exact same face, but their personalities were literally heaven and earth. He realized his oldest daughter did not just inherit her mother's looks, but also her blazing hostility toward him. Seeing Noah slicing her steak, Leon desperately shot his shot. "Noah, do you like the food today? If it tastes good, Daddy will cook it for you every single day." But before he could even finish his sweet promise, Noah coldly replied with absolute disgust, "It sucks." Those two words were a fatal critical hit, shattering the old father Leon's glass heart. Watching Leon suffer such a humiliating defeat, Rose simply could not hold back her wicked, triumphant laughter. Seeing her mom in such ridiculously high spirits, Little Mun curiously asked between bites of food, "Mommy, why are you so happy today?" Rose smirked gracefully. "Because of your dad, of course. He finally got to meet the precious daughter he desperately missed. Seeing him this happy makes Mommy happy too. Tell me, am I right, Leon? Why did your bright smile suddenly disappear?" Leon violently wanted to strangle this smug female dragon for dancing on his grave of misery, but with his kids watching, he had to swallow his blood and force a painfully stiff smile. "Ha ha, being reunited with my loving family. Of course I am absolutely thrilled." Believing this family of 4 was living a picture-perfect dream, Mun eagerly raised her hand. "Then let us eat dinner together every single day from now on." This wholesome request made Leon want to scream no, dreading Rose's daily dinner surveillance. But breaking Mun's heart was illegal. While he was sweating in hesitation, Noah ruthlessly rejected the idea. Hearing that, Mun asked with puppy dog eyes, "Big sis, why do you not want to eat with our family?" Noah chewed her food and bluntly announced she was enrolling in the St. Heat Academy Baby Dragon Division, leaving absolutely zero time for family meals. Even Rose frowned slightly at this bold decision, considering the youngest dragon at that elite academy was at least 4 years old. Meanwhile, Noah was literally just 1 year and 2.5 months old. It was way too early for her. "Why are you rushing to enroll so soon?" Noah dropped a brutal truth bomb without blinking. I absolutely despise dragon slayers. I want to master my skills early so I can crush as many dragon slayers as possible. Hearing this deadly declaration, Leon almost choked to death on his own saliva. He grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, staring at Noah in pure existential agony. To think his own flesh and blood's ultimate life goal was to beat her own father into a pulp. What an unbelievably filial daughter. To dodge this destined tragic comedy, Leon tried to play the logic card, warning her that dragon slayers were terrifyingly strong. He claimed Noah was too young and fragile, hoping she would drop this suicidal dream. But the stubborn little dragon totally roasted him. You idiot! Stop treating me like a baby. I am definitely not as ridiculously weak as you. Leon's inner world completely collapsed into dust. But you are literally a baby. Hearing her daughter's fiercely chaotic ambition, Rose instantly dropped her objections. Mommy thinks Noah's grand plan is quite brilliant. The earlier you train, the sooner you can wipe the floor with those annoying dragon slayers. Therefore, Mommy fully supports your St. Heat Academy enrollment. Saying that, she shot a wicked glare at Leon. Am I right, Leon? Or do you have some secret reason to stop her? Leon was trapped in a legendary catch-22. If he agreed, he was practically signing the death warrants for all his fellow dragon slayers. But if he dared to say no, his aggressive daughter's hatred gauge would max out. His only survival route was to secretly brainwash her into changing her mind later. No, I have absolutely zero objections. After an intense mental battle, the ultimate dad chose to surrender. Because to him, absolutely nothing in this universe mattered more than his precious daughters. Right then, catching Rose's diabolical victory smirk, Leon finally cracked the code. This sneaky female dragon orchestrated this entire dinner just to use Noah for massive psychological warfare. Right on cue, Rose landed the finishing blow. Well then, since your supportive dad has no complaints, it is officially decided. The terrifying St. Heat Academy entrance exam kicks off in exactly 1 month. Noah, your father happens to be a legendary theory expert, so just force him to tutor you for the big test. Hearing this absolute trap, Leon's sanity completely snapped. You wicked dragon, are you never going to stop? I already let my own daughter study to become my natural enemy. You really want me to tutor him personally now? Fine then. But if you want to play this little game, do not come crying later when I unleash the absolute wrath of a dragon slayer. Completely oblivious to Leon's dark aura, Noah just beamed with joy and chirped, yes, please. The chaotic family dinner finally wrapped up shortly after. Little Moon happily patted her completely stuffed, round tummy, fully satisfied by Leon's cooking. Big sister, look at Moon's round belly. Isn't it super cute? Just as Rose stood up to make her royal exit, Leon called her name with zero warmth, pointing sharply at the messy table. Hey, these dishes are not going to wash themselves. Rose blinked in sheer disbelief. Have you ever seen a mighty queen scrubbing dirty plates? Just leave this peasant work to the maids. Leon flashed a devious smirk. Oh, but shouldn't a loving husband and wife clean up together after a sweet meal? That is the truly proper way to wrap up a wholesome family dinner, after all. He then leaned dangerously close to her ear, his face shifting into a purely villainous grin as he whispered, Did you not want to fake a perfect, cozy family vibe in front of the kids? Well, here is your golden opportunity. Catching sight of Moon's sparkling, hopeful puppy eyes, the almighty queen could only let out a defeated sigh. Fine, let us clean up together then. Moon excitedly raised her hand. I want to help Papa and the great Mother Queen too. But the highly observant Noah immediately dragged her little sister away. Let us go, stop causing trouble, Moon. Besides, the upcoming scene is definitely not suitable for your innocent eyes. Staring at the soapy mountain of dishes, Rose ripped off her apron and glared at Leon. When exactly are you going to step up and help me? Leon simply crossed his arms with a chilling chuckle. Your Royal Majesty, it seems you have completely forgotten my previous warning. I warned you exactly 2 years ago. Absolutely never drop your guard and stay alone in a room with a rigorously trained, supreme dragon slayer. The very second those words dropped, the dragon crest on the silver dragon queen's chest flared with a blinding purple light. She growled fiercely. Leon, what are you planning? Leon casually shrugged. What am I planning? Do you seriously not know? Back then, my exhaustion let your dragon crest make a complete fool out of me, but the tables have turned today. That smug declaration ignited her fury. Rose viciously whipped her massive tail straight toward his face. Do not think you can escape me with cheap tricks. But Leon blocked the strike effortlessly, instantly reversing the momentum to snatch her tail in a vice grip. Whoever said I was trying to run away? As he squeezed the sensitive scales, an incredibly questionable gasp escaped Rose's lips, sounding absolutely wild out of context. Her entire body turned into jelly as she collapsed helplessly onto the floor. Leon, you absolute scumbag! Rose cursed violently, but the man just stood there looking arrogantly triumphant, his iron grip never leaving her tail. Drained of strength, are we? My precious queen, who told you to brand me with that silly dragon crest in the first place? Did you really not realize that activating the crest would turn your majestic dragon tail into a glaring, hypersensitive weak point? Right now, with your lifeline firmly trapped in my palm, you are nothing more than a helpless little lizard for me to play around with as I please. This is a fantastic piece of fresh knowledge I picked up directly from your own species biology books. By the way, he then brought his face dangerously close to hers, mocking her relentlessly. Oh, my queen, why is your face so red? I distinctly remember during your little humiliation session earlier, you bragged that your kind craves absolute conquest and total dominance. But today, I am going to make you taste the bitter reality of being completely conquered and utterly dominated by a mere human. Oh, glorious majesty, it is officially time for a role reversal. The Silver Dragon Queen and Leon resumed their familiar dragon riding game, only this time, the power dynamic had completely flipped upside down. Leon was now the aggressive attacker. Let go! Unhand my tail at once. Seeing the mighty ruler slumped pathetically on the ground, Leon knew she had zero resistance left in her. He confidently stroked her smooth dragon scales while declaring loudly, Ever since I woke up, you have treated me like a cheap toy, happily trampling all over my pride and dignity. So tonight, let us try a little role play. Let me show you exactly how miserable that feels. How does that sound to you? Just imagining his wicked plans made Rose flush with a mix of utter shame and boiling rage. She roared out, Leon, you absolute bastard. If you dare lay another finger on me, I swear I will make you wish you were dead. But at this point, her empty threats bounced right off him. His chaotic mind was entirely consumed by the sweet, thrilling taste of revenge. Right at that suspenseful moment, the rhythmic tapping of two maids' footsteps echoed down the hall, steadily approaching the dining room. They giggled amongst themselves, gossiping and wondering if the queen and her consort had finished their private post-dinner bonding session yet. Pushing the doors open, both gasped in pure amazement at the spotless, perfectly organized room. Oh my goodness, it is entirely spotless in here. Did the prince consort personally clean all this up? He is such a responsible, incredibly devoted family man. Our beloved queen is truly so incredibly lucky. The maid's wholesome chatter drifted straight into the dark storage closet, where Leon was currently hiding in the shadows. He whispered with a wicked smirk, I never expected my queen to build up such a flawless reputation for me. Well then, I will be sure to take exceptionally good care of you tonight. Rose opened her mouth to scream for backup, but Leon instantly clamped his hand over her jaw, trapping her voice. Shush! Keep your mouth shut, my queen. I highly advise you to remain completely silent right now. I really would not mind an audience of two, but somehow, I doubt you want your loyal subjects out there discovering their majestic, terrifying ruler in such a compromised, pathetic state. Am I right? Hearing that devious blackmail, Rose instantly bit her tongue in sheer panic. She knew this crazy guy was bold enough to actually do it. Shortly after, the oblivious maids finally left the area. Leon flashed a devilish grin. My dearest wife, the annoying obstacles are finally gone. Now, it is time for humanity to conquer the almighty sovereign of the dragons. His triumphant gaze locked onto the struggling Rose. 3 days later, inside the grand Silver Dragon Sanctuary, two tiny dragon princesses stared down at Leon's unconscious body. Little Mun's eyes welled with worry. Big sister! Daddy has been out cold for 3 whole days and nights. Do you think he's dead? Noah smirked. Let's test it out. Bam! She ruthlessly drop-kicked Leon right in the face, making him scream in absolute agony. Gah! My face! That hurts. Completely ignoring her father's suffering, Noah crossed her arms and stated coolly, Yep, still breathing. Leon boiled with inner rage. What kind of vicious daughter treats her own flesh and blood like a punching bag? But thanks to that brutal wake-up call, he finally fluttered his eyes open. Seeing her father stir, Mun's face lit up like sunshine. She sprinted toward Rose, cheering loudly, Mommy! Daddy is finally awake! Leon groaned, feeling like he'd been trampled by a stampede. His mind was completely blank. Why did he randomly black out mid-fight? Rose shot him an icy, deathly glare. Do you need me to jog your memory, human? Instantly, the terrifying flashbacks of that fateful night crashed into his mind. He remembered it perfectly. The moment his dragon rune power ran out, he had eaten a heaven-shattering, earth-crushing punch right to the gut. Leon gulped nervously. This crazy female dragon hits like an absolute truck. If he didn't have an overpowered physique, that single punch would have sent him straight to his ancestors. Lost in his traumatic thoughts, Leon's gaze accidentally shifted. He caught a glimpse of the Silver Dragon Queen's side profile. His breath caught in his throat. Wow. From this angle, she was breathtakingly gorgeous. If only she were a normal human girl, and not a 200-year-old, terrifying dragon boss. Maybe they could have actually been a sweet couple. He stared, completely mesmerized. But little Mun caught him staring. She tilted her head, innocently thinking her poor daddy had slept so long that his brain had turned to absolute mush. Noah just scoffed like a savage critic. Dad is such a hopeless idiot. He's just drooling over Mom. Just then, Rose slightly fumbled, knocking a delicate hair clip off the table. Leon's reflexes kicked in. He snatched it up smoothly. This was his golden opportunity. Time to act like the ultimate perfect husband and doting father in front of the kids. He leaned in close, gently sliding the clip back into her silver hair. Well, who knew you could actually look cute wearing this? He teased smoothly. A mischievous smirk curved on Rose's lips. Oh? Look at you being all charming and smooth. Have you been practicing this little trick on other women? She fired back. Refusing to lose this battle of wits, Leon puffed out his chest and fired back. You bet I have. When I was a kid, I used to brush my master's donkey all the time. It's just muscle memory. Mun blinked, her big eyes in pure confusion. Daddy, what's a donkey? Leon immediately struck a hilarious, stubborn pose, mimicking Rose's exact haughty attitude, and began his legendary explanation. A donkey is just like a dragon. It has 2 ears and a tail. They are incredibly stubborn, and whenever they get grumpy, they just whine and kick, exactly like your mother. Little Mun gasped, a bulb lighting up in her head. Oh! So mommy is a stubborn donkey? The temperature in the room instantly dropped to absolute 0. Rose's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Bam! A devastating hook buried itself deep into Leon's stomach. If you ever teach my daughters such garbage again, Rose hissed with a demonic aura, I will personally turn you into a stubborn donkey. Permanently. Watching the sheer violence, Mun panicked and rushed over. Gasp! Daddy, are you okay? Noah just rolled her eyes with maximum sass. Serves you right, you idiot. Dusting off her hands, Rose delivered the daily decree. Listen up, girls. Today's mission is learning to write your names. Your father will be your tutor. Leon rubbed his bruised stomach, grumbling under his breath. Great, she's treating me like a free babysitter again. But Mun bounced up and down with pure joy. Yay, hooray, Daddy is going to be our teacher. Noah, however, folded her arms, utterly unimpressed. Humph, I don't need his help. I can teach myself. Before Noah could finish her edgy complaint, Mun grabbed her arm and dragged her away at lightning speed. Come on, big sis, let's go raid the study for pretty pens. I want to write 1,000,000 words. What's your favorite color? Purple, I guess. The second the kids were out of earshot, the Silver Dragon Queen's playful aura vanished. Listen closely, she ordered with deadly seriousness. My older sister is arriving today. I absolutely forbid you from showing your face to her. She commanded him to lock himself in the nursery and not take a single step outside. Hearing this, a wicked smirk crept onto Leon's face. Oh, why so secretive, my queen? Afraid to introduce me to the family? Is your handsome, devoted husband too embarrassing to show off? The Dragon Queen leaned in, her voice a chilling whisper right against his ear. Know your place, Leon. As far as the world knows, you are nothing but a pathetic dragon who married into my noble clan. A frail, sickly husband who was in a coma for 2 years and only miraculously woke up recently. You don't have the right to meet my family. But if you somehow bump into her, you better play the pathetic role I've assigned you. Because if you screw this up, you'll wish you were dead. Leon immediately threw his hands up in surrender, swearing on his life he wouldn't take a single step out of the nursery. Satisfied with her husband's absolute submission, the terrifying queen turned on her heel and departed. But was Leon ever the obedient type? Not a chance. The gears of mischief were already turning in his chaotic mind. Heh, you crazy lizard. Did you really think I'd be your good little pet? He sneered inwardly. Just you wait, Rose. I'm going to embarrass you so hard in front of your sister. And so, with a sinister prank brewing in his head, counting down the minutes until the Red Dragon Queen's arrival, Leon sat in the royal nursery, confidently playing the role of the master calligrapher. All right, my little dragons, watch Daddy's hand very closely. See these magnificent strokes? I've written both of your names right here. All you have to do is copy my absolute masterpiece a few times. He proudly slammed 2 pieces of paper onto the table, displaying the names Mun and Noah in all their glory. He patted their heads, assuring them that mere mortals only needed a few tries to master this art. Mun cheered, absolutely thrilled to learn, but Noah, her face scrunched up in utter disgust. She held up her father's so-called masterpiece and delivered the ultimate critical hit. Dad, your handwriting is complete trash. Mom's writing is like 1,000,000 times better. Hearing that completely shattered Leon's pride. It was officially payback time against that stubborn dragon lady. As he dramatically rose to his feet, little Mun innocently chimed in. Where are you going, Daddy? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Leon replied, Daddy just remembered he forgot to give Mommy something super important. I need to rush back and deliver it right now. He ordered the twins to practice their writing, promising a strict inspection later. While Mun happily waved goodbye, Noah just crossed her arms and scoffed. Is that old man actually an idiot? Mun immediately turned to her grumpy sister. Big sis, why do you always pretend to hate Daddy so much? It is super obvious that you are actually thrilled. Noah stubbornly puffed out her cheeks. Am not. Now hurry up and practice your letters. But her tough act completely crumbled. Staring at the letters Leon had carefully written for them, her face turned into a blazing tomato, completely exposing her true feelings. Meanwhile, at the grand gates of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the Crimson Dragon Queen, Isa Mel, made her stunning entrance in a flowing red gown. Catching sight of her older sister, Rose practically sprinted over with joy. Sister, it has been way too long. After a brief but super sweet reunion hug, Issa could not hide her burning curiosity. It has only been a year, but you are glowing. Did your beauty level up again? Rose bashfully waved her hands. Really? No way. You are just teasing me. Issa scanned the area with a confused expression. Hey, little Rose, did your husband not wake up from his coma? So why is the mysterious guy nowhere to be seen? Sweating nervously, Rose fumbled for an excuse. He is feeling a bit under the weather today. He is still resting in bed. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon Queen let out a dramatic sigh. Seriously? What a massive letdown. I totally wanted to see exactly what kind of legendary Dragon King managed to steal away my precious baby sister. Suddenly, she leaned in uncomfortably close, flashing a wicked grin. Come on, spill the tea, Rose. We both know royal dragon marriages are just political business deals with zero actual romance. But you two tied the knot and popped out kids at lightning speed. You guys must be secretly crazy for each other, right? Cornered by her sister's teasing, Rose aggressively looked away, blushing furiously. Stop talking nonsense. Does having kids automatically mean we are in love? My heart has absolutely never fluttered for that guy. Not now, not ever, and definitely not in the future. Seeing her little sister's hilariously stubborn defense, Isa just shook her head. Wow, my sister really is the ultimate prideful tsundere. Desperate to escape this incredibly awkward interrogation, Rose grabbed Isa's arm. Okay, enough of that. Let us just go for a nice stroll. It has been ages. Let us chat in the garden. However, the royal sisters were completely clueless. From a secret vantage point, Leon was spying on their every single move through his binoculars. So that is her older sister. I have got to admit, the genetic lottery in their family is absolutely totally rigged. Whether it is the older or younger sister, both of them possess the kind of overwhelming beauty that could knock out any opponent in seconds. But even a pretty face will not stop my ultimate master plan. I'm still going to embarrass her right in front of everyone. It is showtime for the Dragon Crest. Let us test just how crazy the range on this magical remote control really is. Down below, the two dragons casually strolled into the lush garden. Issa's tone turned serious. The dragon territories have been pretty chaotic lately, especially that hot-headed flame dragon king. He has been making some incredibly suspicious moves. Rose instantly went into full queen mode, her expression dropping. Wait, are you talking about Constantin? But that fiery maniac has been off the grid for years. Issa sighed heavily. Who knows what that crazy guy is thinking? Knowing his explosive temper, he is definitely plotting to steal more territory. Right at that intense political moment, Rose suddenly felt a bizarre, totally inappropriate buzzing sensation in her chest. She glanced down in absolute horror. Out of nowhere, the magical dragon crest right on her collarbone was pulsing with a blindingly bright purple light. Oh my god, why right now of all times? Noticing her sister freezing up like a statue, Issa blinked in confusion. Hey, what is wrong with you? Panic mode engaged. Rose violently slapped her hand over her chest to hide the glowing magical tattoo. Nothing. It is absolutely nothing. Please, keep talking about the war. She shot a totally murderous glare toward the distant balcony where Leon was definitely lounging. That rotten dragon-slaying jerk. You really are trying to push all my buttons today. Just to be safe, we need to massively boost our border security. If that flame idiot makes a move, I will send a messenger dragon to you immediately. Issa kept rambling on about tactical military strategies, but Rose's brain was completely short-circuiting. The magical resonance from the crest was escalating like crazy. If this agonizing teasing continued for even one more second, her wild dragon instincts would explode right here in broad daylight. Little Rose, are you sure you are okay? Your face is literally redder than my dress. Trembling visibly, Rose squeezed out a desperate lie through gritted teeth. I am perfectly fine. I just remembered a super-secret royal emergency. Give me exactly 20 minutes. Without waiting for a response, she spun around and sprinted toward the nursery at supersonic speed, leaving a trail of dust behind her. Issa called out in fake concern. Hey, do you need backup? No need. Watching her sister flee like a scared rabbit, Issa smirked like a total villain. Oh, so it was the Dragon Crest resonance, huh? Heh, who knew my innocent little sister was into such spicy games in the middle of the day? Haha. Meanwhile, back at the ultimate troll's lair, Leon was sunbathing like a king. Let us see just how long you can resist, Rose. But before he could even finish his gloating, the balcony door was violently kicked off its hinges with a massive crash. Leon, you absolute garbage human! The prankster practically leaped out of his skin in shock. Whoa, how did you get back here so fast? The Silver Dragon Queen lunged like a predator. She hoisted him up by his collar and roared. You deliberately triggered the resonance right now just to humiliate me in front of my sister. Did you not? Engaging his ultimate defense mechanism, Leon instantly transformed into a pathetic, kicked puppy. With huge, watering eyes, he whimpered out the most cheesy line possible. Wait, is it suddenly a crime for a husband to simply miss his beautiful wife? The sheer audacity of that line short-circuited her brain. Rose immediately dropped him like a hot potato. What did you just say? Steam practically erupted from the mighty queen's ears as her entire face went supernova. Her mind was in total chaos. How could a legendary, cold-blooded dragon slayer say something so illegally embarrassing? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video, This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out." Seeing her clumsily step back, Leon knew his little act had worked perfectly. At least for now, he finally held her ultimate weakness in the palm of his hand. Catching Leon still staring intensely at her, Rose instantly snapped her head away. Trying to sound tough, she barked, "Leon, you absolute shameless scoundrel. You are nothing but a defeated prisoner of war, so how dare you spout such outrageous nonsense to me?" Deep down, she was throwing a massive temper tantrum. She totally came here to teach this guy a lesson, yet his smooth talk had completely short-circuited her brain. The more she thought about it, the redder her face got. Consider yourself incredibly lucky this time around. I will let you off the hook, but pull a stunt like that again, and I will crush your skull." Behind her back, Leon just shrugged it off. "Oh wow, I am so terrified." Leon was extremely satisfied with Rose's flustered reaction, chuckling inwardly that a single teasing remark could leave the mighty dragon so hilariously rattled. That dragon crest definitely packed a massive punch, but a split second later, his own heart suddenly started hammering wildly against his ribs, as if a tiny deer was doing parkour inside his chest. Damn it, why is this happening? Just thinking about her blushing face makes my heart race like a runaway train. Leon immediately slapped his own cheeks twice to snap himself out of the trance. Damn it, pull yourself together, man. How could you possibly entertain such hopelessly romantic thoughts about her? She is literally your fated mortal enemy. Besides, your two adorable daughters are still waiting for you in the nursery. Inside, Noah was diligently practicing her handwriting for the academy entrance exam, while the playful Mun whined. Why is Daddy still not home yet? Time quickly fast-forwarded to the dead of night at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary gates. The Red Dragon Queen, having finished her sisterly visit, was ready to head back. I will get going for today. But right before leaving, she desperately wanted to meet Leon. She was dying of curiosity about what made this human special enough for her arrogant little sister to carve a dragon crest for him. However, Rose was absolutely not letting that meet and greet happen. She aggressively shooed her sister away, saying, Yes, if you do not leave now, the sun is literally going to come up. If you want to meet my husband, wait until he is fully healed. I will drag him over to visit you myself." Hearing that, the Red Dragon Queen backed off, simply declaring she absolutely must meet her brother-in-law next time. With those parting words, she led her two loyal subordinates away from the dazzling Silver Dragon Sanctuary. The moment her sister was out of sight, Rose did a complete 180. Her expression darkened as she stomped back to teach Leon a brutal lesson. Just recalling that deeply embarrassing morning encounter made her grind her teeth in pure fury. That obnoxious jerk, that blasted dragon slayer dared to pull that on me? Tonight, he is getting thoroughly disciplined. You just wait and see. At that exact second, back in his room, Leon let out a massive sneeze. Wiping his nose, he muttered, "Damn it, that crazy female dragon is definitely cursing my name." After finishing a whole collection of dragon-themed fairy tales for his two little princesses, he gazed affectionately at the sleeping girls on the bed. He decided he needed to evacuate this place immediately and find a safe bunker to hide. Do not catch a cold, you two. Leon gently tucked the warm blankets over Mun and Noah before stealthily sneaking out of the room like a ninja. But the absolute second the door clicked shut, a slender hand slammed violently against the wood. "Oh, great dragon slayer, where do you think you are going?" Leon slowly turned his head, only to face a freezing cold Rose. He instantly realized the dragon boss had arrived to claim her revenge. No, I am not going anywhere. I was just heading back to my room to sleep. I swear." "Your sister already left?" Leon rambled quickly, desperately dodging Rose's murderous glare. But she completely ignored his pathetic rambling, flashing a terrifyingly wicked smirk instead before dropping the bomb. "Since you missed me so much this morning that your dragon crest acted up, as your loving wife, I absolutely must reward you tonight. Now follow me, right this instant." With that terrifying declaration, she forcefully dragged Leon toward her room, giving him zero chance to escape. Leon could only thrash around in useless panic. No way. A few moments later, inside Rose's ridiculously luxurious bedroom, Leon lugged in a giant basin of steaming water. "Hey, the hot water is here. So this was the great reward you were talking about. Why did you not just say so earlier? You practically scared the living daylights out of me. If that is all, I am going to bed." But Rose was not letting him off that easily. She aggressively stuck her leg out to block his path, speaking with icy authority. "Who gave you permission to leave? I have been walking all day and I am exhausted. Your grand reward tonight is the extreme honor of washing my feet." Hearing this absolute nonsense, Leon froze in pure shock. "Are you out of your mind? I am Leon, the absolute strongest hero. I would rather die 1,000 times than wash your nasty feet." Rejected so bluntly, Rose flared up. "Cut the chatter. Do as you are told. This is payback for your little stunt today. If you do not appreciate this highly generous reward, then crawl into that bed right now. I have plenty of other creative ways to reward you tonight." The second those terrifying words left her mouth, Leon instantly grabbed Rose's feet to unbuckle her high heels. Inside, he grumbled bitterly, never imagining a legendary dragon slayer like himself would end up as a glorified foot scrubber for this female dragon. As he begrudgingly did the deed, Leon could not help but marvel. Damn it, This crazy dragon sure knows how to live in ultimate luxury. Who knows how many crushed bodies of dragon slayers these flawless feet have trampled on. I never expected this task to make me feel both deeply humiliated and weirdly fascinated. Rose suddenly noticed Leon staring way too intensely at her feet. Blushing awkwardly, she panicked inwardly. Why on earth is he staring at my feet like a total creep? This guy better not have some super weird fetish, right? Just as she tried to yank her leg back, Leon suddenly used maximum force to plunge her feet straight into the basin. Heh, get in there! The literally boiling water instantly turned her delicate feet bright red, making Rose shriek at the top of her lungs. That is boiling hot, you absolute bastard! With a furious yell, she kicked Leon so hard he went flying across the room. Caught completely off guard, Leon tumbled backward with a pathetic yelp. But the Dragon Queen's fury wasn't satisfied yet. Planting her delicate foot squarely on his chest, she glared down. You did that on purpose just to spite me, didn't you? Leon just smirked, barking out a laugh. Ha ha, guilty as charged. That is what you get for forcing me to wash your feet. Seeing this absolute fool still grinning, Rose decided it was time for a brutal lesson. Clearly, your thick skull hasn't learned a single thing. Tell me, did the great hero ever imagine a day? Her foot slid menacingly from his chest down to his stomach, and then a lethal strike directly to his family jewels, where you would be completely trampled beneath a dragon's heel? Agony exploded through his body, turning his face the color of a tomato. Time out! Stop! Stop! He cursed inwardly. Damn it all! Why does this crazy reptile weigh a literal ton? Wait a minute. Why did this humiliating defeat actually feel strangely satisfying? Catching that weirdly eager look on his face, Rose ruthlessly increased the pressure. Let us see how long you can actually tough this out. She was determined to break this stubborn idiot's pride once and for all. Sensing the catastrophic danger to his manhood, panic set in. If he let this continue, his legendary reputation as a dragon slayer would be completely ruined. It was time for a desperate counterattack. Snatching her ankle with lightning speed, he flashed an arrogant grin. Well, well, dragon lady, thanks for offering up an extra dish for dinner. I have feasted on pork, beef, and mutton trotters, but I have never tried premium dragon legs before. Rose blinked, utterly baffled by his absolute nonsense. Huh? What on earth are you blabbering about? In the very next second, right before her horrified eyes, he dove down and took a massive chomp out of her flawlessly pale leg. In his mind, he was already writing a food review. Special menu tonight, raw dragon drumstick. Wow, the texture on this is actually amazing. But the very next second, a deafening shriek of sheer agony shattered the peace of the dragon sanctuary. Leon Kazmos, you absolute bastard, I am going to murder you. Fast forward to the next morning, the adorable twin dragonettes, Moon and Noah, had just woken up, only to realize their parents were acting incredibly suspicious today. Moon spotted the heavy medical bandages wrapped tightly around Rose's right leg. Oh, almighty mother, why are you hobbling around like a wobbly duck? Rose kept her face totally blank. It is absolutely nothing. Not buying it for a second, the little girl immediately pivoted to Leon. Spotting his face, sporting a massive, glorious purple bruise, she interrogated further. And what about you, Papa? Why does your face look like a beautifully painted eggplant? Sweating bullets, Leon awkwardly avoided his daughter's gaze. It is nothing, kiddo. Since these two stubborn adults refused to confess, Moon decided to play detective. Suddenly, a brilliant light bulb went off in her tiny head, and her hand shot up. Aha! Moon figured it out. You guys were definitely playing a super secret fighting game without me. I want to play too. Listening to his sister's pure innocence, Noah could only facepalm in absolute despair. How can you be this incredibly clueless? Trust me, that is definitely not a multiplayer game meant for us kids. After that spectacularly chaotic foot-washing incident and the brutal beatdown that followed, Leon surprisingly started acting like a properly tamed husband. Whether he had actually unlocked some weird new masochistic joy, or was just terrified of the Dragon Queen's divine wrath, remains a mystery. Meanwhile, Rose was on a strict PR mission. To prove Leon was a deeply devoted and upstanding husband, she dragged him outside for a stroll. And so, the completely awkward duo marched through the royal gardens, trailing one behind the other. The only problem? The sheer amount of awkward tension floating between them could literally cut glass. Naturally, their totally fake romantic stroll instantly caught the radar of the gossip-hungry maid squad, which was exactly the grand master plan Rose had intended all along. Oh my goodness, look over there! Her Majesty and the consort are actually on a romantic date. Ah, my heart is melting. They are so sweet. But one eagle-eyed maid wasn't buying the illusion. Squinting suspiciously, she muttered, "Hold on a second. Does anyone else feel like the royal couple is basically radiating zero chemistry right now? They have been walking for 10 minutes without speaking a single word. They must be hopelessly shy around each other." The hilarious truth? Just 5 minutes prior, when Rose ordered this little garden date, Leon had instantly rejected her. Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would I willingly go for a romantic stroll with a ferocious lizard woman? Crossing her arms with maximum tsundere energy, Rose had scoffed right back. Oh please, as if I am dying to spend quality time with your ugly mug. I just need to make sure the castle staff does not figure out our marriage is a total sham. Besides, you have been recovered for a while now. Play along. Even as they walked, Leon's brain was working in absolute overdrive. Why is she acting so ridiculously out of character today? She is usually an absolute ice queen, never initiating anything like this. Seriously, something incredibly fishy is going on here. The more he overthought it, the more his survival instincts started screaming. Meanwhile, their hopelessly awkward zombie walk was being intensely monitored by two tiny dragon spies hiding in the bushes. Pouting with absolute frustration, Little Moon aggressively whispered, "Papa is such a massive dummy. He does not even know the basic rule of holding the girl's hand." Watching this absolute train wreck of a date was making Moon lose her tiny mind. Unable to take the cringe anymore, the ultimate wing daughter prepared to strike. Noah gasped in horror, frantically trying to grab his reckless sister. "Mission abort, Moon! Do not intrude on their sacred couple's territory!" But it was way too late. Little Moon blasted out of the bushes like a fluffy cannonball, charging straight at her parents. "Mama! Papa! So this is where you guys were hiding!" Leon whipped around, utterly bewildered by the sudden tiny ambush. "Moon? What in the world are you doing out here? Aren't you supposed to be playing inside with your brother?" Seizing the critical window of confusion, the little matchmaker executed her master plan. Grabbing both of their hands with surprising super strength, she ruthlessly smashed their palms together, forcing a completely undeniable handhold. Flashing a bright, innocent smile, she delivered her golden advice. "Duh, if you are going on a romantic walk, you absolutely have to hold hands." Mission successfully accomplished. The little Cupid instantly bolted away into the distance, leaving Leon frozen like a statue, sweating profusely as he wondered who exactly was teaching his kid this stuff. The second she dove back into the bushes, Noah violently pinched both her cheeks. "Moon, you absolute menace! You ruined everything!" Tears welling up in her big eyes, she instantly surrendered. I am sorry. I will never play matchmaker again. Let go of me. My cheeks are going to fall off." Back on the garden path, the ambush had left catastrophic damage. Caught completely red-handed, both the Slayer and the Queen were blushing furiously, avoiding eye contact at all costs. Secretly thrilled but desperately trying to act cool, Leon let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. Well, that was certainly an unpredictable boss mechanic. "What on earth are we supposed to do now?" Rose hissed, her face burning hotter than dragon fire. Clearing his throat, Leon looked away, gripping her hand just a tiny bit tighter. "Look, since it is our daughter's dying wish, I guess we have no choice but to hold hands for the rest of the walk." Watching their parents refuse to let go of each other's hands, the two little dragon girls hid in the distance, giggling their hearts out. Seeing Rose act as soft as a maiden in love, Leon raised an eyebrow. "Why are you being so sweet today?" That single question triggered an instant smirk from the Dragon Queen. "It seems my little Slayer has been completely tamed. Now that I am being gentle, you actually do not know how to handle it." Leon wisely kept his mouth shut, choosing to be a good boy, but his brain was working in overdrive. Seriously, what caused this sudden personality patch update? Maybe because she usually played the role of an untouchable, majestic queen. He never expected her to completely malfunction and act shy just from holding hands. On top of that, her whole strict Tiger Mom persona was probably just a massive cover-up for the fact that she had zero clue how to actually bond with her kids. Connecting the dots, Leon casually brought it up. "Don't you think there is a huge wall between you and the girls? I mean, Maun and Noah literally address you as Her Royal Highness Mother to your face." Rose blinked, totally clueless. Is there supposed to be a problem with that? Leon let out a heavy sigh and explained, "Look at it this way. Usually, a dad pairs up with a mom. Maun always calls me Papa, but she calls you Her Royal Highness. Does that super formal title not make you feel like a boss instead of a parent?" Rose maintained her proud posture, but her voice dropped to a nervous whisper. "Is there truly that big of a difference between Royal Mother and Mama?" Leon flashed a brilliant, winning smile. "Of course it is huge. Why not drop the royal title and just let them call you Mom? I guarantee those two little troublemakers will stick to you like glue in no time." Rose completely short-circuited. She never expected this dense Slayer to actually care about her family dynamic. Her face turned the color of a ripe tomato. "I understand. I will give it a try next time." Desperate to hide her totally busted cool image, she yanked his hand and speed-walked out of the holy temple. Dragged along like a rag doll, Leon panicked. "Whoa, where is the fire? Why are we practically running?" Without slowing down, she threw a random question over her shoulder. "Do you ever feel homesick?" Leon tilted his head. "Where did that come from?" "It is not like you are ever going to let me leave anyway." Rose let out a playful chuckle. "You are absolutely right. You are mine forever. But I do have a little something to cure your homesickness." "Oh, really now?" Soon, the duo arrived at a massive storehouse hidden right behind the main temple. Staring up at the ridiculously huge door, Leon raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly is the VIP room?" Rose crossed her arms with a smug look. "I never bothered giving it a name, but in your puny human terms, you would probably call this the ultimate hoard of the Dragon Queen." With a dramatic flair, she twisted the key, pushed the heavy doors open, and stepped inside. Leon's jaw hit the floor. He knew dragons liked shiny things, but this woman was a literal billionaire. His Slayer eyes turned into giant dollar signs as he scanned the glittering shelves. Just that single glowing bracelet over there could easily fetch tens of thousands of gold coins. Heck, he would have to hunt down 2.5 full-grown dragons just to earn that much. Rose totally ignored his completely obvious professional looting habit and calmly explained, that bracelet was actually a coming-of-age gift from my grandmother. Aside from all the shiny loot confiscated from foolish humans, this vault holds items that are incredibly precious to my heart. Hearing her drop the word grandmother, Leon's curiosity piqued. You know, aside from your terrifying sister, I do not think I have ever heard you mention any other family members. What about your parents? Rose's expression softened as she confessed she had never actually met them. She and her sister were raised entirely by their grandmother. Leon offered a warm, totally relatable smile. Hey, look at that. We match. I grew up in an orphanage, never met my real folks either. My master and his wife were the ones who took me in. But sadly, the majestic Dragon Queen had absolutely zero interest in his tragic human backstory. Desperately trying to save the sudden awkward silence, Leon hit the conversational emergency brake. Anyway, you said you had a gift to cure my homesickness. Where is the goods? Right on cue, Rose gracefully stepped in front of a heavily decorated treasure chest. This right here is the special present I have prepared just for you. As the heavy lid creaked open, Leon almost stopped breathing. Sitting right there in all its glory was his beloved black gold combat armor, his absolute best bro that had survived countless battles with him. Hearing Rose casually announce she was returning his precious gear, Leon was so emotionally wrecked, he practically had anime tears streaming down his face. Somebody pinch me. Am I dreaming? Rose, are you seriously giving my beautiful baby back to me? She smiled sweetly. Yes, this is the very armor I plan to return to your capable hands. Unfortunately, our dense protagonist was far too excited to notice the absolutely devilish, plotting smirk curving on her lips. Like a kid in a candy store, he rushed over to caress his sweet ride. Zap! The second his fingers made contact, an ominous purple light flared out from the metal. Leon's heart sank as he recognized the signature silver dragon runes. His pure, innocent black gold armor had been totally corrupted. My brother in arms, he screamed internally. I have not even completely folded to this dragon lady yet. How did you get seduced and corrupted before I did? Leon snapped his head back, glaring absolute daggers at the smug queen. And that was when Rose finally dropped the trap card she had been holding this whole time. I just wanted you to experience the absolute thrill of bearing 2 different dragon runes at the exact same time. Let us hope a tough slayer like you can handle all that extra fun. The moment his skin touched the black gold plating, Leon realized the terrifying truth. The armor was basically a Trojan horse, preloaded with a magical virus. Boom! A massive magic circle instantly lit up right under his feet. He had walked straight into her devious trap. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "What the heck did you do to my best, bro? Why has my holy armor crossed over to the dark side?" Watching her favorite little human throw a tantrum, Rose giggled with pure, villainous delight. Oh, do not be so dramatic. I merely wanted to spice up our little game of tag, so I generously engraved a brand new layer of runes onto your armor's surface. That little loving touch of yours was the perfect trigger button for my double-layered trap. Leon was absolutely boiling inside. This manipulative, wicked dragon mommy had totally played him. Listen here, lady, I will never surrender to you, he shouted, trying to sound like a heroic protagonist. But thanks to the system override from the runes, his traitorous body obediently dropped down onto one knee. A scorching heat surged through his chest, and the harder he struggled, the more visibly thrilled Rose became. Double the runes, double the submission. Strutting forward, she boldly lifted his chin with her fingers and teased, "My sweet, precious little dragon slayer. This double-layered runic package is a custom-made gift straight from my heart. Are you absolutely sure your frail human body can survive twice the pleasure?" While Leon ground his teeth in absolute fury, Rose effortlessly pinned him to the floor. He desperately tried to struggle, but tragically realized his lower half had completely betrayed him. The burning sensation surged tenfold. Seeing her prey perfectly paralyzed, Rose leaned in with a wicked gaze. She smirked playfully. "Leon, you did not actually think I forgot about you dominating me in the kitchen 3 days ago, did you? I have been plotting my sweet revenge all week to catch you completely off guard. I just never expected you to fall for it so fast." Hearing this, Leon flushed with a mix of utter shame and blazing rage. "You scheming female dragon." Rose just giggled. "I played the innocent, obedient girl all day today. So, tell me, my acting skills were pretty flawless, right?" Being forced into the role of a dragon rider was one thing he could swallow, but if her sweet words today were nothing but lies, he would absolutely lose his mind. "Was it all fake?" Leon barked at her, saying you never met your parents, letting Mun and Noah call you mom, holding my hand. "Was every single thing just a trap?" Rose offered a gentle smile. "Oh, those were all genuine feelings. But that still will not save you from what I am about to do." She casually popped her collar, revealing her blazing dragon crest. "If I recall correctly, you said I am absolutely obsessed with conquering, right?" "Haha. You nailed it. I absolutely love dominating things, especially breaking a notoriously strong man like you, humanity's absolute greatest dragon slayer. With those teasing words, Rose shed her final layer and pressed her body against his. My precious, hidden husband. Staring into those bewitching reptilian eyes, Leon knew his fate was entirely sealed. Trapped and helpless, he could only curse in his mind. You damn crazy female dragon, just you wait. Exactly 2.5 minutes later, the epic cross-species battle abruptly concluded. Leon shed silent tears of utter defeat, secretly relieved this absolute humiliation was over. But when he turned his head, he found Rose silently admiring his rugged face with a deeply unsatisfied pout, her scaly tail still wrapping around his waist in pure provocation. Utterly exhausted, Leon snapped. What more could you possibly want from me, you greedy lizard? Instead of answering, Rose playfully squished his cheeks. You are just as ridiculously handsome as you were 2 years ago. Your face has matured so well, gaining this rugged edge. This exhausted look just amplifies your charm as a grown man. Warning bells violently rang in Leon's head. He immediately yanked his face away. Do not even try it. I am not falling for your wicked games again. Rose lazily fixed her clothes and chuckled. You have certainly gotten sharper in the mind, but sadly, your body. Hearing this, Leon whipped his head back around. Clearly does not have the stamina it used to. She stifled a cheeky giggle. Seeing her mocking smirk, Leon completely short-circuited for 2.5 seconds. When his brain finally rebooted, a single devastating sentence echoed in his mind. Leon, your body just is not as strong as it used to be. Every single syllable struck his fragile male ego like a catastrophic lightning bolt. Not as strong as before? Damn it, you arrogant, overgrown lizard. How dare you absolutely shatter my pride like that? Bright and early the next morning at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, a loud knock jolted Leon awake. Sporting massive dark circles from severe sleep deprivation, he dragged himself to the door, only to find Rose and little Noah waiting outside. God damn it! Why is it this stubborn monster and her equally stubborn daughter? Why could my sweet little mun not visit me instead? Good morning. Taking one look at Leon's zombie-like state, Rose immediately fired shots. What is with the terrible look? Did you not sleep well last night? That innocent question instantly triggered his fury. Why did I not sleep well? Are you seriously asking me that? Is it not entirely because of what you mocked me about last night? Rose let out a thoroughly amused laugh. Is that so? I simply have zero recollection of saying anything bad. Their intense bickering was fully broadcasted to little Noah standing right beside them. The innocent girl just sighed internally. Mom and Dad are totally at it again. Rose finally dropped the teasing and explained her visit. The St. Exus Academy entrance exams were notoriously brutal, so she needed Leon to fiercely tutor Noah in cultural studies for the next month. Suddenly, she leaned dangerously close to his ear and whispered with a sly tone, "Since your performance thoroughly disappointed me in that specific area, I figured I should let you prove your worth in academics instead." The sheer disrespect instantly reignited Leon's blazing fury. You deceitful lizard! You literally just claimed you had amnesia about last night. You can drag my name through the mud anywhere else, but you never insult my absolute pride as a man. Last night, I was simply out of form. Do you hear me? Fine. I will absolutely guarantee Noah passes this impossible exam. But in return, I demand an equivalent reward of equal value from you. Rose pondered for a moment before letting out a reluctant sigh of agreement. As long as you are not demanding to run back home, I will grant your request. Then consider it a binding contract, Leon firmly declared. After successfully dumping Noah onto Leon, Rose flashed a victorious smile, waved a cheerful goodbye, and sauntered off to handle her royal dragon duties. Make sure you study super hard, you too. But right before she vanished, she dropped one final nuclear strike of mockery. Oh, and darling husband, try not to overwork yourself. You really need to save your stamina. Are you seriously not done roasting me, you damn dragon? Leon screamed internally, veins popping on his forehead. Once Rose was totally out of sight, Noah blinked innocently. Why are you two fighting again? Leon desperately tried to save face. We are absolutely not fighting, sweetie. This is just our highly specialized adult way of communicating. But then, his brain finally registered something massive. Wait, hold on a second. Noah, did you just call her mom instead of mother just now? Little Noah offered a soft, adorable nod. Yes. Hearing that absolute confirmation, Leon practically dropped to his knees in pure excitement. Did she specifically tell you to call her that? Which title do you prefer, the old way or the new way? Noah bashfully fidgeted. I like the new way better. Her answer hit Leon right in his proud dad heart. I knew it. Everyone definitely prefers calling her mom anyway. Hearing that, startled by Leon's giddy reaction, Noah's cheeks flared a bright crimson. A sudden rush of warm fatherly love began melting her tiny heart. But in a flash, the tsundere defenses kicked right back in. She puffed her cheeks with her usual stubborn pout. Hugging the massive Dragon Tribe encyclopedia, she bolted toward her room. When are we starting our lessons, Daddy? Hurry up! Hey, wait for me! Leon scrambled after her through the grand halls of the Silver Dragon Temple. Late that night in the children's study room, Leon was burning the midnight oil, grinding through ancient textbooks to craft the perfect lesson plan. Right on cue, Rose strolled in, crossing her arms with an imposing aura. Hey, it is way past your bedtime. Why are you still awake? Leon cleared his throat, activating his cool guy voice. Our little Noah is a literal genius. Her absorption rate is off the charts, so these basic teaching methods just will not cut it anymore. I am synthesizing core concepts into a custom mock exam. Staying up all night, crafting this master lesson plan is the only way. Noah is incredibly brilliant. Thank you for giving me such a prodigy of a daughter. I am 100% confident I can get her to pass this test within a single month. Rose let out a smug scoff. Well, obviously. After all, the kid gets her supreme intellect from me. Hold your horses. Leon puffed his chest, his ego slightly bruised. Do not be so sure. He proudly tapped his heart to flex his own epic resume. For the record, I graduated top of my class from the elite Dragon Slayer Genius Academy, sweeping first place in both combat and theory every single year. Snagging the highest tier scholarships was basically a walk in the park. Suddenly, Leon leaned in, locking eyes with Rose. And what about Her Majesty the Queen? Got any academic achievements to show off? Well, Rose completely choked, words failing her. She definitely did not expect this meathead to be a secret valedictorian. Up until now, she assumed he was just a battle-crazed warrior, but with her massive pride, Rose would rather bite her tongue than praise him to his face. Recovering her composure, she flashed a devilish smirk. Oh, a genius, you say? Then how did such a prodigy end up as my miserable prisoner? Critical hit! That savage comeback shattered Leon's pride. Damn it all, I literally only lost to you that one single time. He sulked in the corner, drawing gloomy circles on the floor. One tragic misstep leads to eternal doom. A majestic tiger, bullied by a merciless dragon. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Rose just giggled, hiding her victorious smirk. More like a tiger being ridden by a dragon, no? Suddenly, her golden eyes zeroed in on a plate of yellow peppers. What on earth are you doing with those? Leon blinked, snapping back to reality. Oh, these little guys? He casually picked one up, grabbed them from the kitchen as a late-night study snack to stay awake. Crunch. He casually bit into the pepper. Rose gasped in sheer panic. Idiot! Stop! Those are extreme Dragon Tribe fire peppers. A fragile human like you cannot possibly handle that level of heat. Too late! Leon's face instantly mutated into a blazing tomato. He unleashed a literal fire breath jutsu. Hot. So hot. My soul is burning. Water! Where is the damn water? There is no water in here. Leon scrambled around the nursery like a headless chicken, desperate to extinguish the inferno in his mouth. Watching this chaotic circus, Rose facepalmed in utter disbelief. Without thinking, she grabbed Leon's cheeks with both hands, forcing his erratic gaze onto her. The sudden proximity made Leon's fiery, tear-soaked face flush an even deeper shade of cherry red. Caught off guard by her own boldness, Rose awkwardly averted her eyes. Just stay still. My hands are naturally freezing. It will cool you down. Her slender fingers radiated a blissful, icy chill. It was not a harsh, freezing frost, but an incredibly gentle, soothing wave of absolute relief. Leon melted into the touch, totally captivated by the magical sensation. Seconds later, the hellfire in his mouth vanished. Thanks? Rose snatched her hands back in a flash. The silence in the room suddenly grew deafeningly loud, the awkward romantic tension spiking right through the roof. Finally, Rose spun around, storming off with her signature haughty flair. Go to sleep soon, idiot, and lay off the spicy food. If you burn your tongue off, you will have to teach Noah using sign language. Leon frantically waved his hands. Yes, ma'am. Message received loud and clear. Watching her elegant silhouette vanish down the hall, a wildly dangerous thought crept into Leon's mind. Man, I really wish she would touch my face again. Wait, no! He violently shook his head, a cold sweat breaking the illusion. Get a grip, man! This is the exact same devious dragon who trapped you here, drains your energy like a parasite, and completely dominates you in every single way. Just entertaining the thought is absolute madness. Grumbling to himself to shake off the weird vibes, Leon stomped back to his desk. He needed a hardcore stamina buff to challenge Rose again. Time to consult the ancient alchemy texts. Let us see. Crimson dragon fruit? No, that just regulates blood pressure. Phantom lotus grass? Good for digestion. Topical healing salves? Nope, not it. Wait, suddenly, an epic elixir named Dragon Super Vitality caught his desperate eye. Effects: a top-tier legendary tonic. Perfectly balances yin and yang, restores immense vitality, and explosively boosts physical stamina. Ingredients: 50 grams of black snake bone, heavenly orchid timber, and peacock berries. Leon's eyes practically sparkled with newfound hope. Oh yeah, this is exactly what I need. Fast forward to the break of dawn. As the golden morning rays pierced through the grand windows, Leon proudly stamped the final grade on Noah's exam paper. He grinned brightly. All right, Noah, I just finished grading your very first test. The max score is 100 points. Go ahead and guess what you got. 50, Noah replied with a perfectly straight face. Leon beamed, proudly flashing her test paper. 62 points. You actually beat your own prediction. But instead of celebrating, the little girl clenched her tiny fists. A storm of pouty frustration brewed in her eyes. Leon blinked in pure surprise. This completely changed his view of her. Who knew this pint-sized dragon had such absolutely legendary standards for herself? She should be running around causing chaos like Moan. Instead, she was out here practically begging for extra homework. Reading the heavy pressure she put on herself, he gently patted her head. Hey, snagging a 62 on your very first try is a massive victory. At your age, most young dragons cannot even read, let alone tackle exams this brutal. You did incredibly well. A tiny blush crept up Noah's cheeks as she whispered, "Thank you." Then, all business again. "Now, let us review my mistakes. You got it, kiddo." Suddenly, a violent coughing fit seized him. "Hold on a second, Noah," he wheezed, grabbing his burning throat as if he had swallowed molten lava. This was the absolute worst karma. Binge-eating fire-spitting chilies last night to stay awake was finally taking its painful toll. Watching him suffer, Noah instantly recalled what Rose had casually mentioned that morning. "Your dad stayed up all night drafting your study plan. That goofy idiot might look like a total slacker, but he is actually a certified academic genius." To fight off sleep, he chewed on ultra-spicy golden dragon peppers. It would be a miracle if his throat survived that. Fidgeting slightly, Noah dug into her pocket and shoved a tin of premium dragon throat drops toward him. Leon stared at the tiny tin, utterly dumbfounded, before gently taking it. "Is this for me?" he asked. Looking away with peak tsundere energy, she muttered, "No, Mom bought them. Definitely not me." Knowing exactly who the real sender was, a warm smile spread across his face. "Well then, please tell Mom I said thank you." She was a perfect copy of Rose. An absolute ice princess on the outside, but hopelessly awkward at showing her true affections. Popping a soothing drop into his mouth, his vocal cords came back to life, and the tutoring session resumed with fiery passion. Noah sat by his side, absorbing every word like a sponge. And just like that, the invisible wall standing between this clumsy father and his genius daughter crumbled just a little bit more. The real truth behind his exhaustion? He had recently stumbled upon an ancient medical text detailing a legendary power-up potion called Dragon Vigor. He had practically locked himself inside the Silver Dragon Temple kitchen for an entire day. Right on cue, two maids struggled through the door, carrying a mountain of ingredients. "Your Highness, the medicinal herbs you requested have arrived." Leon confidently waved them toward an empty counter. "Perfect. Dump them all right there." Like a true mastermind, he had purposely ordered dozens of useless decoy herbs to completely hide his actual recipe. Stroking his chin in deep thought, he analyzed the setup. The raw materials for Dragon Vigor were honestly laughably common, and at first glance, the brewing procedure looked like absolute child's play. So why did the manual claim that even the most godly dragon alchemists faced an embarrassingly low success rate with this brew? Well, a minor detail like that could never stop a certified genius like him. He aggressively crushed the herbs, mixed them flawlessly, and boiled the cauldron with pinpoint mathematical precision. Moving with the effortless swagger of a master chef, he was absolutely convinced he would nail this on his very first attempt. Fast forward a few agonizing hours, the table was littered with glowing, rainbow-colored bottles of pure, undeniable failure. Leon aggressively pulled his own hair in defeat. Okay, maybe this was slightly harder than making instant noodles. He held up a bubbling purple flask to analyze his misery. He had followed the ancient text letter by letter, yet every single batch completely exploded at the exact same stage, the final purification. The recorded high-heat extraction method demanded temperatures that practically rivaled the surface of the sun. But if the flame went a degree too hot, the magic died. A degree too cold, and the impurities stayed. His wrists were screaming in absolute agony. He closed his eyes and vigorously shook the flask again, finally accepting reality. Manual labor was utterly useless without professional alchemy gear. He was hitting a massive wall, but then, the wisdom of his old master echoed in his mind. If the front door is locked, kick down the back door. Was there some crazy, out-of-the-box trick to blast away these stubborn impurities? Right at the peak of his frustration, a blinding flash of lightning tore across the sky. He stared out the window as thunder rattled the glass. A massive storm was rolling in. He moved to shut the window, muttering to himself, lightning, thunder, sparks. Suddenly, an absolute lightbulb moment struck him like a physical blow. Electricity. His crazy old alchemy professor once mentioned that electropurification had ridiculously higher success rates than traditional fire. Fired up with pure manic energy, he practically teleported back to his workbench. The game was totally back on. I can hijack the process using the lightning element. The stuffy old books never mentioned it, but thunder magic is literally my bread and butter. His mana reserves were still recovering, but for a delicate micro-operation like this, more than enough. 30 intense minutes later. Bingo! The potion stabilized. He had actually done it. The legendary Dragon Vigor pill was complete. He quickly stashed the glowing treasure away, practically vibrating with triumphant joy. Ha! Who knew crafting supreme dragon artifacts was this much of a total breeze? He gloated to the empty room. Right on cue, little Mound poked his head through the door, his eyes wide with sparkling curiosity. "Papa, what are you playing with?" Leon froze, momentarily stunned by the sheer, overwhelming cuteness. Oh my goodness, Mound. But then, sheer terror washed over the alchemist. How on earth did this tiny toddler sneak past all his magical defenses without making a single sound? Leon frantically patted the little girl's head, trying to play it cool. Mun's eyes sparkled with innocent curiosity. Daddy, is that candy in your hand? Let me have some. Sweating bullets at the small box, Leon panicked and blurted out a massive lie. No, sweetheart, this is special medicine for Mommy. Mun tilted her head, completely shocked. Medicine for Mommy? Is Mommy feeling sick? Seeing her adorable face drop, Leon quickly rubbed her hair to soothe her. No, Mommy is just a little tired lately, so I made her some vitamins. Do not worry, but the hilarious truth? That super pill was actually meant for himself. He swiftly shoved the stash into his pocket before his cover was blown. Mun instantly crossed her arms, acting exactly like a bossy little grandmother. Well, then you better take good care of Mommy. Yeah, of course. That is my duty as a husband, he agreed smoothly. But deep down in his chaotic mind, Leon was already plotting his epic revenge. The moment his body fully recovered, he was absolutely going to serve that arrogant silver dragon queen a massive slice of humble pie. Outside the window, a heavy rainstorm started pouring down relentlessly. Honestly, it was the absolute perfect weather to just snuggle under the blankets and snooze. Yet our guy Leon was tossing and turning. He had successfully crafted the Dragon Vigor pill, but there was one tiny catch. This hardcore supplement was strictly meant for actual dragons. Would a fragile human body explode if he gobbled it down? What if there were weird side effects? Yeah, maybe playing it safe and hiding the stash was the smartest move for now. While Leon was still second-guessing his life choices, a sudden knock echoed through the room. He frantically jammed the pill under his pillow, jumping up like a startled cat. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Rose casually strolled inside. She flashed a knowing smirk and completely dropped the bomb on him. Little Mun just told me you made me some special medicine that looks like chocolate candy to nourish my body. Leon mentally facepalmed. He never expected his own daughter to snitch on him with supersonic speed. Closing the distance with a suspiciously gentle smile, Rose chuckled softly. Hey, do not be so nervous. I am not here to interrogate you. I am actually just super curious how you managed to practice alchemy in such a dump with zero proper tools. She extended her elegant hand, waiting expectantly. So, what exactly did you brew up? Let me see the goods. Sweating nervously, Leon admitted defeat and hopelessly pulled the Dragon Vigor pill from under his pillow. Because, let us be real here, if he dared to say no, this crazy dragon lady would absolutely use brute force to snatch it anyway. Rose picked up the tiny pill, inspecting it like a diamond appraiser, before smiling in genuine surprise. Not bad at all. Crafting a high-tier Dragon Vigor pill with such premium quality in this trashy room? You truly are a genius, Leon. Then she added playfully, her eyes twinkling with teasing mischief. What is the human saying again? Brains and brawn in one perfect package. Hearing that compliment, Leon froze like a malfunctioning robot. Wait, the notoriously sarcastic queen was not roasting him to a crisp? This sudden niceness felt incredibly weird and suspicious. Suddenly, Rose snapped the little box shut and gave him a stern warning. You can keep your toy, but absolutely do not eat it right now. With a casual flick, she tossed the overpowered pill straight back to Leon. Catching it awkwardly, he blinked in total confusion. Wait, why not? Crossing her arms like a strict teacher, Rose explained that the Dragon Vigor pill is an extreme supplement made solely for dragons. The raw magical potency would literally obliterate a flimsy human body. Leon raised an eyebrow, his stubborn pride kicking in. Is this little candy really that dangerous? Rose's tone instantly shifted to dead serious. I am warning you out of pure kindness, idiot. As a mere human, your fragile vessels will shatter under that monstrous energy. Feeling utterly insulted and completely underestimated, Leon scowled and pinched the pill between his fingers. Dragon energy? So what? Do you have any idea how many legendary dragon kings I have completely wrecked? You really think one puny little pill is going to take me out? Rose, do not you dare look down on me. And with the ultimate display of absolute stupidity, he tossed the glowing pill right into his mouth and gulped it down. Courage is the glorious anthem of mankind, he declared proudly. Leon, you absolute moron, Rose screamed, rushing forward to stop him. But it was too late. He swallowed it way too fast. The very next second, karma hit him like a freight train. His stomach literally felt like a raging volcano. Leon instantly folded in half, clutching his gut as he crashed to his knees. A terrifying, boiling heat skyrocketed through his entire body, tearing him apart from the inside. Standing right beside him, Rose was completely panicking, flapping her hands around in a total frenzy. You utter fool! You know I suck at healing magic! Seeing Leon aggressively biting his lip to hold back his pathetic screams, she hurriedly placed her hands on his waist. She pumped her gentle, icy mana into his scorching body, desperately trying to cool down the rampaging drug. Hey, how are you feeling now? Speak to me. Out of nowhere, Leon's trembling hand violently clamped around Rose's wrist, making her jump out of her skin. Hey, stop squirming, she yelled. But right at that moment, wild, crackling blue lightning began erupting violently from Leon's entire body. He was forcing a recovery, but in the most absolutely insane way possible. Watch closely, Silver Dragon Queen. This right here is the indomitable courage and sheer absolute willpower of humanity. Outside the window, the stormy rain continued to hammer down relentlessly. Meanwhile, inside, the disastrous effects of the Dragon Vigor pill were fully kicking in and tearing up his insides. Gripping Rose's wrist like a vice, he stared intensely straight into her panicked eyes. Behold, the sheer reckless bravery of mankind. A blinding flash of blue lightning blasted directly from his own hand straight into his chest. The extreme shockwave forced a horrific, painful groan right out of Leon's mouth. Rose stared in pure, unadulterated horror. Was this lunatic seriously striking his own internal organs with high-voltage thunder magic? What on earth was this psycho trying to prove? But just a few chaotic seconds later, the wild, crackling electrical aura around Leon finally fizzled out. Completely drained of energy, his body simply gave up and collapsed forward like a wet noodle. Leon! Rose scrambled to catch his heavy body. She dragged him over to the bed, sighing in absolute defeat. What an absolute madman, she muttered helplessly. Just stay right here, you idiot. I'm going to grab the royal physician to save your stubborn life. But the moment she turned her back to leave, Leon's groggy eyes slowly fluttered open. His hand shot out in the dark, completely paralyzing the queen. He had actually just grabbed a hold of her super-sensitive dragon tail. Whipping her head around, she found Leon with a ridiculously flushed face, hazy, unfocused eyes, and the goofiest, dumbest grin plastered across his face. What the heck is wrong with you now? Before she could even finish her sentence, Leon bear-hugged her scaly tail, shamelessly nuzzling his cheek against it like a giant toddler. Wifey, where are you trying to sneak off to? Hearing those dangerously sweet, cringe-worthy words, Rose's face exploded into a massive blush. Who the heck is your wifey, you creep? Let go of my tail right now, she shrieked. She frantically tried to shove his stupid face away, but it was completely useless. Leon stubbornly clung on for dear life like an overly attached koala. Nope, I am never letting go. I will not let my darling wifey run away from me. Wifey, oh, sweet wifey. Staring down at his utterly punchable, clingy state, Rose turned her head away, her mind spinning with absolute confusion. The Dragon Vigor pill was purely designed to boost physical stamina. There was absolutely no way it could turn someone's brain into this level of romantic mush. Did that lightning magic mutate the potion's effects? Looking at his currently goofy state, at least his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, Leon kept nuzzling against her, chanting wifey over and over. Rose let out a helpless sigh and sat beside him. All right, I am right here. What do you want? He instantly turned on the charm. Wifey, sweet wifey, I want a second baby. Rose froze completely at the sudden demand. After processing the shock, she snapped. You cannot even take care of our current kids, and you want another one? Keep dreaming, idiot. Leon immediately threw a rolling tantrum on the floor, tightly hugging her dragon tail to beg. But I want it. I really want it. Please, wifey. Rose covered her face with an exhausted sigh. To avoid further headaches, she decided to just play along for now. Fine. Whatever. We will not just have a second child. We can have a third. Or even a fourth. Leon's eyes sparkled as he jumped in. Then you have to come back to my hometown with me. Yes, we will go once things settle down, okay? Hooray. Hearing that promise, Leon happily released his grip on her tail. Watching his childish behavior, Rose realized his clingy mode was somehow even more annoying than his usual self. Leon puckered his lips and leaned in for a smooch. My wifey is the absolute best. Moi. Rose quickly raised her hand, shoving his face away in pure panic. Stop right there! Do not use this as an excuse to get handy, she thought to herself in absolute frustration. When would this stupid potion wear off? This massive idiot. During their little struggle, Rose accidentally swung her fist right into Leon's face. He let out a painful groan and collapsed. Oh, crap. She lost her temper and hit him too hard. But seeing him clutch his chest in agony, her panic shifted into genuine worry. Hey, are you all right? Leon was trembling and panting heavily, forcing his words through gritted teeth. Wifey, why do I feel so hot inside? Right at that moment, Rose noticed the dragon crest on his chest glowing furiously. She hurriedly pulled Leon closer. As he ripped his shirt open to check, the radiant light of the dragon crest was intensifying by the second. Why was the dragon crest activating now of all times? Before Rose could even process the situation, Leon completely pinned her against the bed. Panic finally set into her eyes. Leon, you bastard! What do you think you are doing? Leon intertwined his fingers tightly with hers. His voice was desperate. I really cannot take it, wifey. My whole body is burning up, and my chest feels like it is on fire. With those heated words, he closed the distance between them even further. Pinned beneath him, Rose finally realized the truth. The lightning magic had supercharged the dragon crest, pushing his primal instincts into absolute overdrive. My wifey's tail smells so incredibly sweet. I love your tail the most. Leon lifted Rose's delicate tail, leaning in close to take a deep breath. His husky whispers sent a massive wave of embarrassment and fluster right through her. If this continues, he is going to devour me again. No way. Rose gathered every ounce of her remaining strength to push Leon away. My tail drags on the floor all day. Are you not disgusted biting it? Get off of me right now. However, Leon simply placed a gentle index finger over her trembling lips. His gaze deepened with an intense, magnetic charm as his low voice echoed. Rose, you look absolutely breathtaking tonight. She tried to snap back, but the words completely died in her throat. What on earth was happening? The man hovering above her was no longer the goofy idiot from moments ago. He had transformed into a fiercely passionate, utterly irresistible alpha. It was so overwhelming that she subconsciously found herself anticipating his next move. Her heart started pounding like crazy. A deep shade of crimson rapidly spread across her delicate cheeks. Leon's gaze grew dangerously intoxicating. He whispered softly against her ear, "Wifey, are you going to help me out? Fine, but only for tonight." Rose fluttered her eyes closed. With a gaze full of enchanting surrender, she finally relaxed her body and gave in to Leon's burning desires. After the majestic Silver Dragon Queen agreed to give Leon a second child, the two shared an unforgettable night of absolute ecstasy. The next morning arrived with clear skies and warm, golden sunlight spilling into the room. Leon slowly regained consciousness, his body aching from pure exhaustion. He was startled to find Rose lying right next to him, resting gracefully on his pillow. Her proudly beautiful face stared directly at Leon's completely clueless expression. Then, she broke the silence. Finally awake, are we? Leon jumped out of his skin and shot up from the bed. Hey, why are you in here? Because he sat up so violently. A sharp wave of pain shot through his entire body. For some inexplicable reason, Leon's memory was completely fragmented. He had zero recollection of the wild events that went down last night. Rose elegantly stepped onto the floor, her delicate eyebrows arching up in amusement. Did you forget everything? Well, that is truly unfortunate for you. Oh, mighty dragon slayer. When Leon's gaze swept over Rose's flawless skin, he spotted a ridiculous amount of bright red love bites. He froze instantly. Wait, did I leave all those marks? Right at that very second, the spicy memories of last night came crashing back into his brain. Hugging her tail, throwing a tantrum, sweetly calling her wifey, Leon clutched his head in absolute despair. Ah, no way, Rose flashed a devilishly wicked smile. Ah, so you finally remembered? Last night, you just kept begging me to stay with you. Wifey, please, can we do it just one more time? Wifey, I am burning up inside. Please help me out. Just this once. I swear it is the last time. I really cannot hold back anymore. Please, save me. She flawlessly mimicked Leon's pathetic tone and desperate facial expressions from the night before. Leon frantically waved his hands to make her stop. Okay, enough. You do not need to repeat it. I remember everything clearly now. He panicked and scrambled to put his clothes back on. Originally, he only took the Dragon Vigor potion to boost his physical strength and maybe teach Rose a little lesson. Who knew the potion's effects would be that insanely potent? But thinking back on his performance, Leon fixed his posture and actually looked a bit smug. I will admit, I went a little overboard last night. I did not hurt you too much, did I? It was fine, I suppose. Rose replied, completely unbothered as she adjusted her elegant robes. Leon confidently crossed his arms, pushing his arrogant luck even further. Now you finally know how incredible my stamina really is, right? Next time, do not you dare say I lack the energy. Suddenly, Rose's eyes darkened dangerously. She slowly took a step towards the clueless Leon. Brain.exe has completely stopped working. Before our guy could even process the situation, Rose went in for the kill. A sharp chin grab, followed by that absolute, mesmerizing silver dragon gaze. Her verdict dropped like a heavy bomb. Your little performance last night? Extremely satisfactory. I expect you to maintain this exact level of stamina moving forward. Cue the internal screaming. Leon blinked in pure disbelief. Hold up, since when did I get demoted to premium customer service? Shifting gears, Rose gracefully took a seat at the edge of the bed. Oh, right, about that little betting game regarding our titles. A rare, suspiciously cute blush painted her cheeks as she suddenly struggled to find her words. You actually won. So, what is your grand demand? That fast? Leon awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Oh, that. Actually, yeah, I do have something in mind. I need you to dispatch someone to the Empire, just to check if my master and his wife are still breathing. Rose rested her chin on her hand, going into full tactical thinking mode. Sneaky espionage really is not the Silver Dragon tribe's strong suit, but if it is merely a wellness check, consider it done. Stars practically exploded in Leon's eyes. For real. But wait, gotta maintain the cool guy aura. He quickly let out 2 fake coughs, desperately slapping on a deadpan expression. I will leave it in your capable hands then. Fast forward a bit, and our hero was currently dragging his feet through the ridiculously aesthetic, flower-scented gardens of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. He flopped onto a bench like a deflated balloon. Right next to him, little Mun was happily wagging her tail, completely absorbed in her drawing practice. Catching his zombie-like complexion, the little girl tilted her head in pure panic. Papa, are you dying? Leon immediately plastered on a fatherly smile. Not at all, sweetie. What gave you that crazy idea? Mun planted her tiny hands on her hips, looking ridiculously proud. Heh, Mommy told me everything. You chugged that weird potion all by yourself, and real men never admit they are sick. Critical hit to Leon's pride. He wanted the ground to swallow him whole. That sneaky female dragon actually gossiped about that to a literal toddler? Taking his horrified silence as a yes, Mun kept firing questions. Are you still broken, Papa? Was the potion totally useless? Or did you just not drink enough of it? Leon let out the most pained chuckle in existence. Any more questions, and his dignity would be vaporized. Suddenly, Mun noticed a tiny drop of blood on his lip. Total panic mode activated. She launched herself at him in a death hug. Papa, you cannot leave me! Please do not pass away, she wailed dramatically. Sweating bullets, Leon furiously patted her head. I promise I am not crossing into the afterlife. I am perfectly healthy. Seriously, the apple did not fall far from the dragon tree. Her verbal critical strikes showed zero mercy. She inherited that terrifying trait straight from her mother. Emergency subject change. Hey, how about Papa crafts a brand new toy just for you today? Instantly, the little girl's eyes sparkled like literal diamonds. A new toy? Mun loves toys the most. A short crafting montage later, Leon victoriously presented a perfectly carved, miniature Rubik's Cube to his eager audience. Ta-da! Behold, the legendary Rubik's Cube. You can twist and turn these blocks however you want. Give it a spin. Yes, sir. Back in his academy days, he had slaved over basic interlocking gear mechanics in his alchemy class. Who knew that torturous homework would become the ultimate babysitting cheat code? Was he secretly a childcare prodigy all along? But right in the middle of his ego boost, the unmistakable heavy stare of a dragon prickled the back of his neck. He whipped around, fully expecting Rose to be creeping on them, but nothing was there. Noticing his paranoia, Mun tilted her head. Papa, did you see a ghost? He brushed it off with a nervous laugh. Nope, absolutely nothing. Then it clicked. That specific corner of the yard? That was definitely Noah's personal workout territory. Knowing his edgy stepdaughter would rather eat dirt than voluntarily join a family crafting session, Leon smirked and started carving a second puzzle cube. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, Noah slipped into her room to find Mun totally knocked out, but sitting right by the bed, a custom-made puzzle block. Slipped underneath was a note, exclusive loot drop for Noah. The quest details were simple. Try to twist this mess back into its original pattern. Good luck. Noah picked up the wooden block, her tsundere levels reaching maximum capacity. What an absolute idiot. As if a fierce warrior like me cares about baby toys. Yet, her hands betrayed her. She gave it a couple of test spins. Click, clack. The satisfying mechanical sounds echoed in the quiet room. Her tough girl facade crumbled into a tiny blush. Whatever. Thanks, Dad. The next morning, Mun activated her radar. Her big sister had been acting incredibly sus lately. She kept stuffing secret loot into a mysterious box under her bed. With the target out of the room, Mun threw on her imaginary detective hat. Sherlock Mun was officially on the case. Target acquired. Inside the stash lay the puzzle cube, a piece of dark battle armor, and that personalized sticky note. Wait a minute. Her tiny brain processed the clues. This is totally a Papa fan club shrine. Mun struck a dramatic pose, grinning like a mastermind who just cracked the century's biggest conspiracy. There is only one ultimate truth. The truth is, Big Sister actually completely. But before the bombshell dropped, a terrifying shadow loomed behind her. Ninja Noah struck. A hand clamped over Mun's mouth, and she was instantly hogtied with combat bandages. Snatching back her precious loot box, Noah glared down with absolute zero chill. Snoopers get eliminated. Meanwhile, in a desperate attempt to prove they were a totally normal, well-adjusted dragon family, the Silver Dragon Queen commanded an ultimate family vacation. The mission? Travel to the legendary Cloud City and take painfully staged family portraits. Why? Because Noah was about to enroll in the insanely elite Dragon Academy, and those stuck-up admissions officers gave massive bonus points for domestic harmony. So, after a casual 2.5-hour flight on the back of the literal Dragon Queen, they touched down in Cloud City. Rose landed with majestic grace. Leon hopped off first, turning around and opening his arms like the ultimate reliable dad. Easy now, let Papa catch you. But Mun totally ignored the safety protocol, her eyes shining. Papa, why didn't you transform into a giant lizard for the flight? I wanted to ride on your back too. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Leon's smile froze completely. His soul practically left his physical body. Oh, my sweet, innocent child. Your father is a literal master at slaying dragons, but becoming one? Noah crossed her arms, dropping a critical sneer. Do not tell me you are completely incapable of transforming. Sweating pure bullets, Leon shot a desperate SOS glare toward Rose. Catching his hilarious panic, Rose just smiled like an absolute saint. Your father's physical vessel has not fully regenerated yet. Therefore, unlocking his great dragon form is temporarily on cooldown. Once his HP is back to maximum, he will definitely show off his true form. Okay? Mun pouted in defeat, though her tiny face still screamed anxiety. Then you better chug some more health potions, Papa. Get well soon. Leon offered a weak, highly traumatized chuckle. Papa will do his absolute best, kiddo. Hand in hand, the makeshift family finally stepped into the legendary Cloud City. As they crossed the massive gates, they officially entered the dragon tribe's grand metropolis, surrounded by a sea of majestic, tail-swishing residents. Little Mun dashed ahead with boundless energy. Wow, look at all the dragons, Sister Noah. Meanwhile, the ever-stoic Noah gently reminded her, slow down, do not run too fast. Leon and Rose trailed closely behind like proper parents, but suddenly, Leon froze in his tracks, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Rose glanced at him, leaning in with a teasing smirk. What is wrong? Are you actually scared? Leon's lips curled into a manic grin. Scared? I am trembling with absolute excitement. Can you not see it? He pointed feverishly at the bustling dragon citizens. Look, first-class bounty, first-class bounty. Ooh, a second-class bounty. This entire street is paved with walking paychecks. If I bag this whole block, I'm going to be filthy rich. Swept up in his hunter instincts, Leon spun around with stars in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Just imagine the mountain of gold I would get for this haul. Rose violently facepalmed, letting out a heavy sigh. His absolute menace of an occupational disease was acting up again. Before long, the chaotic family arrived at the elite photography studio. As the grand doors swung open, a middle-aged female photographer with glasses and her staff bowed deeply. Welcome to our humble establishment. It is our utmost honor to serve the Silver Dragon Queen and her illustrious family today. The VIP treatment began as they were guided to the wardrobe section. The two little princesses, Mun and Noah, stared in absolute awe at the stunning art portraits lining the walls. Sister, look, there are so many pretty dragon pictures. Watching this, Leon leaned in and whispered slyly into Rose's ear. Hey, aren't you supposed to be the almighty Silver Dragon Queen? Why do you have to drag yourself here in person just for some pictures? Rose crossed her arms, rolling her eyes as she explained the lore. The Dragon King's absolute authority only applied to their specific clan. The diverse residents of Cloud City were essentially free agents. Leon immediately seized the chance to roast her. Wow, so the Great Queen's status is actually pretty low around here, huh? Smack! Before he could even finish, her golden high heel ruthlessly crushed his foot. Leon hopped around, clutching his foot in pure agony. Rose merely scoffed and strutted forward. At least my status is still higher than yours, you absolute idiot. The master photographer, Selena, smiled warmly at the bickering duo. Capturing a family portrait for the Silver Dragon Queen is the absolute pinnacle of our little studio's achievements. Rose replied with graceful humility. Everyone in the Dragon Tribe knows that Madame Selena's photography skills are truly unmatched. Honestly, managing to book a session with you is our family's great fortune. Selena then tilted her head, her eyes gleaming with professional curiosity. My queen, what about your husband's tail? Rose panicked internally but smoothly lied. Oh, he just hates showing it off. Playing along with the cover story, Rose firmly instructed Selena to prepare a tailless suit for Leon. But let us rewind a bit, before they even set foot in Cloud City. Rose had desperately tried to force a fake dragon tail onto Leon's backside, but the moment she pulled that embarrassing prop out, Leon rejected it with absolute prejudice. No freaking way. I would rather die 1,000 times than wear that ridiculous thing. This is a matter of absolute life and death for my pride as a professional dragon hunter. Back to the present. Armed with years of eccentric client experience, Selena did not even blink. After all, she had seen plenty of rebellious dragons who hated flaunting their tails. Gesturing gracefully toward a massive, luxurious fitting room, Selena smiled. Your Majesty, please step right this way to try on your majestic garments. Mun practically launched herself into the air, raising her little hand high. Me too! Mun wants to wear the prettiest princess dress in the whole world. Flash forward. The two little princesses stepped out, glowing in dazzling, contrasting evening gowns that made them look absolutely magical. And then, Leon made his grand entrance in a perfectly tailored, tailless white suit. With his hair styled to sleek perfection, the usually rugged hunter transformed into an incredibly dashing gentleman. Mun's eyes turned into giant stars as she cheered. Wow, Papa looks so incredibly handsome. Even the professional Selena found herself nodding in pure admiration. Sir, this outfit was practically made for you. You must have broken countless hearts in your younger days, right? Leon chuckled awkwardly. Really? To be honest, the last time I wore a suit this formal was back at my graduation ceremony. Snapping back to his proud dad mode, Leon turned to his eldest daughter with a beaming smile. Noah, what do you think? Does your old man look cool? The usually stoic girl blushed violently, looking away as she stuttered. It looks pretty good. Leon's heart melted completely. He walked over and gently patted both of their heads. Your dresses are absolutely adorable too, my perfect little princesses. Right on cue, the fitting room curtains swept open. Rose stepped into the light, donning a breathtaking, off-the-shoulder gown of sparkling deep purple. She looked utterly devastating. Mun gasped, her eyes shining brighter than diamonds. Mama is so gorgeous. She looks exactly like a real goddess. Leon was hit by a critical strike. He stood frozen, staring at her captivating beauty like a total idiot. What the heck is this feeling? Catching his completely dumbfounded expression, Leon turned bright red and nervously scratched his head. Ahem, it is nothing. I just wanted to say that the dress suits you perfectly. Rose was equally struck by his wildly handsome, rugged charm, but her immense pride refused to let her admit it. Instead, she clicked her tongue and teased, "It is a shame. You would look a million times better if you actually had a tail." Leon instantly gritted his teeth, violently turning his head away. "In your dreams, lady. I am never attaching that stupid thing to my body." Just as the romantic tension hit peak awkwardness, Mun enthusiastically waved them over. "Mama, Papa, hurry up. The photo shoot is starting right now." Having perfectly calibrated the massive camera, Selena clapped her hands with polite professionalism. "All right, let us begin the family portraits. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please step closer to each other to capture that intimate spark." "No freaking way." Both Leon and Rose screamed internally, their hearts pounded with sheer awkwardness as they stiffly shuffled closer, still stubbornly maintaining a tiny gap of personal space. "All right, big smiles, everyone. 3, 2, 1, click." Guided by Selena's masterful directions, the impossibly awkward duo somehow produced stunningly intimate family portraits. Mun was overflowing with pure joy today. She practically tackled her big sister into a massive hug for their adorable duo shot. As for the fake married couple, Leon and Rose forced themselves to look lovey-dovey. They even did the trendy couple's pose, forming a perfect heart with her tail in his hand, locking eyes in a shot that screamed pure romance. Wrapping up the session, Selena gushed about how they gave off the ultimate perfect couple energy. And just like that, the chaotic yet incredibly heartwarming photo shoot came to a beautiful close. With the legendary family portraits officially in the bag, the crew packed up their things with satisfied smiles. Selena cheerfully informed them that the magical printing process would take roughly 6 hours. To kill time, Your Majesty and your lovely family can enjoy a wonderful tour around our magnificent Cloud City. While waiting for their magical portraits, the makeshift family waved goodbye to Selena and hit the city streets. The two little dragon girls darted ahead, hand in hand like a tiny hurricane. Mun tugged excitedly at Noah's sleeve. Big sis! Let us go check out that stall over there!" Meanwhile, Leon and Rose trailed behind, playing the role of exhausted parents perfectly. Leon chuckled inwardly. Who would have ever thought he would be casually strolling down the street with a terrifying female dragon? Talk about a bizarre plot twist. But the tsundere dragon simply crossed her arms and huffed. "Do not get the wrong idea, human. We are just maintaining our fake family image." Plus, Noah had been stressing over the upcoming entrance exam. Both Leon and the kid had been grinding nonstop for an entire month. Taking a little breathing room to relax honestly was not the worst idea in the world. Suddenly, the tiny duo slammed the brakes in front of a balloon stall. Mun's eyes sparkled like massive galaxies as she locked onto a pair of ridiculously cute teddy bears. Knowing her little sister was absolutely obsessed with plushies, Noah bravely stepped up to the plate. She grabbed the toy gun and pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Bang! Bang! The sudden noise made Leon and Rose jump out of their skin, but despite the fierce barrage of magic bullets, absolute zero balloons were popped. What a tragic display. Mun's little face completely crumbled in utter defeat. The greedy stall owner was doing a wicked victory dance in his head, but slapped on a fake, sympathetic smile. "Oh, what a shame, little tyke. Just buy a few more rounds, and you will definitely hit it." Hearing this blatant scam, Leon casually strolled over, raising an eyebrow. So this fantasy world had carnival scams too, huh? Mun's face instantly lit up, crying out for her papa. Seeing Noah puffing her cheeks like an angry little pufferfish, Leon could only laugh helplessly. Haha, of course she missed. The ultimate rule of every single festival game in existence is that the odds are totally rigged, so the merchant gets filthy rich. Rose recalled seeing this exact same scam down in the human markets. She leaned in and delivered some dragon wisdom to the frustrated Noah. "Listen closely, kiddo. These cheap toys shoot condensed magic energy. It requires absolute microscopic precision and flawless mana control to actually hit anything. In other words, it is way too hard for a rookie like you." Completely humiliated, Noah aggressively shoved the toy weapon right into Leon's chest. Smelling fresh victims, the sly merchant immediately targeted the adults. "Care to test your luck? Mom and Dad, pop all the balloons with just 10 shots, and that premium bear set is all yours." Your adorable little girls are practically begging for it. What a classic villain move. Bait the innocent children first, then emotionally blackmail the parents into emptying their wallets. Instantly activating his ultimate warm daddy persona, Leon knelt down and looked the girls right in the eyes. "Tell me honestly, do you want those fluffy prizes?" Noah aggressively crossed her tiny arms and whipped her head away. "Not interested," she lied through her teeth. Mun, trying to be a good girl, swallowed her absolute heartbreak and mumbled quietly, Mun does not want them either." "Oh please," their stubborn mouths said no, but their giant, watery puppy dog eyes were practically screaming yes. That settled it. Leon boldly slammed his hand on the counter for 10 rounds, and then naturally stepped aside so Rose could pay the bill. The merchant grinned like a goblin who just struck gold. "Heh heh, best of luck, suckers." Rose blinked in total disbelief at her freeloader husband, but reluctantly coughed up the coins. After all, she was the one holding the family treasury. Leon weighed the cheap plastic weapon in his hand, testing its totally terrible balance. A nostalgic smirk crept across his face. Man, it has been ages since I wielded one of these. Not since my good old dragon hunting academy days. Bang! The very first shot flew completely off course, aggressively popping absolutely nothing but empty air. Standing safely behind the counter, the scammer merchant was practically holding his stomach to keep from laughing out loud at this absolute scrub. I totally tampered with the sights, buddy. Even a master sniper would fail my rigged game. But in the very next miraculous second, a brutal dose of reality sent the scammer's jaw straight to the floor. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 9 shots annihilated 9 balloons with terrifying godlike precision. Leon spun the toy gun around his finger like an action movie star, flashing a dangerously smug grin. Well, would you look at that? My luck is not half bad. That first shot was just to calibrate the terrible sights. Did not expect to completely wipe the board after that. The merchant's soul practically left his body. In all his years of scamming, he had never met such an absolute monster. How? How is this humanly possible? He screamed internally. Witnessing their fake dad's overpowered display of dominance, Noah and Mun erupted into wild, chaotic cheering. Papa is the absolute coolest. That was totally legendary. Even the icy dragon wife managed to spit out a rare compliment. Not totally pathetic, I suppose. Utterly defeated, the merchant shoved the prizes toward Leon, his fake smile trembling wildly. Truly magnificent shooting, sir. Please take your completely unearned rewards. Tears of blood were practically streaming down his face. He was mentally begging this sharpshooting demon to leave and never return. Thanks for the generosity, boss. Leon happily snatched up the loot and presented the fluffy treasures to his tiny cheering squad. Here you go, you little rascals. Mission accomplished. Mun and Noah squeezed the absolute stuffing out of their new toys. The sheer joy radiating from them was blinding. Thank you, Papa. You are the best. Standing on the sidelines, Rose had a sudden, terrifying realization. Sure, the guy was usually a lazy, unmotivated bum, but when he actually got serious, he radiated a dangerously attractive aura. For one brief, panic-inducing second, the almighty dragon's heart totally skipped a beat. But she snapped back to reality when she realized Leon was staring directly into her soul. Fast forward a bit, as the squad swaggered their way back to the magical photo studio, another dragon mom walked by. Her jaw dropped at the absolutely massive loot Rose was carrying. Mommy, I want a giant beast like that too. Wait, what? Rose blinked in total confusion, suddenly realizing she was currently death-gripping an absolutely gigantic premium stuffed bear. Plot twist. Noticing his tsundere wife was empty-handed, Leon had secretly doubled back and brutally cleared the game 10 more times. Haha. Did you all see the merchant's soul completely shatter at the end? Talk about ultimate street justice. Squeezing that greasy scammer for his top-tier prize was just too insanely satisfying for words. Still clinging to her pride, Rose completely scoffed. If I were the one in charge, I would have simply ordered the kids to ignore such foolish mortal child games. Leon instantly hit the interrupt button. Hey, the whole point of going out is to have ridiculous fun. What is wrong? Do you actually hate it? That was totally not my intention. Before she could unleash her dragon wrath, Leon pointed straight at the giant, fluffy beast. Come on, we made it all the way out here. Did you really think I would let you go home empty-handed? A critical hit to her tsundere defenses. Rose completely melted, burying her blushing face into the giant bear's head. Actual bears are highly terrible creatures, completely unworthy of being eaten. Their meat is ridiculously tough and absolutely flavorless. But I suppose as a fluffy cuddle pillow, this one is slightly acceptable. Blushing fiercely, she aggressively whipped her head away and speed-walked into the sunset. After dinner tonight, come find me in my room. It took a hot second for those words to register in Leon's brain. Wait, what? He shrieked, totally dumbfounded. Later that evening, after returning from the Cloud City, the 2 little dragon girls eagerly unwrapped their family photos from earlier. Moon wagged her tail excitedly. Mommy and Daddy look so perfect together. Meanwhile, Leon opened his own little package, only to find a mysterious card stuck to the back of their picture. Rose leaned in, her curiosity piqued. What is that? Let me see. Together, they read the cheesy inscription out loud. May the silver light forever shine in the eyes of your beloved. Instant tomato mode. Both of their faces flushed bright red as they leaped apart, fiercely denying the romantic implications in perfect unison. As if I would ever fall for him. As if I would ever fall for her. Rose snatched the photo with lightning speed. Obviously, this is a massive mistake. I will dispose of this immediately. Leon vigorously nodded along. Yeah, you do that. Throw it into the sun. But before he knew it, midnight had rolled around, and Leon suddenly remembered a certain dragon's midnight invitation. Gulp, being totally alone with a female dragon in the dead of night? Oh, something was definitely going down. His rational mind screamed at him to stay put. But let us be real. If he went, he would be a nervous wreck. But if he bailed, he would regret it for a whole week. Screw it, he muttered. Time to roll the dice with her. With his resolve steeled, he marched straight to her bedroom. But just as his knuckles hovered over the wood, he noticed the door was completely unlocked. He crept inside, scanning the empty living area. Not a single soul in sight. Must be early. She is probably washing up, he deduced. His eyes naturally drifted toward the frosted bathroom glass. Man, whoever installed this glass cheaped out, he grumbled internally. If only it was just a tiny bit more transparent, and it hit him like a ton of bricks. There was no escaping his fate tonight. Keep it together, Leon, he whispered, frantically slapping his cheeks to banish the naughty thoughts. Right on cue, the bathroom door clicked open. Rose stepped out in a dangerously thin, light purple slip dress, her damp silver hair cascading beautifully down her shoulders. "Oh, you made it," she said casually. "Shall we get started then?" Leon swallowed a massive lump in his throat. Was he about to be drained dry again? Seeing her practically glowing in that flimsy nightgown, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull, while his inner monologue did a massive victory dance. Oh yeah, tonight was going to be an absolute feast for the eyes. Rose stared at him with zero hesitation. "Where do you want to do this?" she asked. "The living room? Or out on the balcony?" Leon's jaw hit the floor. "The balcony?" He panicked, looking wildly at the windows. "No way. What if somebody sees us? We would be socially ruined." Rose nonchalantly turned around to grab something. "Fine, the living room it is. Makes no difference to me." Leon let out a massive sigh of relief. Secretly thrilled but acting entirely forced, he threw his arms wide. "Come at me, my queen. Prepare to face the absolute hurricane of my passion." Seeing Leon dramatically sprawl himself over the sofa like a sacrifice, Rose blinked in pure, unadulterated confusion. "What on earth are you doing?" Leon froze, his eyes wide with embarrassment. "Wait, were we not about to, do it?" A sly little smirk tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Mr. Main Character, you are way too eager. But your little fantasy is not happening tonight. Save that energy for another day, because right now, we have an actual mission to complete. Though, if your performance satisfies me tonight, maybe we can play a different game later." Leon bolted upright, coughing awkwardly to hide his beet-red face. "So, what exactly are we doing?" he mumbled. Without missing a beat, Rose pulled out a literal exam paper and shoved it into his hands. "These are the official evaluation questions from the Blue Academy. They use this to assess the adoptive families of young dragons. It focuses heavily on our daily habits, our individual personalities, and our shared experiences as a so-called couple. We need to sync up our answers right now. If we mess this up during the interview, it could ruin Noah's admission chances." Leon stared blankly at the paper, absolutely flabbergasted. "Are you kidding me? This is just a cheesy couples compatibility quiz. Question 1. What is your partner's favorite color? Question 2. What is your partner's most used catchphrase? Question 3. Where did you go for your very first date? Question 4. What is your partner's absolute favorite comic book?" Glancing at the very first prompt, Leon turned to her. "So, what is your favorite color anyway?" Rose answered without skipping a single beat. "Black. What about you?" Leon fired right back. "Silver." Almost subconsciously, their eyes drifted to each other's hair. Black hair, silver hair. Suddenly, the room fell completely, awkwardly silent. The tension broke as both of their faces ignited. They violently turned their heads away, stammering at the exact same time. Pure coincidence, obviously. Exactly. Nothing but a massive coincidence. Trying to save face, Rose leaned back and crossed her arms. "Anyway, let us just take this stupid test and see how much we actually know about each other. We will compare answers when we finish." Leon grabbed his pen, completely unfazed. Challenge accepted. Time flew by as they scribbled away, the midnight candle burning halfway down to its base. Finally, Leon slammed his pen down. Done. But when the moment of truth arrived, the results were hilariously one-sided. She had bombed it with a measly 45 points, while he secured a solid 58. Leon threw his hands up in glorious victory. "Ha ha, I beat you. Looks like I understand Her Majesty way better than she understands me." "Unbelievable!" Rose clenched her tiny fists in absolute frustration. But as she reviewed his test paper, her annoyance slowly faded into shock. This idiot. He was incredibly observant. He noticed the tiniest little details. From her absolute favorite sitting posture, right down to the most comfortable resting position for her tail. He had memorized it all perfectly. The only questions he actually got wrong were the ones about her deepest, innermost thoughts. Things she had kept locked away in her heart, never sharing them with a single soul. Honestly, it was a miracle he even got close. Her gaze softened as she stared at the clueless man before her. Maybe, she thought to herself, maybe he is someone I can finally open up to. Meanwhile, Leon felt her intense stare burning holes into his soul. Cue the absolute panic. Oh crap, why is she glaring at me? Is this crazy dragon holding a grudge just because I got a higher score? Trying to dodge a sudden death sentence, Leon cheerfully patted her shoulder. Hey, these scores are actually pretty solid. We have not exactly been together that long, so bombing a few questions is totally normal. For our little Noah, you should really try learning more about your wonderful husband. That unexpectedly smooth line completely caught the Dragon Queen off guard. Her heart did a frantic little flip as a bright crimson flush painted her cheeks. Desperate to hide her fluttering feelings, she ruthlessly smacked the test paper right into his face. Cut the cheesy nonsense and just write the correct answers. Smack. Ouch! Hey! After scribbling down their notes, they double-checked their combined work. Leon suddenly raised an eyebrow. Wait a second, did you actually get this question wrong? You claimed you were never disappointed in me. Rose kept a perfectly straight face. I am not. But if I absolutely had to pick something, it is the fact that you did not consume enough dragon vigor last time. Taking massive critical damage to his manly pride, Leon immediately fired back. Oh, is that so? Watch me eat dragon vigor for every single meal from now on. You are going to regret this. A sly, victorious smirk crossed her lips. Well then, I am looking forward to it. Over the following days, Leon practically lived at her place, grinding out their couple compatibility stats. Time flew by in a flash, bringing them right to the anxious night before Noah's big entrance exam. That evening, an exhausted Rose looked completely ready to pass out. Finishing their final mock test, Leon pumped his fist with a satisfied grin. Heck yes! Not shabby at all. Our average is soaring past 80 points. If we can just keep this energy for the family interview, we are absolutely guaranteed to pass. Since we are all done here, I will head back and catch some sleep. But the moment he turned around, Rose suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt. Hold on a second. She casually pointed a finger toward the adjacent room. My bathroom has a really nice tub. Why do you not go take a quick soak before you leave? Leon blinked in pure, unfiltered shock. Take a bath? Wait, in your personal bathroom? Meeting his bewildered gaze, the usually arrogant queen completely lost her nerve. Blushing furiously, she just shoved him toward the door. Stop overthinking and just go wash up. All right then. Being completely drained from studying, Leon just shrugged off his shirt and stepped inside. Still, a tiny warning bell rang in his head. Why offer the royal tub out of nowhere? Was this crazy female dragon plotting another sneaky trap? Shaking his head, he let out a heavy sigh and muttered, Come on, dude, you are definitely being totally paranoid. She has just been super stressed out about the academy entrance exam. It is probably just a nice gesture. Sinking into the steaming, luxurious water, he let out a groan of pure bliss. Whatever, I am just going to enjoy this. Oh man, this feels way too incredibly good. But barely 3 minutes into his relaxation session, the bathroom door suddenly clicked open. Leon practically jumped out of his skin. Rose? What the heck are you doing? Dressed only in a dangerously loose bathrobe, Rose stepped inside. Her eyes were hazy with desire, a predatory smirk playing on her lips. These past few days have been way too stressful. I really need you right now. The poor guy froze like a deer in headlights, all the color instantly drained from his face. The legendary doom had finally arrived. Right on cue, the mystical love dragon crests, stamped upon both their chests, ignited with a blinding, undeniable glow. Sensing an extreme threat to his stamina, Leon scrambled backward in total panic. Hey, if you are stressed, then go find a hobby. Why are you dumping all this pressure onto me? Rose just giggled wickedly. Transferring my stress to you is exactly how I plan to find my inner peace. Besides, did you not come hunting for me just a few days ago with this exact same wild mood? Are you trying to tell me you do not want this now? Oh, honey, stop lying to yourself. Leon was completely, utterly speechless, his brain short-circuiting entirely. Seizing her perfect opening, the Dragon Queen splashed right into the tub and declared her absolute victory. There is nowhere to run. I am done hiding my feelings, so just be a good boy and surrender to me. After surviving a tremendously exhausting, yet totally unforgettable, night tangled up with the Silver Dragon Queen. Standing before the insanely massive and majestic gates of Saint Academy, the exhausted couple proudly escorted their adorable daughter, Noah, to her official entrance examination. Leon gazed around in pure awe. Holy cow, this place is absolutely massive. So this is the legendary academy. Meanwhile, Rose was so ridiculously nervous she was practically crushing little Noah's hand. Catching her panic, Leon leaned in and whispered a cocky tease. What is wrong? Did all that intense stress relief we did last night wear off already? Turning the shade of a ripe tomato, she furiously jabbed him in the ribs. Shut up, you absolute idiot. He just threw his head back and laughed loudly. Haha, all right, let us get moving. Striding up to the infant dragon registration desk, the academy staff member stared down at Noah's application file with a completely baffled expression. Noah, a silver dragon from the royal family. Wait, age is only 1 year and 3 months? Spotting her confusion, Leon immediately chimed in. Is there a problem? Did we fill something out wrong? The staff lady blinked up at him, still trying to process the crazy math. Oh, no, I am just a little bit surprised, to be honest. Technically, our rules do allow dragonlings to enroll at age 1, but practically speaking, most kids do not start until they are at least 4 to 6 years old. Your little girl is just extremely young. Are you sure she will be able to handle the curriculum? But the queen, having anticipated this, gave a brutally confident reply. Our Noah is a certified genius. Her age means absolutely nothing. Plus, we fully support our daughter's ambitions. Beside her, the tiny dragon girl nodded with fiercely determined eyes. Loud and clear. Right this way, please. Yielding to their powerful aura, the staff finalized the paperwork, waving a guide over to escort the brave little girl to her written exams. Meanwhile, the anxious power couple was directed to the 4th floor to face the notoriously brutal parent evaluation interview. Minutes later, inside a heavily intimidating office, Rose and Leon found themselves staring down three ancient, white-haired dragon elders seated like supreme judges. Sweating bullets, Rose practically glued herself to Leon's arm and nervously whispered into his ear. With your vast worldly experience, do you think these three will be easy to deal with? Leon narrowed his eyes, analyzing the three old men with a deadly serious warrior gaze. Judging by their auras, they actually seem pretty easy to handle. Back in my prime, I would have only needed 50 swift sword strikes to easily sever each of their heads off. If they dare to reject our precious Noah, I will draw my blade and wreck this entire room. As he spoke, a terrifyingly massive battle aura erupted from his body. Seeing that intense aura, the three ancient dragons felt a collective chill down their spines. They sweat dropped, silently agreeing. These parents were absolute monsters. The ultimate boss battle, the official interview had begun. Front and center sat the white-haired dragon, Headmaster Walter Wilson of Evergreen Academy, our main judge for today's grueling trial. With a grandfatherly smile, he told them to relax and just answer honestly. Yeah, right, as if this was not a life-or-death situation. Leon and Rose slapped on their best fake customer service smiles, but internally, complete panic mode. Heaven only knew what trap questions this old geezer was going to throw at them. Wilson shuffled his daunting stack of papers and dropped the first bomb. Do you two happen to remember your wedding anniversary? Ding! Alarm bells rang as Leon and Rose locked eyes. Just as predicted, the classic interrogation question had surfaced. Cue the flashback to their top-secret midnight strategy meeting. A visibly stressed Rose had paced the room, nervously asking, "What exactly are we supposed to say if they ask about our anniversary? It is not like we actually had a wedding. Plus, we literally had a kid before tying the knot." Leon had crossed his arms, channeling his inner genius before smirking. Well, if we absolutely need to pick a memorable date, there is one that perfectly fits the bill. May 25th, Genesis year 1733. Leon and Rose proudly answered in perfect, terrifyingly synchronized unison. Ah, yes. The highly romantic day they first bumped into each other. Inside a dungeon cell. Headmaster Wilson blinked, clearly impressed by their flawless tag team performance. Stroking his magnificent beard, the old dragon chuckled. Married for less than 2 years, yet your daughter is already over a year old. You two certainly work a lot faster than your average couple. Leon let out an incredibly awkward cough, hastily trying to patch up the plot hole. Haha, what can I say? It was magical love at first sight. We hit it off, rushed to the altar, and boom, baby. Moving right along to Headmaster Wilson's second deadly question. During your 2 years of holy matrimony, have you discovered any completely unbearable flaws or habits about your beloved partner? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Without missing a single beat, Rose angelically chirped, "Absolutely none," while Leon simultaneously blurted out, "I sure have." Classic overthinker, Leon figured. Mixing truth with a little dramatic flair would sound more authentic. Headmaster Wilson instantly leaned forward, completely hooked. "Oh, do share the spicy details." Putting on his best Oscar-worthy sad face, Leon sighed deeply. "Sometimes, I honestly feel like I have absolutely zero value as a man in this house." Then, switching to full golden retriever mode with sparkling eyes, he beamed, "Simply because my gorgeous wife is way too capable. Whether it is slaying clan duties or raising our kid, she is a literal superwoman. But she bottles up way too much stress." Hearing this absolute masterclass in smooth talking, Rose was just left standing there, completely, utterly speechless. Taking full advantage of the moment, Leon grabbed her hands, staring deeply into her eyes with weaponized affection. "So, I want to use this very official interview to tell her. I want to pull my weight in this family too. You can always lean on me, honey." Rose stared at him, a flawless mix of shock and overwhelming emotion playing on her face. But translated from husband speak, he was desperately hinting, "Please stop using me as your personal punching bag when you get stressed out." The vice headmistress beside Wilson nodded approvingly, wiping a fake tear. What an incredibly thoughtful and devoted family man. She then turned her deadly gaze to the wife. "Well then, Madam Rose, what exact trait of your husband do you find the most irresistible?" Summoning a fake blush, Rose slowly delivered her counterattack. "Well, he is devastatingly handsome, has an absolutely god-tier physique, he is incredibly focused, serious, frighteningly smart, and surprisingly polite. He is deeply responsible, adores kids, and has the patience of a saint, though his physical stamina has somewhat dropped since we tied the knot. Fortunately, my darling hubby is a master at brewing stamina potions. He is constantly fixing up his frail little body using his very own homemade tonics." Bam! Critical hit. Leon's mouth twitched uncontrollably as his soul left his body. Was she praising him or publicly roasting his manhood? Adding insult to injury, Rose tenderly grasped his hand. "So taking this public opportunity, I just want to say, please do not push your fragile limits too hard, honey. I completely understand your struggles." And with a sickly sweet smile, she clamped down on his hand with bone-crushing force. Witnessing this terrifying display of affection, the three judges nodded in absolute satisfaction. What an obnoxiously lovey-dovey power couple. Through the rest of the grueling interrogation, Leon and Rose's fake marriage teamwork was absolutely off the charts. Every curveball question was instantly met with perfectly rehearsed, disgustingly sweet answers. Just as the finish line was in sight, the left judge threw a massive wrench in the gears. A bonus round. Do either of you have a burning question for your partner? You must answer with absolute honesty. Knowing that more words meant more chances to screw up, Rose violently shook her head. Nope, not a single question for my dearest husband. I already know every little thing about him. And what about you, Mr. Leon? Rose glared daggers at him, desperately telepathing. Shut up and end this before we blow our cover, you absolute idiot. But of course, Leon casually leaned back against the plush sofa, propping his chin on his hand like a main character. He furrowed his brows dramatically before dropping his voice an octave. Honey, did you actually like the stuffed bear I gifted you? Rose blue-screened. Wait, what? Out of all their messy secret identities, fake relationship dynamics, and ridiculous grudges, he asks about a plushie? The utter randomness of it caught her off guard. Her eyes fluttered as she nervously tucked a stray hair behind her ear. A tiny, genuine blush formed as she nodded. I really loved it. Clapping his hands like a triumphant game show host, Leon cheered. Fantastic. I rest my case. A few moments later, Leon heroically shook Headmaster Wilson's hand. The boss battle of an interview was officially cleared. Your results will be delivered to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary via the Dragon Express Postal Service in a few days. Thank you for playing along. One agonizingly suspenseful week later, the moment of truth arrived. A mail delivery dragon swooped down, carrying a bamboo cylinder on its back. Mon screamed at the top of her lungs. Big sister, the mail is finally here! Sweating bullets, Leon snatched the bamboo tube and practically tore open the sealed parchment inside. Time for the grand reveal. The two little girls peeked over his shoulder with wide, curious eyes. The message was short, sweet, and absolutely glorious. Dear Miss Noah Kamelk, congratulations on clearing our academy's rigorous evaluation. Please report to the campus within 3 days to finalize your registration and attend the grand entrance ceremony. The family of four stared at the parchment, their eyes wide with absolute disbelief. She actually passed. She made it. Mun tackled Noah into a massive hug, spinning her around in pure joy. Big sister is amazing. Mommy and Daddy are awesome too. Gripping the acceptance letter, Noah's heart practically burst with happiness. Meanwhile, Rose flashed Leon a dazzling, rare smile. Thank you for everything. Hearing such uncharacteristically sweet words from his wife, Leon's ego inflated, though he felt completely out of his element. Why are you thanking me? It is all thanks to Noah's hard work, as expected of my brilliant daughter. Declaring a massive feast to celebrate, Rose took 2 steps before suddenly stopping. She glared back at Leon. Get in the kitchen and help. Do not give people a reason to think you are totally useless in this house. Leon spun around, dramatically grinding his teeth as he muttered his comeback. Fine, fine. Seriously, you hold such a grudge. What a petty female dragon. And just like that, the highly anticipated day for Noah and Mun's family finally arrived. It was a picture-perfect morning, setting the stage for the Green Academy's opening ceremony. All the young dragonkin who survived the brutal entrance exams, alongside their guardians, packed into the grand hall. The air buzzed with absolute excitement for the new semester. Principal Walter Wilson, the esteemed head of the academy, stepped up to the podium. Congratulations to every single one of you for conquering the selection trials. Welcome to the grand opening ceremony of the Green Academy. Among this year's batch of freshmen, an unprecedented number of students achieved phenomenal results, and we firmly believe that only a deeply loving and harmonious family environment can cultivate such extraordinary talents. Taking advantage of this momentous occasion, we have invited our most exemplary families to the stage to share their parenting secrets with all of you. Without further ado, please welcome the absolute top scorer of this year's entrance exam, Miss Noah Melk, and her wonderful family. Please come up to the stage. Down in the audience, Mun clenched her tiny fists, practically vibrating with excitement. Wow, wow. Mommy, Daddy, and Big Sister are going up on the big stage. The stoic female headmaid of the Silver Dragon clan, sitting right beside Mun, offered a respectful nod. Indeed, Your Highness. Surrounded by the deafening cheers of the massive crowd, Leon and Rose held Noah's hands, dragging their feet up to the podium with supreme awkwardness. Let us rewind to just 1 hour ago. Principal Wilson had cornered them. Noah achieved the absolute highest score on the exam, and remarkably, you two also maxed out the family evaluation test. He then shamelessly backed them into a corner. I insist you take the stage. Give a speech as the freshman representative and our model family. Leon was crying rivers of bitter tears on the inside. How on earth did things end up like this? But ambushed by this sudden request, he had no choice but to bite the bullet for his daughter's sake. Glancing nervously at Noah, he knew his little girl was naturally introverted and hated being the center of attention. She just wanted a peaceful, under-the-radar school life. Why force them into this cringe-inducing public display? Seeing the family of 3 standing there like frozen statues, Principal Wilson had to step in to save the broadcast. Noah, you are the youngest candidate, yet you achieved a perfectly flawless score. Do you have any profound thoughts or secret study methods you would like to share with your peers? Noah paused, her young mind working, before speaking into the crystal mic, my mother is an incredibly fierce dragon. When I grow up, I want to be just as overwhelmingly strong as she is. When I first mentioned wanting to attend the academy, Mommy instantly agreed and supported my dream. And my little sister Mun has always been my biggest cheerleader. I am so deeply grateful to them both. Down below, Moon's sparkling, starry eyes were locked on her big sister. But up on stage, Leon's heart suddenly tightened in pure panic. Wait, what about me? Is my precious daughter even going to mention her poor old dad? But then, Noah took a deep breath. However, the person I want to thank the absolute most is my daddy. Every single day, he stayed up until the middle of the night, helping me review and preparing endless study materials. I am only standing on this stage right now because of my daddy. Critical hit to a father's heart. Hearing his eldest daughter's public confession, Leon's vision completely blurred with dramatic, manly tears. He was physically unable to speak. Finishing her speech, Noah offered a perfectly polite, aristocratic bow to the cheering crowd. Principal Wilson grinned like a sly fox. Mr. Leon, you truly are a master at raising brilliant children. Since your lovely daughter just poured her heart out to you, surely you are going to give her a kiss on the cheek to show your fatherly affection? Leon choked back his emotional tears, snapping his neck toward Wilson in utter shock. Principal, what kind of crazy script are you reading from? Are you trying to turn this prestigious opening ceremony into some cheap reality television show? Just 1 month ago, Noah would not even let me within a 3-foot radius of her. There is zero chance she lets me kiss her in front of an entire stadium. Sweating profusely, Leon leaned down and whispered, Noah, sweetie, you do not have to force it. Let us just settle for a quick hug. He nervously opened his arms, expecting rejection. But surprisingly, Noah's face flushed a deep, tomato red. She aggressively turned her head away, stammering, Just do it quickly. If we have to do this, hurry up so we can escape this totally embarrassing situation. Wait, what? Leon completely short-circuited. He could not believe his little tsundere had actually agreed. Snapping back to reality, he scooped his eldest daughter up into his arms, and right there, amidst the roaring applause of the crowd, he gently kissed her forehead. The thick ice wall between father and daughter had finally begun to melt. Watching from below, Mun's eyes were practically shooting lasers of pure jealousy. She immediately prepared to charge the stage. Mun wants to go up and kiss big sister too, but the maid swiftly scooped her up, halting her advance. Princess Mun, I am afraid you cannot crash the stage right now. Seeing her daughter's fiercely blushing face, Rose wiped a bead of sweat from her own forehead. Thank the heavens, she was not the one put on the spot. But Principal Wilson's next booming words instantly turned both Leon and Rose into solid stone statues. A truly elite dragon never forgets to honor their roots. The beautiful harmony of the Melk household has truly shown us the absolute gold standard of family love. Sir Leon, you are the ultimate model of a happy marriage. How could you possibly forget kissing your beautiful wife? Record scratch. Both Leon and Rose completely froze. She was trembling with absolute fury, while he clenched his fists, cursing internally. This old geezer of a principal is pushing it. I should have completely wrecked him during the entrance exams. Even though he was raging inside, seeing Noah's sparkling, expectant little eyes instantly melted his resolve. He simply could not let his daughter down. This was Noah's incredibly important opening ceremony. The legendary Leon had survived countless bloody battlefields. Was he seriously sweating over a tiny romantic situation? Steeling his nerves, he boldly extended his hand toward his stunning wife, flashing a dazzling smile. Come here, my absolutely precious wife. We are the picture-perfect, happiest family alive, right? Hearing that cheesy line, Rose squeaked in absolute shock. Little Noah tilted her head curiously. Her mom was a total tsundere with affection. How in the world would she handle this spicy situation? Blushing furiously, Rose dropped her voice to an absolute whisper. Are you seriously kissing me in front of hundreds of staring dragons? Leon nodded dramatically. We have 0 options left. Our little girls are watching, so just play along. Even though my face is totally... We have crossed some major relationship milestones. Sharing a bed, holding hands. But honestly, we have never actually shared a proper, heart-stopping kiss. Well, except for that one chaotic, fateful day 2 years ago. As Leon confidently leaned in, Rose's face instantly exploded into a burning tomato red. How on earth is he keeping such a straight face? Am I the only one mentally screaming right now? Ugh, whatever. Just embrace the cringe. Squeezing her eyes completely shut, Rose braced herself for the ultimate romantic impact. But instead, a fleeting, lukewarm sensation merely grazed her right cheek. Her eyes snapped open. She shot Leon a glare packed with utter bewilderment and massive disappointment, immediately turning her head in absolute defeat. She awkwardly touched her own cheek in disbelief. Meanwhile, the dragon crowd below completely lost their minds. Boo! Why the cheek? Go for the lips and do it again. Leon just flashed them his signature gentleman's smile. Calm down, you thirsty mob. That is quite enough fan service for one day. Then, he leaned over to Rose, whispering with the most infuriatingly smug tone ever. Ah, so refreshing. Finally blew off some performance anxiety. A fiery volcano of pure rage erupted in her chest. You dead meat, Leon. Treating me like a literal stress ball? If we were not in public, I would totally suplex you right here. Watching this glorious disaster unfold perfectly on cue, Wilson smoothly stepped onto the stage to wrap up the circus act. Let us give a massive round of applause to our quote-unquote model family of the year. Thank you for the top-tier comedy show. As the chaotic family was finally shooed off stage, the grueling 2.5-hour ceremony mercifully ended. Now, Noah was officially ready to tackle her shiny new academy life. Fast forward, and our quirky little family of four stood dramatically at the Grand Academy gates for the ultimate tear-jerking send-off. Rose, the absolute queen of emotional constipation, awkwardly mumbled, "We are leaving now. See you next weekend. Just do not die." Noah giggled and waved. "Got it, Mama." Suddenly, Moon bolted over like a tiny missile. She bear-hugged her big sister, rambling 1,000 warnings that all translated to one thing. "You better not forget your adorable Moon." "I promise I will not." At last, it was Papa Leon's turn to shine. He crouched down, activating his ultimate dad mode. "Eat your meals on time, and absolutely no picky eating. Study like a genius. If the magic theory fries your brain, bring it home for the holidays. And if you even sniffle, run straight to the campus healer. No playing the tough guy." Then, Leon sneakily pointed a thumb right at her fiercely blushing tsundere mother and dropped a truth bomb. "Fun fact, your mom actually cried all these warnings while completely drunk. She is just too shy to say it sober, so I am her official translator." Rose crossed her arms, fuming. "You talk way too much." Ignoring the deadly glare, Leon switched to protective mafia boss mode. "If you meet trashy classmates, avoid them like the plague. But if they dare bully you, punch them into orbit. Papa has got your back." Noah desperately bit her lip to hold back a burst of laughter. "Wait, is that what you did back in your academy days, Papa?" Leon shot her a wildly confident, sparkling wink. "You bet your boots I did, though. Full disclosure, every time I threw hands, your grandpa would drag me home by the ear and absolutely beat the living daylights out of me. But do not panic, kiddo. Daddy will not smack you over tiny silly things, since you are my absolute favorite daughter." Noah nodded like a good little munchkin. "I remember. I will stay completely safe." Fast forward to the very next evening. Inside the Queen's wildly fancy Silver Dragon temple study, our girl Rose was totally geeking out, violently skimming through a dusty ancient grimoire about weird blood magic. Get this, the ultimate blood charm is a crazy one-time-only magic spell. It uses actual real blood as the main juice, instantly turning the poor user into a completely drained, totally exhausted, and hopelessly wobbly magic noodle. Rose's eyes sparkled with spicy villainous ideas, whispering, "Oh ho? So our boy Leon, sleeping like a log for 2 entire years, was actually because of this?" Tweak this crazy recipe, and it becomes a hilariously fun bedroom toy. Just as her crazy gears were turning, swoosh! A wild ninja shadow totally crashed in. "You are back?" She blinked, totally surprised to see her super loyal right-hand maid. "Solly," the devoted maid bowed deeply. "At your service, your highness." Now, Solly had been sent on a super-secret spy mission to dig up spicy dirt on Tiger Lauren and his wife. But she sweated buckets, feeling totally guilty, reporting absolutely zero traces of them anywhere in the entire empire. Rose violently slammed her creepy book shut, totally baffled. "Wait, lost them?" Solly gulped, nervously spilling the tea. "They literally went poof. Someone wiped their existence cleaner than a freshly mopped floor. This humble servant could not sniff out a single clue." Rose tied her elegant eyebrows together. Wait, Leon swore his master was just some crusty cabbage farmer. But looking at this gigantic mess, this old geezer is definitely hiding insanely wild secrets. Keep playing detective, but strictly stay alive. The second you find a tiny breadcrumb, sprint straight back here and spill it. Are we clear? Solly hit her with a rock-solid, dramatic anime protagonist stare and loudly declared, "Crystal clear, your royal highness." Cut to the next blazing morning. Out at the Holy Temple's backyard, Leon violently swung a basic wooden stick so stupidly hard that the air itself screamed in pure, terrifying, absolute explosive destruction. He turned back with a gentle dad smile. "Watch daddy closely, sweetie. Swing it down with all your might." Little Mun's eyes went wide, absorbing every detail. "Yes, daddy, he-ah," but her tiny hands had a mind of their own, hilariously flailing the wooden stick in random directions. Watching this adorable chaos, Leon was completely speechless. So, he gently guided her tiny hands, correcting her stance move by move, making sure his little girl grew up strong. This heartwarming scene was instantly caught by Rose as she approached. Spotting her mom and the maid, Mun happily squealed out, "Ah, mommy is here." Leon glanced over his shoulder. A warm feeling bubbled in his chest. The queen had been patrolling all day long, and she was finally home. Rose gave him a subtle nod of acknowledgement, then tenderly patted Mun's little head. "Were you a good girl for daddy today?" Mun hugged her mom with pure joy and bragged, "I was super good. Daddy even taught me the ultimate sword stance." Hearing this, Rose's eyes sparkled with immense pride. What a smart girl. "Dinner is almost ready. I ordered the chef to prepare prime steak." Mun's eyes practically shot out stars of excitement, clenching her tiny fists. Yay! I love steak the most! Steak! Steak! La la la! The maid gently took the little princess's hand. Let's go, Your Highness. As they walked away, Rose turned, about to say something. Hey, you. But before the words could leave her lips, whoosh! He whipped the tree branch right at her, stopping it perfectly an inch from her throat. Rose blinked in slight surprise, but didn't even flinch. She just calmly raised an eyebrow. What is the meaning of this? Finally decided to assassinate me, pointing a weapon at me inside the Silver Dragon Temple. That is pure high treason, punishable by death. Leon panicked for a second and quickly defended himself. My queen, are you seriously calling a tiny twig a deadly weapon? Rose shot back with supreme confidence. Weren't you once the most legendary dragon slayer? In your hands, even a simple twig could be a weapon of mass destruction, right? Defeated by her logic, Leon lowered the twig and let out a dramatic sigh. He then stepped closer to Rose, looking playfully annoyed. Mama Dragon, if you want to compliment me, just do it. Why the sarcastic teasing? Rose tilted her chin with pure tsundere pride. Who said I was praising you? Leon turned away, confessing his childish scheme. I just wanted to give you a little jump scare, but since you didn't even blink, it completely ruined the fun. Deep down, she knew that with Leon's current physical state, a flimsy little branch like that couldn't even scratch her tough dragon scales. Soon, the evening sunset painted the sky in magnificent shades of crimson. The two of them settled down together on a wooden bench. Rose casually mentioned receiving a letter from Noah yesterday. The kid wrote that academy life was going totally fine, telling her two worrywart parents to chill out. Leon leaned in, suddenly acting like an anxious dad. Wait, is that literally it? Rose kept her cool and nodded. Spot on. The message was incredibly short, but for that stubborn girl to voluntarily write home, that is practically a miracle in itself. Leon rubbed his chin in deep thought before chuckling. Makes sense. She gets that exact trait from you, always wearing an ice-cold poker face, making it impossible to read her mind. But if you just figure out her quirky little wavelength, hanging out with her is actually an absolute blast. Then, Rose leaned in to spill a massive secret. Actually, Noah looks up to you like a total superhero. She has that classic dragon instinct. She worships absolute power and craves ultimate strength. In her eyes, you are an elite genius, her absolute perfect role model. That is exactly why she vowed to conquer the academy rankings. She refuses to be inferior to you. Hearing this, a deeply satisfied smile spread across Leon's face. Wow, and here I thought she just saw me as some weak, boring bookworm. Rose casually kicked off her high heels and continued. When you first woke up, Noah avoided you like the plague, right? Well, the truth is, while you were in that coma, she sneaked into your room all the time. Whenever I busted her in the act, she would clumsily make up a lame excuse about looking for Mun. Leon could only laugh at his daughter's adorable awkwardness. Haha, man, even her stubborn mouth is a carbon copy of yours. Rose gazed innocently up at the twilight sky, reminiscing. Back when they were babies, they would cry up a storm and nobody could soothe them. But the second we placed them next to you, instant silence. Even before they had any real awareness, your bloodline tied you to them in the most magical way. I was honestly a little jealous. His bloodline, hearing that powerful word, a deeply warm, yet entirely unfamiliar sensation washed over Leon's heart. He had always been a solitary orphan. He never knew a parent's love, never truly understood family bonds. At age 5, his martial masters took him in. Despite sharing no blood, they treated him like their very own flesh and blood. That was the very first time Leon ever tasted the true warmth of having a family. Yet sometimes, a tiny void would still echo in his soul, a phantom ache that flared up whenever he watched other kids calling out to their real parents. There were countless nights he would lie awake, secretly wishing his masters were his biological parents. A memory surfaced. His master's wife once told him, Leon, one day, you will become a father too. Young Leon had just blinked in total confusion. A real father? Me? Yes, they will be the treasures you want to protect with your life, your very own flesh and blood family. Snapping back to reality, Leon firmly clenched his fist with unshakable resolve. That's right, they were his most precious family in this universe. Rose stared at him, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. You are zoning out hard. What's on your mind? Let's just head back. Leon jolted slightly, standing up with a goofy, awkward laugh. Oh, nothing at all. Thanks for sharing all that with me, by the way. Yep, let's head home. Ha ha. Suddenly, Rose casually nudged her discarded high heels toward Leon with her foot. He stared blankly, completely failing to read the room. What exactly does this mean? A devious smirk crept across Rose's face. If you truly wish to thank me, then be a good servant and put my shoes on for me. Leon froze completely, a massive sweat drop appearing on his forehead. Wait, what? The majestic silver dragon queen didn't miss a single beat. She playfully nudged her glittering high heels right toward him with her foot, flashing a dangerously wicked grin. Since you are so utterly grateful, be a darling and slip these heels on my feet. Hearing this outrageous demand, Leon turned to stone, his inner dialogue screaming in absolute protest. Excuse me? Put on her heels for her? Absolutely no way. Washing her feet last time completely shattered his masculine pride, and now she actually expected him to play Cinderella's prince? Do I look like I have zero dignity left? But before the words could even leave his mouth, bam! Rose launched a lightning-fast kick straight toward his face. You utterly useless man, she huffed. I have not even settled the score for that shameless kiss you stole during the opening ceremony. Is asking you to put my shoes on really that much of a crime? Countless others would beg on their knees for this glorious privilege, so shut your trap, slip these heels on my feet right this instant, and let us go home. With an air of absolute authority, she presented her flawless, snow-white foot right in front of him. Fine, I surrender, he sighed in total defeat. Leon crouched down like a defeated peasant, gently supporting her incredibly soft foot with one hand. He awkwardly maneuvered the stiletto with the other, trying desperately to slide it on. Rose beamed with triumphant satisfaction. You talk a big game about refusing, but your hands sure move fast. Leon's mind instantly fired back. Of course it was fast. Slipping shoes on her was definitely easier than hammering horseshoes onto a stubborn mule. Hearing his sassy inner thought somehow spoken aloud, her eyes flashed with pure demonic fury. Grinding her teeth loud enough to spark, she instantly unleashed a spectacular flying kick aimed squarely at his smug face. Thanks to his razor-sharp reflexes, Leon easily dodged the fatal blow. And being the absolute menace he was, he totally could not resist taunting her in return. Missed me. As long as my agility stat is maxed, you will never land a hit. Little did our foolish protagonist know, Rose was already plotting a catastrophic revenge plan for him tonight. Just you wait, Leon. Fast forward a few days. The quirky family of three stood proudly in the temple's grand courtyard, craning their necks at a perfect 45-degree angle to observe the heavens. Little Mun wildly threw her tiny hands into the air, screaming with pure joy. It is here! It is here! Piercing through the clouds, a genuinely colossal dragon materialized, its awe-inspiring sheer scale blocking out the very sun. Leon's jaw practically hit the floor in pure shock. Holy smokes, he muttered. By his quick mental calculations, this absolute beast was at least several times larger than Rose's true dragon form. Hearing his gasp, Rose effortlessly dropped some majestic lore. That right there is a Leviathan-class dragon. Its size is absolutely monstrous, but its actual combat power is basically zero. However, because they boast infinite stamina and possess ridiculously docile temperaments, they basically serve as the ultimate heavy transport vehicles of our mighty dragon clan. Leon raised an eyebrow, wondering why she put so much emphasis on the word docile. She coolly explained that from the moment they hatch until they die thousands of years later, a Leviathan literally never experiences the emotion of rage. Not even once. And that supreme level of patience, she smirked, is exactly why the prestigious academy uses them as the official school buses for the chaotic baby dragons. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of magical energy erupted from the Leviathan, locking directly onto the courtyard. As the glorious light particles scattered, the tiny, stoic silhouette of Noah gracefully descended to the earth. Sticking a flawlessly perfect superhero landing, the little prodigy adjusted her posture and spoke with absolute gravity. Mother, I have successfully returned. Welcome home, my dear, Rose smiled warmly. But before another word could be said, Mun launched herself like a homing missile right into Noah's arms, squeezing her tight. Big sissy, I missed you so much. Noah awkwardly shifted her gaze over to Leon. Her little mouth opened and closed, completely short-circuiting as she totally failed to say the word dad. Seeing her adorable tsundere struggle, Leon quickly jumped in to save her from the cringe. Hey, you are home safe, and that is what matters. Your mom and I cooked an absolute feast of all your favorite foods. He then cheerfully grabbed Mun's little hand, while Rose gently took Noah's. The heartwarming family of four headed inside for a chaotic dinner. Just as the massive feast was wrapping up, Noah seriously reached into her magical pouch, dramatically slamming a stack of report cards onto the dining table. First place in basic alchemical engineering. First place in the Hatchling's Guide to Ultimate Magical Theory. First place in Ancient Draconic History Volume 1. Staring at this absolute genius-level flex, Rose radiated with immense queenly pride, while Little Mun's eyes literally transformed into sparkling stars of pure worship. But the dramatic tension completely spiked as Noah slowly lifted the very last sheet of parchment. Her tiny face scrunched up in overwhelming frustration. There is one final subject, the comprehensive physical assessment. I only scored 95 points. I completely failed to secure rank 1. I have disgraced you, mother, Rose simply chuckled warmly, instantly melting the heavy atmosphere. My silly little dragon, there is absolutely zero need to apologize. You did spectacularly well. Mun aggressively nodded in agreement, grabbing her sister's hand. Yeah, Mama is completely right. In my heart, Big Sissy is like the absolute strongest boss in the whole wide world. Despite the overwhelming wave of family affection, the dark rain cloud hovering over Noah's head stubbornly refused to fade away. Her perfectionist soul was deeply wounded, Leon sighed internally. One dragon was notoriously terrible at expressing empathy, while the other was overly dramatic. Clearly, it was time for this seasoned old dad to step into the arena. He picked up the offending document, scanning it like a master tactician. Let us see. Track sprints, heavy lifting, pull-ups. These are purely physical baseline stats, are they not? I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. The other hatchlings in your class are literally 4 or 5 years older than you. The fact that their raw physical strength is slightly higher is just basic biology. Totally normal. Activating his true fatherly wisdom, Leon tapped a specific column on the paper. But look right here at the actual combat simulation stats. You completely crushed it, winning 9 out of 10 duels. That is the absolute highest win rate in your entire class. This perfectly proves that even if your raw muscle output is lower, your tactical genius and flawless combat mechanics completely left those meatheads eating your dust. Therefore, absolutely do not let this petty rank 3 bother you. You are leveling up incredibly fast, and you will have endless chances to entirely obliterate their records later. Hearing her father's logical and incredibly cool analysis, the tension finally drained from Noah's face. She looked down and mumbled shyly, "But Mother told me that back in your academy days, you completely dominated and ranked first in absolutely everything." Critical hit! Leon's dad heart practically exploded into a million floating pink flowers. The realization hit him like a truck. His adorable daughter actually viewed him as her ultimate heroic role model. Knowing that this little genius looked up to him sent his ego straight to the moon. However, as a mature protagonist, he knew this definitely was not the right moment to arrogantly flex his stats. He coughed softly, looking deeply nostalgic. Truth be told, when I first logged into the academy, I was absolutely nowhere near the top ranks. It took grueling, grinding, relentless effort, and pure stubborn willpower to finally claim the throne. Your tutorial phase has just begun, kiddo. Never let one minor setback drain your health points or crush your spirit. I know for a fact you will shatter every limit. Noah's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Quest accepted. I understand, father. Seeing the dark clouds finally vanish from her sister's head, little Mun tilted her head, her innocent curiosity peaking. Wow, Daddy is so overpowered. But wait, if Daddy and Mommy had a huge boss fight, who would totally win? The question hung in the air. Leon and Rose instantly thumped their chests in perfect sync. Obviously, it is me. Neither was willing to back down. Leon puffed out his chest with absolute pride. My combat skills back in the day were pure art. Whether facing weapons or magic, I was entirely unrivaled. Clearly, I am the stronger one here, Rose scoffed, throwing him a side-eye. I might lack your long list of achievements, but I always win the battles that actually matter. Is that not exactly why you stalked me and begged for marriage after losing to me? Leon absolutely refused to accept that slander. You lost to me. That is exactly why we now have our 2 adorable daughters, Mun and Noah. The tension skyrocketed. Sparks literally flew between their glaring eyes. Finally, they both marched toward the training ground to settle this dispute once and for all. Why do we not just fight it out right now? Let us go. I have been dying to show you my true power. Watching this unfold, Mun practically vibrated with excitement. Are Mommy and Daddy really going to fight? This is going to be incredibly fun. Noah grabbed Mun by the hand, and they curiously dragged each other to watch. At the training ground, Leon and Rose were already stretching, while their daughters sat on a distant bench with popcorn ready on their laps. Mun bounced eagerly and asked, "Are you super curious to see who is actually stronger?" Noah nodded with eyes full of anticipation. Honestly, observing top-tier masters in combat is the best way to upgrade our own battle sense. Rose rubbed her wrists with a dangerous smile. I just remembered something. Your body has not completely recovered enough to face the Dragon King, right? Leon stretched his legs, entirely unfazed. So what? It is not every single day I get the glorious chance to spar with the Silver Dragon Queen. I must take full advantage of this. Rose smirked wickedly. A friendly spar is way too boring. How about we make a little wager? Leon narrowed his eyes in utter suspicion. What kind of bet? Rose's sinister aura only grew. If you win, I will not lay a single finger on you for 1 whole month. However, if I win, you must grant me one absolute request. He had zero clue how terrifyingly weird her request might be, but winning meant a 30-day vacation from her teasing. Thinking of this, his face instantly melted into pure, unadulterated bliss. A month of peace? He would not even dare to dream of such a luxury. The temptation was simply far too absolute to resist. Unable to hold back his excitement, Leon pointed directly at her. Deal! I completely accept those terms. Rose chuckled darkly. Got some guts, huh? Then let the battle begin. Little did the Silver Dragon Queen know, this seemingly simple marital dispute was about to crank their romance up to a boiling point. Right as the two locked eyes in a fierce battle stance, Mun giggled happily around a mouthful of popcorn. Suddenly, she bumped her pineapple juice, spilling it everywhere and letting out a dramatic gasp. The absolute masters instantly snapped their attention toward the noise. It was just a fallen cup of juice. Mun wailed in pure agony, "My precious pineapple juice!" Noah adjusted her posture and stated coldly, "Just let it go." The exact second that cup hit the floor, the ultimate battle commenced. On the arena floor, Leon and Rose vanished, leaving behind only 2 high-speed afterimages. As the visual echoes faded, Leon had already closed the gap. He threw a devastating full-power punch right toward the center of her chest. She crossed her arms in a flash, using the intersection to block his earth-shattering blow. Frowning slightly, she whipped her massive dragon tail straight at his head. Luckily, Leon's combat instincts flared. He flipped backward, catching himself on both hands to barely dodge the lethal sweep. Without missing a single beat, Leon pivoted on his hands and launched a brutal flying kick. Rose crossed her arms to defend again, skidding several meters across the solid floor. Rose grumbled internally. Trading physical blows with this monster gives me zero tactical advantage. I need to establish a safe distance, right now. Suddenly, a sphere of blazing, purple dragon magma materialized right in the palm of her hand. Leon smirked, seizing the chance to taunt her. Looks like Her Royal Highness is too terrified to face me in close quarters combat. Rose just smiled. As long as I crush you, the method does not matter. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled chunks of superheated dragon magma. Her attack frequency was downright terrifying, setting off back-to-back shockwaves and massive heat explosions. Wave after devastating wave crashed down, yet not a single piece of magma managed to scorch him. Watching the fiery chaos, Mun asked nervously, "Is Daddy going to lose if he just keeps running away like that?" Noah analyzed the battlefield like a seasoned pro. Not necessarily. Dad is using pure martial arts to bait and dodge. Mom is using magma to stall for time and find a fatal opening. This heavily proves Mom lacks the confidence to beat him in a fistfight. Mun leaned in, her huge eyes sparkling. "Big sister, you are incredibly smart." Noah blushed furiously, looking away. "I just paid attention to what the combat teacher said." Back on the battlefield, Rose was dominating the arena. She looked incredibly smug. "Thought you were fast? Let us see you dodge this." Leon danced effortlessly through the deadly magma rain. He smirked coldly. "I am not just incredibly fast, I am also practically unbreakable," Rose giggled. "Then how about we test that?" She slapped her palms together, pooling an ocean of magical energy. Within milliseconds, a dense smokescreen swallowed the arena, and her entire presence vanished into thin air. Out of nowhere, a colossal magma meteor crashed down, but as the suffocating dust finally cleared, Leon stood perfectly unharmed, throwing another taunt. "Her Majesty the Queen is moving way too sluggishly." Seeing crackling blue lightning surge around Leon's body, Rose gasped in absolute shock. "He is using lightning magic to heavily overcharge his physical limits. Nobody is stealing my 1-month vacation." Leon roared with heaven-shaking determination, launching himself forward like a speeding missile. Facing this relentless, overwhelming storm of strikes, Rose was forced into a desperate defense, panic finally creeping into her heart. Because the most terrifying part was, his magic power had not even fully recovered yet. Channeling pure lightning magic to boost his physical limits? Talk about a reckless gamble. Time to wrap this battle up, and fast. But right at that moment, a sly smirk crept across Leon's face. He had spotted a tiny opening in Rose's defense. Planting one hand on the dirt, he dropped his center of gravity. Swoosh! A flawless sweeping kick aimed right at her legs. By the time she noticed, it was already too late. Looking completely smug, Leon chuckled. "Looks like victory is mine." Crackling lightning gathered in his palm, ready for the finishing blow. But seeing Rose lose her balance and tumble backward, his instincts kicked in. He reached out, giving a gentle pull, and just like that, she fell perfectly into his embrace. Time seemed to freeze. Their eyes locked in the classic trope, hearts pounding like crazy in their chests. Both of their faces flushed a bright shade of crimson. The romantic tension was off the charts. "So warm," Rose whispered softly. Who knew a meathead like Leon could make her heart flutter? Her delicate lips slowly parted to utter two deadly words. "Dragon flame." Leon looked down in sheer confusion, just as her palm slammed squarely into his chest. Leon panicked instantly. "Fire! I am literally on fire! Somebody get some water!" But wait! To his absolute shock, the legendary flame was doing 0 damage. It fizzled out after a few seconds, barely even warming his shirt. Rose simply crossed her arms, her expression completely deadpan. The battle was not over. How could you let your guard down like that? Seeing the fight end, the two little girls dashed over. Mun wagged her tiny tail, asking curiously, "So, who actually won? Mommy or Daddy?" Leon sighed, completely utterly defeated. "I got too cocky at the end. I admit defeat." Hearing those sweet words, Rose tilted her chin up in absolute triumph. "I have to admit, your raw strength is terrifying. Fighting me to a standstill using just martial arts? No magic armor? No primary weapon? No one in history has ever pulled that off against me." Meanwhile, Leon was mentally screaming, his fists clenched in pure frustration. If I had just gone all out, I would have wiped the floor with her. But Rose gave a sweet, victorious smile. "Well then, since you surrendered, do not forget the little wager we made." Those words struck Leon like 1,000 invisible arrows. He had completely forgotten about the bet. His precious 1-month vacation, gone, reduced to atoms. Seeing her father sprawled on the dirt, his soul literally leaving his body, Mun waddled over in a panic. "Mommy? Did Daddy just pass away?" Rose tried to hold back her giggles. "Oh, do not worry, sweetie. He just used up a bit too much energy. He will be back to normal in no time." And so, per the absolute rules of their duel, the defeated Leon was now bound to fulfill any request his victorious wife desired. Later that evening, inside the Grand Silver Dragon Temple, Leon crept into his daughter's bedroom to deliver his tragic final will and testament. Noah and Mun sat up straight, their big eyes blinking in confusion. Once Daddy is gone, Noah, you must take good care of your little sister. She is still so young and naive. And Mun, you have to listen to your big sister, okay? Do not make her angry. The only thing tying my soul to this world is my worry for you two. You are barely a year old. How could your mother be so cruel as to take me away from you? Leon let out a dramatic, heartbroken sniffle. Noah just stared at him, extremely skeptical. Daddy, you are literally just going to sleep in Mommy's room for one night. Why are you acting like you are marching to the guillotine? Leon shuddered violently at the thought. Kids, you do not understand. Getting your head chopped off is quick and painless. But your mother? She is going to torture me all night long. That is way worse than any execution block. Suddenly, an imaginary light bulb popped over Mun's head. She clapped her hands in excitement. Oh, I get it now. Mommy is going to eat Daddy, right? I read about it in my nature book. After the mommy praying mantis and the daddy praying mantis get married, the mommy bites the daddy's head off. Leon choked on his own spit, absolutely speechless. What a deeply filial daughter he had raised. Sure, it was a different kind of eating, but why did she look so happy about her father's impending doom? Right on cue, the shadow of doom descended. Rose leaned casually against the doorframe. She was rocking a dangerously alluring, dreamy purple nightgown. A sweet smile played on her lips. Oh, stop filling the girls' heads with your nonsense. You are making me sound like some kind of evil demon. Leon instantly zipped his lips. Total silence. Rose gracefully walked over, gently tucking the blankets over Mun and Noah. You two need to go to sleep early, okay? Do not worry about a thing. Growing children need their beauty sleep to get big and strong. Mommy just wants to have a very interesting discussion with Daddy tonight. Leon's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. Interesting discussion? Rose kept her voice incredibly smooth. Yes. For example, the birth of the universe. Catching on to her dangerous hidden meaning, Leon instantly fired back. You mean the birth of human life? But she ignored his panic completely, continuing her list. The deep mysteries of this world. You mean the mysteries of human anatomy? Stop playing games. Rose merely smirked. Well, anyway, I think you have said enough dramatic goodbyes for one night. Chop chop, time to go. Without missing a beat, Rose grabbed Leon by the back of his collar, dragging him out of the room. Leon thrashed around, his face a picture of absolute despair. Wait! Stop! I have not finished dictating my final will. No, Mun, never forget how much Daddy loves you. Back in the bedroom, Mun was way too curious to even close her eyes. What in the world are Mommy and Daddy actually going to do? Noah just shook her head like a tired grandma, holding her sister's hand. I have no idea. Just ignore them. Adults are always acting like such children. Meanwhile, the victim was swiftly dragged into the lion's den. As soon as he entered Rose's bedroom, Leon's eyes locked onto the table. 2 bottles of premium red wine. Rose took a seat, gracefully swirling a glass of dark red wine. Opposite her, Leon sat rigidly straight, his guard raised to the absolute maximum like a soldier in enemy territory. Rose broke the heavy silence with a purr. Well, before we get into the main event, do you not want a little drink to warm up the atmosphere? Leon vigorously shook his head in instant rejection. Absolutely not. Being shot down so quickly, a flicker of annoyance crossed Rose's beautiful features. Oh, and why is that? If memory serves me right, we made a deal. The loser must obey the winner's command. And now, you are refusing a simple glass of wine? Sweating bullets, Leon stammered to find an excuse. I am just not in the mood for drinking right now. Internally, his survival instincts were screaming. I have to stay completely sober. If I let my guard down, she is totally going to devour me alive. But poor, naive, Leon had vastly underestimated his opponent. The fierce female dragon had prepared the ultimate trap for tonight. Slowly and deliberately, Rose set her wine glass back onto the table. Leon, I actually hoped you would win tonight. Leon blinked in pure confusion. Wait, why? Rose closed the distance, a wicked smirk dancing on her lips. A victory meant a 1-month vacation for you, and after a month of rest, I figured we could play something much more thrilling. Something incredibly entertaining. Hearing this twisted logic, Leon crossed his arms, desperately bottling up his rising temper. Then why did you not just throw the match? Rose casually picked up her wine glass, swirling the crimson liquid. Absolutely not. Because I just came up with a far better game. Suddenly, a deliciously unhinged smile stretched across her face. She raised the glass and poured the entire thing over herself. The dark red wine completely soaked her nightgown. She chuckled softly, utter madness sparkling in her eyes. My absolute favorite thing is watching you lose while refusing to accept defeat. Before he could blink, she pounced and pinned him down. Leon panicked like a cornered little kitten. What exactly are you doing? Rose flashed a delightfully villainous grin, her gaze dripping with danger. Clean every last drop of this wine off my body. Staring at the enchanting contrast of red wine and pale skin, Leon gulped hard. Fine wine, and an even finer woman. Her intoxicating natural scent mingled perfectly with the rich vintage. It was an absolute trap, but one impossible to resist. Defeated, he gave in to temptation, surrendering to the dizzying aroma clinging to her skin. As Rose felt his burning breath against her, a shiver of pure, unadulterated pleasure rushed through her spine. A moment later, a heavily blushing, panting Leon looked up. "Is that enough?" Rose smiled like a satisfied queen, but slowly shook her head. Not even close. Without warning, she grabbed his chin and forced his mouth open. Right now, the mighty hero was nothing but an obedient lapdog. A wicked, sinister smile crept onto Rose's face. She bit down hard on her own lip, letting a single drop of her blood fall straight into Leon's mouth. Leon swallowed instinctively, thinking it was just more wine. But the moment that dreadfully familiar metallic taste hit his tongue, his eyes snapped wide open. "Wait, this is blood. No freaking way. Are you seriously taking the game this far?" Terrified out of his mind, he forcefully shoved her away. This sensation. "Did you just hit me with a blood curse?" Casually wiping the crimson streak from her mouth, Rose giggled. "Bingo, the blood curse. You are quite intimately familiar with it, aren't you? It is the only way to make tonight truly entertaining." And just like that, a glowing crimson magic seal flared right inside Leon's pupils. The ancient curse activated instantly. Leon grabbed his chest where a dragon-shaped crest burned like hellfire, his entire body trembling violently. "Why would you do this?" he choked out. Rose simply offered a devastatingly seductive smile. "Did you suffer amnesia, darling? 2 years ago, you used this exact same curse on me. I still have fond memories of your phenomenal stamina back then." Leon gritted his teeth in agony. "Do you have any idea what the side effects of this magic are?" "Cool as a cucumber," Rose replied. "Obviously, I know. That is why I tweaked the formula. I completely removed the physical damage to dragons and maximized the aphrodisiac effect." At this point, whatever tiny shred of sanity Leon had left was rapidly evaporating. He was burning up from the inside out, his brain flatlined, leaving only one primal, overwhelming desire. Rose playfully traced the glowing seal on his chest, whispering in a tone dripping with sweet poison. "Having to force you every single time. It really ruins the mood, you know? Tonight, I want to see you beg on your knees like a feral dog. I want you pleading for my touch." Sitting up straight, her eyes gleamed with absolute predatory thrill. Within her mesmerizing silver eyes, tiny heart-shaped ripples began to manifest. And with that, tonight's ultimate game of truth or dare officially begins. In this twisted, romantic hunting ground, the line between predator and prey had completely blurred. Who was trapping who? But one thing was certain, she was dead set on making the mighty Leon beg for her mercy. Meanwhile, the cursed poison wrecked his system. He was boiling alive, writhing in unbearable, desperate heat. The magical love crest glowing on his skin pulsed with blinding, undeniable intensity. Watching his legendary struggle, Rose laughed triumphantly. "Oh my, is the brave righteous dragon slayer losing control? Do you have any idea how pathetic you look right now?" Clutching his chest, Leon stubbornly fired back, "I do not want to know." Unfazed, Rose dramatically pulled out a magical artifact and expanded it right in front of him. "Seriously, these dragonkin folks are absolutely unhinged. I specifically bought this magic mirror from Sky City, just so you can rewatch your embarrassing performance later. Come on, Leon, look at the mirror and tell the audience, what exactly do you want right now?" Burning with unnatural fever, Leon stared at his reflection and stammered, I want a kiss." Suddenly, his last surviving brain cell screamed in protest. "No, stop talking, you absolute idiot." Watching him mentally fight himself was pure comedy gold for Rose. "Oh, what was that? Speak up, Leon. Say it louder for the people in the back." Pushed over the edge, Leon roared like a starved beast. "I want Rose! I need Rose's kiss!" Internally, he was having a total meltdown. "That is not what I meant to say at all." Hearing the frantic, desperate pleading of her hero, Rose leaned in dangerously close. She gently caressed his flushed cheek, forcing him to witness his own breakdown in the glass. "Absolutely hilarious. You look just like a needy little kitten, tossing aside all your precious morals, just to beg your sworn enemy for a kiss. I want to devour you whole right now, but I also want to watch you suffer a little longer." So, access denied. With a haughty flick of her chin, she brutally rejected him. But honestly, did she think a curse-crazed Leon would just accept that? His body temperature hit supernova levels, his eyes glowing a dangerous feral red. "Oh hell no, Rose. Rejection was completely off the table." Moving with explosive speed, he pinned her to the mattress, instantly transforming from a pathetic kitten into a raging T-Rex. Towering over a shocked Rose, he growled, "I want you, and I am completely vetoing your rejection." Seeing the sheer, unbridled possessiveness in his eyes, Rose's excitement went through the roof. "Ha ha! Finally! The good boy is showing some real alpha energy. I wonder what the history books would say if they saw their glorious hero acting this insanely thirsty." But the hero in question gave zero flips about his reputation right now. He only had eyes for his villainess. Grabbing her hand, he pressed a scorching kiss to it and whispered, "Rose, I am going to kiss you now, and I am never letting you go." Let us have some real fun tonight. Seeing our normally stoic hero acting so aggressively passionate, the Dragon Queen was absolutely dumbfounded, flashing back to their history together. Wait a minute, was I this dangerously clingy when I was hit with a blood curse back then? A wicked, triumphant smirk crossed her face. Oh, how the mighty Dragon Slayer has fallen. Your time has finally come, Leon. Laughing out loud, she threw her arms around his neck. Closing the distance until there was zero space between them, she whispered into his ear. Since you are begging so sweetly, I suppose I have no choice but to completely satisfy you. Show me everything tonight, my little puppy. Let me witness the absolute corruption of the grand hero. What followed was a totally sleepless night. The poor wooden bed fought for its life, creaking and groaning in a symphony of chaotic passion until dawn. The next morning, brilliant golden sunlight bathed the glorious silver dragon sanctuary. Inside the royal chamber, the usually strictly disciplined queen was a mess of tangled hair, completely knocked out to the world. Shockingly, the first one to open his eyes was our hero, Leon. Blinking through the haze, he took one look at her and face-palmed. Great heavens, I totally lost my mind again last night. He bolted upright in a panic, but a massive, throbbing headache instantly hit him like a warhammer. Curse that demonic blood magic! He screamed internally. It completely shattered my glorious pride and dignity as a master dragon slayer. How could I actually beg her for affection like a lovesick fool? Flashbacks of his desperate, pleading face from the night before flooded his mind. He instantly cringed so hard he almost ground his teeth into dust. The sheer absolute humiliation of it all was way over his maximum limit. Glaring at the peacefully snoring Dragon Queen, his embarrassment practically transformed into an explosive, fiery aura. How in the world is this tricky reptile sleeping like a baby after absolutely destroying me in combat last night? She was totally relaxed, without a single ounce of her usual royal defense. Almost possessed by an invisible force, he reached out to poke her incredibly gorgeous, sleeping face. But the second his fingers brushed her skin, his cheeks ignited like a volcano, and he yanked his hand back in absolute panic. What on earth is wrong with my brain? He mentally panicked. Why did I just touch her out of nowhere? I was just trying to wake her up. Yes, strictly business, zero romantic feelings involved. While desperately trying to gaslight himself into staying calm, a sudden realization hit him. Wait a second. Since when did this mighty overlord sleep this deeply? Was she faking it just to mess with him? Suspicious. He furiously poked her forehead. All right, the joke is over. I know you are awake. Get up right now, Miss Perfect Discipline. But she did not even flinch. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could this be the backlash of the blood magic? The intensity of the curse heavily depended on the caster's physical limits. Back when he used it while practically standing at death's door, the toll was unimaginable. By some absolute miracle, he had actually survived it, but it still forced him into a deep coma for 2 entire years. There was no doubt Rose was suffering the exact same rebound effect right now, but since she possessed the legendary physique of a dragon monarch, she would probably bounce back in just about 1 week. As the math finally clicked in his head, a delightfully wicked and utterly villainous grin crept onto our hero face. A whole week of her completely knocked out? Hold on a second. Was this not the absolute most perfect opportunity for a grand escape? His survival instincts kicked into maximum overdrive. He sprinted straight to the storage chest, desperately snatching up his master keys and high-grade stamina potions. Sure, his current legs could not carry him very far, but if he equipped his ultimate black combat gear, that changed the game completely. Mixing his endless stamina potions with that legendary armor speed boost, he could just blast off at maximum velocity. Give him a full 7 days of a head start, and he would easily cross the borders right back into human territory. By the time this sleepy dragon woke up and noticed her favorite toy was missing, he would be long gone. Victory is finally mine! He burst into an evil, victorious cackle. But almost immediately after his dramatic villain laugh faded, a weird, heavy feeling anchored his heart. Did he actually not want to leave? The adrenaline suddenly crashed out of his system. He took a deep breath, forcing his logical brain to analyze the reality. It has already been 2 whole years since I vanished from the Empire, he muttered softly. Who knows what kind of chaos is happening back home right now? With a heavy sigh, he slowly placed the glowing potions right back into the drawer. The conspiracy behind his capture back then was still completely soaked in mystery. Rushing back blindly into enemy territory would just be throwing away his life. Playing it safe was the only smart move. Besides, he had specifically requested the Dragon Queen massive spy network to track down his missing master. He absolutely needed to stay and secure that intel first. But let us be brutally honest here. The absolute biggest reason? He was completely and hopelessly attached to his 2 little troublemakers. A profoundly warm, totally out-of-character smile melted across the hero face. From the high balcony, he watched Little Moon and Noah giggling and chasing butterflies in the royal courtyard. Big sister, get it! Get it! Slow down, you dummy! Do not trip! Their pure, sweet voices drifted up on the wind. Defeated by fatherhood, he stepped back into the shadows of the room, shaking his head with a totally helpless smirk. Yep, I am definitely stuck in this sanctuary for now. He surrendered to his fate. Besides, I still have not gotten my grand revenge on you yet. Am I right? He whispered toward the bed. But naturally, the mighty Rose remained completely lost to the dream world. Skip to the following day. Following that incredibly intense all-night conversation, the two little princesses were staring at their mother, who was still dead to the world. Little Moon tugged at the blankets, her massive puppy dog eyes filled with worry. Mommy, are you okay in there? Why is she ignoring us? She has been sleeping for like a million hours. Noah, the sharper of the twins, slowly turned her head like a tiny detective. She crossed her little arms, glaring at her father with absolute suspicion. Spit it out. Exactly what did you do to her last night? Caught completely off guard by a toddler interrogation, Leon panicked, scratching the back of his head in an awkward cold sweat. Haha, oh, adult stuff. He stammered out the world's worst lie. Your mother and I just, talked on the chilly balcony for way too long. Yes, she totally just caught a little cold from the night breeze. Desperate for backup, he shot a frantic rescue glare at Anna, the loyal dragon maid. It is just a tiny bug, nothing serious at all, right, Anna? Noticing the terrifyingly sad eyes of the two little princesses, the professional maid quickly bowed and played along. You have absolutely nothing to fear, my lord. The royal sanctuary. Physicians have already thoroughly examined Her Majesty. Aside from a severe case of physical exhaustion, all of her magical vitals are perfectly normal. For the next few days, I shall take over the administrative duties of the Dragon Clan in her stead. If there are no further commands, I must return to my mountain of paperwork. Leon let out a massive sigh of relief. Yes, perfect. Go save the kingdom, Anna. With the crisis narrowly avoided, he quickly waved the head maid off to her duties. Meanwhile, Little Moon climbed up beside the pillow, her tiny hands softly brushing her mother's dazzling platinum hair. Please get well super fast, Mommy. I promise I will never ever make you mad again. She was undeniably the sweetest, most obedient little angel in the world, even if she was completely and adorably clueless about what really happened last night. But wait, the mighty Silver Dragon Queen was sweating bullets. Leon made a mental note. Time for some serious husband duties later. Cue the boss music. His daughter Noah glared at him with absolute suspicion. Were you planning something sketchy while mom is out cold? Why are you staring at her like that? Talk about an awkward interrogation. Did this sharp-eyed kid actually figure out his master plan? Leon kept his poker face perfectly intact. Noah, you are overthinking this. Daddy just wants to take good care of mommy right now. She scanned him like a lie detector before finally dropping her guard. Good to hear. With that, the little detective walked away, reminding Mun to visit their mom tomorrow. Sweet little Mun did not want to leave, but she nodded like a good girl. Mommy, I will come see you again tomorrow. Before heading out, she gave Leon an adorable wave. Good night, Daddy. His heart melted instantly. Sweet dreams, my little princess. With the kids finally gone, it was time for action. He actually planned to be a decent nurse for his overpowered dragon wife. Seeing her completely defenseless, he sighed. He could not let Rose wake up looking totally wrecked and panic their daughters. Stepping up as husband of the year, he grabbed a basin of warm water. He wrung out a soft towel and gently began the cleanup mission. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. He carefully wiped her forehead, nose, and cheeks. He muttered under his breath, just like a massive tsundere. I am only doing this so you do not catch a cold. Do not get the wrong idea when you wake up. A flash of genuine worry crossed his face. She usually flaunted that massive dragon tail of hers, but she was so exhausted she could not even summon it right now. Job done. But then, a dangerous thought entered his mind. Should he change her clothes too? Challenge accepted. He threw open the royal wardrobe. Holy jackpot. An endless sea of fashion blinded him. With this many options, surely he could pick something to his own taste, right? The inner degenerate awakened. He dug through the racks like a madman. Off the shoulder? Check. Plunging neckline? Check. Bows and black stockings? Double check. After a chaotic rummaging session, he stroked his chin like an evil genius. He had assembled the ultimate outfit. But wait, what about the crucial animal ears? Ding. A light bulb went off. He was an absolute visionary. He could just braid her gorgeous hair into little fuzzy beast ears. Perfection. He stared down at his masterpiece. And let us just say, his smile was looking completely unhinged right now. 2.5 minutes later, the ultimate makeover was complete. Behold, the limited edition Beast Girl Dragon Queen. It was so destructively cute that Leon instantly turned tomato red. Who gave her the right to look this good? The synergy between her and that outfit was breaking the laws of physics. But suddenly, the dragon crest on his chest burst into blinding light. It was throbbing like crazy. Panic mode engaged. He aggressively yanked his collar down. What the heck was going on? Why was the magic mark acting up right now of all times? It was practically vibrating out of his skin. Then, the dreadful memory hit him. Rose had warned him about this magic tattoo. If either of them had impure thoughts about the other, the crest would react. Realizing his own lewdness, Leon aggressively slapped his cheeks. Get out of my head! He shouted at his own brain. How could I possibly have dirty thoughts about that terrifying woman? It is all the dark bunny suit fault. The outfit is cursed. I swear. Time for emergency mental purification. He decided to chant the Dragon Slayer Creed 10 times to cool his jets. Hands pressed together like a monk, he chanted with absolute solemnity. Loyalty to the Empire is my supreme glory. Bleeding on the battlefield is my ultimate honor. Slaying dragons to protect my family is my pride. Sleeping with the enemy is absolute trash. Running away makes you a total loser. Betrayal is the lowest of the low. The anti-horniness chant worked. The glowing dragon mark finally chilled out. Leon let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew! Disaster averted. But then his eyes wandered back to the bed. A chance to dress up his terrifying wife like this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. It would be a crime against humanity to not document this. He stared at her peacefully sleeping face, and another devious plot hatched in his brain. Did she not have a family camera somewhere? He raided her drawers like a professional thief. Bingo! The legendary item has been acquired. Trembling with excitement, he charged the camera with a spark of magic. Click! Flash! Click! He snapped photos from every conceivable angle. Ha ha ha! The mighty queen finally fell into my trap. Channeling his inner fashion photographer, he carefully adjusted her arms and legs to get the absolute perfect lighting. Say cheese, my lovely little dragon. These glorious blackmail photos will be my greatest treasure forever. Right on cue, Rose twitched. A soft groan escaped her lips. Leon froze completely solid. His soul almost left his body. Was the final boss waking up already? That was way too fast. He held his breath for 10 seconds. False alarm. She was still out cold, completely motionless on the mattress. Holy smokes, my life flashed before my eyes. Better switch her back to her boring pajamas now. The ultimate payback plan will continue tomorrow. But honestly, nobody knows how many ridiculous outfits that man forced her to wear that night. Fast forward to the next morning. Mun sprinted down the hallway in a total panic. Big sister! Big sister! Noah hit the brakes and spun around. What is the emergency? Calm down and breathe. Mun held up a hopelessly jammed Rubik Cube. My toy is totally busted. I wanted Daddy to fix it, but he has completely vanished. Noah narrowed her eyes dangerously. Her detective instincts kicked in. Did that sneaky man use Mom Coma as a chance to run away from home? But she kept her cool for her little sister. Do not worry, Mun. We will hunt him down together. They marched through the halls. Mun kept shouting out in pure distress, Daddy, where are you hiding? Meanwhile, our resident trickster was nowhere to be found. After surviving years of oppression from his tyrant dragon wife, Leon had orchestrated the ultimate counterattack. To execute Operation Dragon Revenge, he had skipped town before sunrise. He was currently miles away, plotting his next hilarious move. Right now, little Mun and Noah were tearing the room apart. Their sweet voices echoed through the empty space. Daddy, where are you hiding? The twin terrors marched right into Rose's bedroom. They scanned the area like radar, but found absolutely zero trace of him. Even Leon's own room was completely deserted. Mun's hyperactive imagination immediately ran wild. She worried her dad was so heartbroken over Rose's coma that he drank himself silly last night and passed out in a random corner. Naturally, her first genius instinct was to pop open the trash can. Daddy, are you in here? While Mun remained gloriously clueless, Noah stood right behind her, utterly speechless. Why on earth would our father be in the garbage? The girls flipped every cushion and peeked into every crack, but Leon had practically vanished into thin air. Mun's giant eyes welled up as she threw a massive pout. I've looked literally everywhere. Do you think our poor daddy got lost? Hearing this, Noah crossed her arms like a seasoned philosopher. Listen carefully, Mun. Some people seem perfectly nice, but sooner or later, they all leave. Just like last time. Huh? Mun blinked in pure confusion, but Noah's years of intense toddler observation had led to one dark conclusion. If my brilliant deduction is correct, that man has finally made his grand escape. And with impeccable comedic timing, Leon was currently scrambling over the massive stone walls of the Silver Dragon Temple like a total thief. Noah adjusted her invisible detective glasses. I've always suspected our family was super weird. Sure, it looks all warm and fuzzy on the outside, but it's totally built on a mountain of lies. Think about it. Ever since our brains could form memories, that guy has been sleeping in that exact same room. Mom claimed he was our beloved father, but the very second he woke up, his first instinct was to sprint away from this place. And Mom didn't even bother explaining. She just forcefully dragged him right back. He stopped trying to run after that, but I knew his heart was never truly chained to us. Then came phase 2 of his master plan. He approached me, buttered me up, taught me how to study, and played the role of the ultimate family man. But my genius brain never fell for his fake love. I knew he was just lowering our defenses. He was waiting for the perfect moment to pull a legendary vanishing act. If his supposed fatherly affection is actually hiding some shady ulterior motive, then I'd rather toss that impure trash away. I refuse to be a mere pawn in his twisted game of escape. He never belonged in our world anyway. It was only a matter of time. Hearing her sister's brutal soap opera monologue, Mun clenched her tiny fists as waterfalls of tears burst out. Wah! Mommy won't wake up, and Daddy threw us away. Big sister, what are we gonna do now? Noah panicked and quickly pulled the crying mess into a tight hug. There. Your big sister will protect you from this cruel world. Mun buried her face deep into Noah's chest, sobbing an absolute ocean of dramatic tears. Patting her sister's shaking back, Noah's face suddenly turned dead serious. Dry your tears, Mun. We are going to hold a grand memorial service to send him off. Meanwhile, on the majestic mountain right behind the temple, a sea of vibrant pink cherry blossoms was in full, glorious bloom. Petals danced beautifully in the breeze, creating a scene straight out of a romance webtoon. And standing right in the middle of this masterpiece, Leon. He was currently scanning the area like a weirdly intense surveyor. Not bad at all, he muttered. The scenery here is absolutely top tier. That little maid actually told the truth. A villainous chuckle escaped his lips. Hey, hey, hey. Just you wait, Rose. Once you finally wake up from your beauty sleep, I've got a mind-blowing surprise waiting for you. Plot twist. First thing this morning, Leon had practically interrogated a poor maid just to discover the Dragon Queen's absolute favorite hangout spots. The flustered maid had blinked in surprise. Your Highness? You wish to know Her Majesty's usual locations? Exactly. I feel like taking a very specific stroll today. Well, Your Highness, if you wish to trace Her Majesty's footsteps, I can gladly arrange an escort to guide you. But this was Leon's top-secret mission of supreme petty vengeance. Having an audience was totally out of the question. Hard pass. He rejected instantly. I can navigate just fine on my own. Just draw some big red circles on this map for me. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly how our brilliant mastermind ended up in this romantic forest. Taking in the breathtaking view, his imagination ran wild with glorious visions of finally getting his sweet revenge against that bossy dragon. Normally, my movements are totally restricted, but with her knocked out cold, this is my golden opportunity. I can sneak out, play scout, and thoroughly map out the entire battlefield. I'll track down her most cherished sanctuary, and right here in her favorite spot, I will teach her an unforgettable lesson. The moment her eyes open, she's walking right into my trap. The more Leon visualized his grand victory, the wider his smug, wicked grin became. Investigating her hobbies? Please. That was just the perfect cover story. This is step 1 of my ultimate payback protocol. I'm setting the stage. I'll strike right when she wakes up. While her defenses are hitting rock bottom, I will thoroughly humiliate her in the very place she loves most. It's perfectly poetic justice for exactly what she did to me back in my homeland. Right in the middle of his villain monologue, a massive cherry blossom tree caught his eye. He strutted over and gave the thick trunk an evaluating pat. The girth is excellent, and the structural angle is simply divine. His degenerate mind immediately started calculating the most optimal physical positions for his revenge. Squinting at the dirt below, his inner perfectionist flared up. The ground here is a bit too firm. I'll definitely need to scatter a thick layer of soft petals beforehand. But the best part? The view of the temple down below is crystal clear. What an absolutely flawless battleground. Whipping out his trusty map, Leon fiercely marked a giant X on the spot. VIP list updated. Obviously, his grand ambition wasn't limited to just one tree. He skipped through the area, gleefully pinpointing several other premium spots for his supposed payback. With his scouting mission a raging success, Leon felt lighter than a feather. The stage was beautifully set. Now, the only missing piece was a conscious Rose. Hehehe, you arrogant female dragon. This time, I am going to absolutely destroy your precious pride. His unhinged cackling echoed through the peaceful forest as Leon finally began his triumphant, leisurely stroll back to the Grand Palace. However, after a delightful afternoon of degenerate plotting, he stepped back into the temple courtyard, only to freeze. A massive crowd of dragons was wailing uncontrollably around a gigantic, roaring bonfire. Blinking at the sheer chaotic drama, he casually wandered over and tapped someone's shoulder. Whoa, what's with the gloomy festival? Why is everyone crying their eyes out? What exactly are you guys doing? The stunned maids had absolutely zero explanation for him. They only knew the two little highnesses had suddenly ordered a massive bonfire to host an impromptu funeral. Leon finally looked up at the blazing flames. Right there, Noah and Mun were solemnly paying their final respects. Sniffling, Mun placed a juicy steak on the altar. Daddy, I brought you your favorite steak. Please come back as a ghost and visit us. Noah patted her sister's shoulder with dramatic solemnity. He is gone forever. Accept reality, little sister. Standing too far to hear the eulogy, Leon just tilted his head in total confusion. They must be playing some weird new game, he chuckled to himself. Looks pretty fun, actually. As their amazing dad, how could I miss out on playtime? With that goofy thought, he casually strolled over. Excuse me, coming through. The maids guarding the bonfire knew exactly whose funeral this was. Seeing the walking corpse approach them, they completely panicked. Ah, His Highness has returned from the dead, but Leon completely ignored their terrified, wide-eyed stares. He walked right up to the roaring fire and cheerfully asked, So, whose spirit are we honoring today? Grandpa actually taught me how to play the trumpet. Want me to perform a glorious tribute song for the deceased? Right as he boasted, his eyes locked onto the memorial portrait resting on the altar. He squinted at it and muttered, Wait a second, isn't that my face? Wow, I look insanely handsome in that picture. But a split second later, the absurd reality finally hit him. His jaw dropped to the floor as he shrieked, Hold on! Why are you guys holding my funeral? He stared at his two precious, innocent daughters and let out a completely defeated laugh. My sweet little angels. I was literally only gone for one single day, and you have already organized my entire memorial service? Isn't that rushing things just a little bit? Hearing that familiar voice, Mun whipped her head around, bursting into happy tears. Daddy! Wah, you actually came back to us. Noah stood frozen in pure shock before tears flooded her eyes. She lunged forward, hugging Leon tightly while sobbing loudly. Wah! Daddy is back! I thought you threw us away forever. Leon gently patted Mun's little head with a warm, loving smile. You silly little girl, why would you ever think such nonsense? How could I ever abandon my precious babies? Beside them, Noah quickly suppressed her emotions, pouting her lips with an angry little huff. Mun and I searched the entire holy temple for you. When we could not find you anywhere, we thought you really left us behind. Leon burst into comforting laughter. Ha ha, I will never leave you too. I just had some urgent business up on the mountain today. Noah stood completely stunned. Clutching her little treasure box tightly, she secretly thought to herself, so I blamed him for absolutely no reason. Leon scooped Moon up into his arms and turned to the bewildered dragon tribe maids. All right, everyone, show is over. Tonight was just a hilarious little misunderstanding. The staff collectively bowed in deep respect. Snuggling in Leon's arms, a still sniffling Mun suddenly pointed her chubby finger at the massive pile of memorial food. Daddy, since you are not dead anymore, can I eat your funeral offerings? Leon froze for a second before cracking up. Sure thing. Daddy is the absolute best, right? Hearing permission, Mun happily bolted straight toward the altar full of perfectly roasted meat. Watching his little glutton devour the food, Leon could not help but sweat drop. This kid's massive appetite. She definitely did not inherit that from my side of the family. Meanwhile, Noah watched her sister before looking up with a dead serious expression. Next time you wander off alone, you better report to us first. When Leon looked slightly confused, the little tsundere quickly turned her blushing face away. It is because Mun gets super worried about you. Hearing her tough facade, Leon awkwardly scratched his head with a guilty smile. I am really sorry. I did not mean to make you guys, make Mun worry. He originally wanted to say he made both of them worry, but catching her drift, he tactfully changed it to just Mun. Because he fully understood his tsundere daughter's insecurity. That proud little girl would never openly admit she was terrified of losing her dad. Suddenly, Noah turned back to him with immense gravity. Anyway, tonight's massive mix-up was entirely my fault. I never should have doubted you. I apologize. Dropping her pride completely, she bowed her head in a deep, formal apology. Leon was taken aback, a sharp ache suddenly squeezing his heart. So this ridiculous memorial was entirely triggered by Noah's misunderstanding? She easily could have stayed quiet and blamed it all on the maids. Yet this tiny child bravely stepped forward to take full responsibility for her actions. It was a heartbreaking sign of forced early maturity in a child who should still be completely carefree. A heavy wave of self-blame washed over him. After all, this massive misunderstanding was ultimately caused by his own carelessness. As the man who called himself their father, he realized he was failing his most important quest. He had utterly failed his duty, leaving his precious daughter drowning in such terrible insecurity. Noah desperately craved familial warmth and affection, but was completely clueless on how to express those feelings or reach out for a simple hug. No matter how many times he verbally declared his love, a deep-rooted fear probably still lingered in the darkest corners of her little heart. He needed to step up his game. He had to use absolute, undeniable actions to prove to them, step by step, that they were his entire world. Shaking off the gloom, Leon gently ruffled Noah's hair with a radiant smile. It is totally fine. Let's all grab some dinner, okay? You have an academy class tomorrow. And remember, Daddy will always be right here by your side. Despite his warmth, Noah still shot him a highly suspicious glare. Bright and early the next morning, Mun stayed glued to her mother's side all day long. Rose was still trapped in her deep coma on the bed, but suddenly, her delicate fingers twitched. Consciousness slowly returned as her heavy eyelids fluttered open, accompanied by a soft, weak groan. Seeing her mother awake at last, Mun wagged her tail in absolute ecstasy. Mommy, you are finally awake. You slept for 2 whole days straight. I was so super worried about you, she cried, big crocodile tears pooling in her adorable eyes. Seeing her precious daughter in such distress, Rose weakly raised her hand to caress Mun's tear-stained cheek. I am so sorry, my sweet Mun. Mommy made you worry all over again. She scanned her inner mana. 0. Zilch. Her entire body felt like a squashed slime. Yup, she was still completely powerless. As the almighty Dragon King, a tiny blood-cursed backlash should have been an absolute walk in the park. But feeling this utterly pathetic, that was definitely the price of using her trump card to save that idiot. Speaking of Leon, she was absolutely certain that bastard had already packed his bags and bolted. I mean, who would not run away given such a perfect golden opportunity? She gently squeezed Mun's tiny hand. Mun, sweetie, how long was Mommy asleep? The little girl blinked sleepily. Only 2 days. 2 days? The gears in Rose's head immediately started spinning at light speed. 2 days meant he could not have gone too far. If she sent her elite guards to hunt him down right now, she could totally drag him back. But right at that dramatic moment, a disgustingly cheerful voice echoed from the doorway. "My darling Mun, do you want fish for dinner tonight?" Daddy caught an absolute monster of a fish behind the mountain. Leon proudly hoisted up a massive fish like a legendary loot drop. Mun's eyes sparkled like stars. "Yay! We are having a feast. Daddy is the absolute best." Leon puffed out his chest with max-level pride. "Well, I am your daddy after all." Then, his gaze casually drifted over and locked onto the awake Rose. A wicked, teasing smirk spread across his face. "Oh ho? Has our sleeping beauty finally decided to wake up?" Panic mode engaged. Rose instantly yanked the blanket up to her chin. "Why the heck are you still here?" Leon let out a meaningful chuckle, leaning in with peak cheeky energy. "If I am not here, where else would I be? I specifically went fishing to nourish my incredibly precious wife." Did he just say wife? The sheer shamelessness hit Rose with critical damage, turning her cheeks tomato red. She stuttered helplessly. Who is your wife, you punk?" Seeing her flustered state, little Mun pouted and whispered a scolding to save her mom. "Daddy has absolutely zero shame." Leon just chuckled inwardly, his mastermind plan clearly already in motion. He handed the epic fish over to Mun. "Mun, Daddy has a top-tier quest just for you. Can you take this big boss to the kitchen for me? Are you up for the challenge?" Like the goodest girl she was, Mun nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir. Leave this crucial mission to me." And just like that, the tiny girl happily dragged a fish twice her size straight toward the kitchen. Leon called out after her. "Mun, if dinner is ready early, go ahead and eat first. Mommy and Daddy have some extremely important adult business to settle." The moment the little munchkin was safely out of earshot, Rose glared daggers at Leon with a fiercely blushing face. "I totally thought you would ditch your daughter and run for the hills while I was knocked out." Leon flashed a downright villainous smirk. "You and I still have way too much unfinished business. How could I possibly just walk away?" Rose froze, completely bewildered. "Unfinished business? What are you talking about?" The corners of Leon's mouth curled up as he slowly stalked toward the bed, his voice dripping with dangerous intent. "Do you remember what you did to me a month ago when I first woke up?" "Wait, what I did to you?" Realization hit Rose like a freight train. Her eyes went wide with pure comedic terror. You are not planning to." Leon leaned in close, his eyes gleaming with mischievous payback. "Bullseye, now it is your turn to get a taste of your own medicine." Seeing that smug, overly satisfied grin on his face, internal alarms blared in Rose's head. She gripped her blanket like a shield, trembling under his gaze. "You shameless scoundrel! Do not try anything funny. Do not think my low HP means you can forcefully reverse our roles." Leon let out a dark, theatrical chuckle. "Low HP? Ha ha ha. You conveniently forgot that I was at level 1 when you mercilessly pinned me down and humiliated me. I woke up, did not even get a sip of water, and bam, you stamped your dragon crest on me and forced me down. Did you give me a chance to strategize back then?" Out of options, Rose resorted to angry, empty threats. "You better realize that the second my mana returns, you are a dead man walking. So back off before you do something you will desperately regret." But Leon completely ignored the warning sign. "Regret? Not a chance, my beloved wifey. Taking absolute advantage of your weakened state tonight is the smartest tactical move of my life." Without skipping a beat, Leon swept the powerless Dragon King right into his arms in a perfect princess carry. "Congratulations, you are my prisoner now." Then, he carried her straight toward the palace's back mountain. A gigantic full moon illuminated their entire path. "Put me down right now! Unhand me, you brute!" Despite her body shaking from mana exhaustion, Rose kept squirming and commanding her captor to let go. But Leon's resolve was made of titanium tonight. He was claiming his prize. "Stop wiggling, unless you want to faceplant into the dirt." Rose was boiling with absolute rage. She ground her teeth, thinking, if my stats were not debuffed, I would have launched this punk into orbit by now. Finally, Leon arrived at a secluded spot. Under a gorgeous, blooming cherry blossom tree, he had already prepared a luxurious bed covered entirely in pink petals. Rose stared at the highly suspicious, yet familiar setup. "Leon, why did you bring me out here? Do not tell me you are into extreme outdoor thrills?" Leon chuckled brightly, thoroughly enjoying himself. "While you were taking a nap, I did a little scouting on your favorite spots." "Welcome to checkpoint number 1 of our special tour." Rose's face instantly went pale, her anger spiking. "Checkpoint number 1? You mean you are planning a whole marathon?" Leon burst out laughing like a true supervillain. "Well, obviously. Just take in the beautiful scenery first. Having an intense workout while gazing at your own glorious sanctuary. Does that not sound absolutely thrilling? We get a VIP panoramic view from right here." It was in that moment Rose finally understood. This entirely elaborate setup was his ultimate petty revenge for what she did back then. Leon dispelled the love dragon mark with a wicked smirk. "You bet your scales it is. Fighting poison with absolute poison. Dominance is not just a dragon privilege anymore. I want you to taste this utter humiliation right here on your own home turf." Suddenly, The magical crests on Rose began to pulse wildly. Her legendary stamina hit 0, causing the almighty queen to totally faceplant forward. The bizarre sensation from the crest sent the weakened dragon mother into an absolute, delirious frenzy. I might just be a puny human, but my thirst for petty revenge is top tier. With dramatic flair, Leon grabbed the queen's delicate chin. Listen closely, my dear Rose. Open your eyes and look at your sacred sanctuary. All your royal pride stems from this very place. Yet here you are, completely at my mercy. Caressing her cheek like a true villain, Leon initiated his grand master plan. Pinning her down for the ultimate payback, he just had to rub salt in the wound. Tell me, Rose, how does it feel to be conquered by a total failure of a dragon slayer? To seal the deal, the sneaky main character planted a burning kiss right on the Dragon Queen's ultra-sensitive back. This is payback for all the dirty tricks you pulled on me. I am returning the favor with interest. The sudden touch made Rose let out a tiny gasp, her heart doing backflips of pure chaos. Her royal brain screamed to fight back, but her violently trembling body was basically begging for this annoying hero's attention. Finally throwing her queenly dignity out the window, Rose made a totally wild decision. If we are doing this, we are tearing the heavens apart. She flipped over in a flash, wrapping her majestic tail tightly around Leon's shoulders. Leon practically jumped out of his skin. Wait, the tail maneuver? How does she still have mana points left? Glaring at him with sparking eyes, she declared, "While you have the upper hand, you better give it your absolute all, human. Humiliate me until I completely lose my mind. Because the second my cooldown ends, I will make you suffer 1,000,000,000 times worse." She practically hissed the threat through gritted teeth. Instead of being terrified, our boy Leon just got ridiculously fired up. His movements leveled up in sheer intensity. Seeing that furious glare in her eyes only activated his competitive gamer spirit to the absolute max. Do not threaten me with tomorrow. I live for the now. The night is young, and this revenge banquet is just serving the appetizers. Brace yourself, your majesty. And just like that, human and dragon battled it out all night long, surrounded by a hilariously romantic cherry blossom forest. Leon dragged the fight across basically every room in the palace. Fast forward to the crack of dawn, the two completely drained warriors collapsed onto the Silver Dragon Queen's massive bed. Phew! Finally back at the spawn point. Dragging her around for a revenge marathon absolutely depleted my stamina bar. By this point, Rose was so magically exhausted, she had straight up blue-screened into a deep coma. Peeking through half-closed eyelids at the snoring beauty, Leon felt a weird sense of accomplishment. Honestly, she looks way too satisfied with how this went down, sleeping like a literal baby. Suddenly, his brain buffered. Hold the phone. Satisfied? Was not this supposed to be my brutal revenge? Realizing his logic was completely falling apart, Leon desperately tried to reboot his villain persona. Nope. Abort thought. Error. The almighty dragon mother was utterly defeated by the scrub-tier slayer she mocked. Logic dictates that my revenge quest is completely clear. Mission accomplished. Giving her peaceful face one last triumphant glance, Leon smugly sat up. Better fast travel back to my own room before the royal maids catch me. After all, we are definitely not the cuddling until sunrise kind of enemies. But the moment he tried to make his stealthy escape, Rose ninja gripped his shirt. She mumbled adorably in her sleep. So freaking cold. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Leon tried to rationalize it. Just a basic lizard survival instinct. Reptiles naturally seek out a heat source. Yet, seeing her tiny fists death-gripping his clothes, our hero's iron will instantly shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Damn it. I cannot fall for this tsundere trap. Spoiler alert, his basic desires easily knocked out his remaining brain cells. Leon grabbed her hand, yanked the blanket up, and totally burrowed back into the fortress of fluff. Watching her sleep so peacefully, a goofy, out-of-character smile hijacked his face. Compared to my depressing, freezing mattress? Yeah, staying in this luxury, flower-scented bed is the absolute meta choice. The next morning, the sun initiated its daily startup sequence. Golden rays filtered through the trees where two ridiculously cute birds were singing a domestic duet. Honestly, their sweet little bird cuddles perfectly mirrored the accidental married couple energy radiating from Leon and Rose. Little Mun slammed the bedroom door open, running completely on sleep-deprived autopilot. Still in her adorable pajamas, she aggressively rubbed the sleepy tears from her giant eyes. Ugh. Is mommy's server still offline? Mun waddled like a zombie across the room, used the end of bed sofa as a tactical step stool, and successfully vaulted onto the royal mattress. She poked Rose's shoulder, trying to reboot her. Mommy, wake up! The sun is literally cooking your tail. After several aggressive pokes, Rose let out a grumpy goblin noise, furrowing her brows like a gamer refusing to pause. Feeling a microscopic chill, the great dragon queen shamelessly cocooned herself deeper into the blankets. Cupping her hands by her mouth for warmth, she mumbled through the heavy sleep haze, Mun, go bother your daddy. Realizing the mommy non-player character was unresponsive, Mun crawled across the battlefield of pillows to violently shake Leon instead. Daddy, wake up! The sun is totally baking your butt! However, Leon just shifted slightly, scrunching his face in pure annoyance. With exactly zero intention of logging into the real world, he mumbled blindly back to the little girl, so warm and cozy. Let Daddy sleep just a little bit longer. But with both parents dead to the world, little Moon was reaching her boiling point. Cheeks puffed up like an angry blowfish, her tiny hands clenched into furious fists. She knelt on the mattress, glaring daggers at the peacefully cuddling couple. Seriously, if they were going to hug that tightly, who was going to play with Moon? Right now, Rose had her head resting perfectly against Leon, her hand draped over his chest in a flawless romantic lock. They were out cold, completely oblivious to the zero personal space between them, completely lost in their own cozy little world of body heat. But after kneeling there like a tiny sentry for a solid minute, Detective Moon noticed something incredibly suspicious. Hold on a second, weren't Mommy and Daddy usually bickering like cats and dogs? Seeing them this aggressively affectionate was blowing her tiny mind. She had never, ever seen them this hopelessly glued together before. But wait, why on earth were they covered in all those weird red spots? Squinting closer, Moon discovered a whole constellation of red marks scattered all over Leon and Rose. Big ones, little ones, trailing up their bodies and painting their necks. Of course, to the pure and innocent mind of a toddler, the true, spicy origin of these love bites was completely unreadable territory. Her little brain gears turned at top speed. After analyzing the shape and size of the mysterious red dots, she reached a flawless, foolproof conclusion. Aha! It was a bug ambush. A massive, monstrous mosquito must have sneaked in while her parents were totally defenseless. Taking advantage of their deep slumber, the evil insects had left these wicked battle scars behind. Without wasting another second, our little hero hopped off the bed and bolted for the medicine cabinet. Flashback time. She remembered when she got a nasty mosquito bite. Mommy Rose taught her that bug attacks required immediate medicinal counterstrikes. Rummaging through the medicine drawer like a frantic raccoon, Moon frantically searched her memory for the exact name and shape of that magical healing potion. Bingo! It did not take long to fish out the legendary green ointment, the ultimate weapon against swelling and mosquito villainy. Moon thrust the tiny bottle into the air like a hard-won trophy. Mission accomplished! I found it! She cheered victoriously. Scrambling back up the mountain of blankets, she stood tall and proud on the mattress. One hand parked confidently on her hip, the other holding the green goo high above her head. Looking down at her oblivious, sleeping parents, she whispered her heroic oath. Fear not, Noah might not be here, but Dr. Moon will save you both. Annihilating mosquitoes and curing parents? Easy peasy for me. Crawling right up to Leon, she scooped a massive glob of the green paste and went to work on his back. Next up, the chest. Seeing an absolute cluster of those pesky red spots, Moon generously applied an extra thick layer of the sticky green medicine. Oh no! Daddy got attacked so badly. Better use double the medicine to make it heal faster, she mumbled sympathetically. Leon vaguely felt a cool tickle on his back, but completely failed to open his eyes. He just smiled foolishly in his dreams and kept on snoring. After successfully painting her dad, Moon crawled over to Rose and began treating her chest as well. Getting a bit too enthusiastic, the little artist even managed to smear the green paste right across her mother's sleeping face. A while later, Leon slowly drifted awake to the sound of a tiny voice. Daddy, wake up! He dragged his heavy eyelids open, squinting to focus on the blurry little figure calling his name. Propping himself up with a groan, he suddenly realized his face felt weirdly wet and minty. Brows furrowing in utter confusion, he muttered out loud, "Why does my face feel so slimy?" He turned his head and instantly locked eyes with Rose. Her face and body were plastered with chaotic, bright green smears of medicinal paste. For a solid moment, Leon and Rose just stared at each other in sheer, bewildered shock. The bedroom plunged into an absolute, deafening silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, and then, Leon absolutely lost it! He clutched his stomach and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! What on earth happened to your face? He gasped, pointing at his wife's goblin green complexion. Rose was completely and utterly paralyzed. Her brain had totally short-circuited in the face of this absurd reality. She just squeezed her eyes shut, aggressively refusing to accept the embarrassing situation. Right on cue, Moon trotted back into the room, freshly dressed and bouncing with joy. Vaulting onto the bed, she threw her hands up in the air like a champion. Ta-da! Moon saved the day, she announced with chest-puffing pride. You guys got attacked by bugs. You were covered in red bites, so I put the itchy medicine on both of you. Wait, red bites? The laughter died instantly. Leon and Rose aggressively whipped their heads away from each other. Leon fired off a series of violent fake coughs, desperately trying to cover up his soul-crushing panic. Rose kept her eyes squeezed shut, but her cheeks were burning with a tomato-red blush that no amount of green ointment could hide. Sweating bullets, Leon thought to himself. Some things in this world are definitely not meant for children's eyes. Meanwhile, totally clueless to her parents' internal screaming, Moon stood there with eager, shining eyes. She gripped her tiny fists, practically radiating a desperate need for a golden star of approval. Moon did a great job, right? Swallowing his embarrassment, Leon gently patted the little girl's head, forcing the most tender, fatherly smile he could muster. Yes, sweetie, you did wonderfully. Basking in the glory of his praise, Moon flashed a million-watt smile. Riding the high of her medical success, she enthusiastically declared, "Next time you get bit, I will totally medicine you again." Utter silence fell over the bed. Leon and Rose refused to speak, slowly turning their heads to share a single, traumatized look. They were practically telepathically screaming the exact same thought. Next time, we are buying a deadbolt. The golden sun climbed high into the sky, only to inevitably begin its lazy descent. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic morning had surrendered to a peaceful afternoon. Knock knock. The door swung open, and Leon strolled into the bedroom balancing a wooden tray. On it sat a steaming, glorious bowl of golden fried rice, perfectly tossed with savory meat and fresh veggies. He placed the tray on Rose's bedside table, casually scooping up the bowl in a silver spoon. He loaded up a hearty spoonful, gently blew on it to cool the piping hot rice, and smoothly aimed it right at Rose's mouth, ready to spoon-feed her like a princess. "Say ah," he coaxed. But the second the spoon approached her lips, Rose flinched back like it was a weapon, her eyebrows tying together in deep suspicion. What do you think you are doing?" she demanded defensively. Seeing her act like a cornered cat, Leon did not even hesitate. He masterfully ambushed her, shoving the spoon straight into her mouth before she could even blink. "Feeding you, obviously," he shot back smoothly while she chewed in shock. "You literally have not eaten a proper meal in days. Even if dragons can easily survive hibernation without a single drop of food, it is definitely high time you ate something." Rose chewed her meal with immense reluctance. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest, and her face screamed absolute displeasure. "I can totally feed myself. I do not need your annoying help." Yet, as the warm food went down, her icy expression instantly melted away. Her harsh tones softened significantly. Honestly speaking, the taste was not bad at all. Hearing her classic tsundere complaints, Leon flashed a completely smug smirk. He casually scooped up a spoonful of rice and popped it right into his own mouth. He closed his eyes, twirling the spoon like a master swordsman. But of course, he declared with absolute, unbeatable confidence, "This is my legendary special fried rice, handcrafted with 100% pure love." Seeing him shamelessly steal her precious portion, Rose instantly flared up with blazing annoyance. She lunged forward aggressively, desperately trying to snatch the ceramic bowl back from his grasp. "Wasn't that supposed to be made for me? Why on earth are you eating it?" Seeing her flustered, adorable struggle, Leon wickedly pulled the bowl away, keeping it perfectly just out of her reach. With her physical body still in a weakened state, the Dragon Queen stood absolutely zero chance. He chuckled, fully enjoying his playful bullying. "Haha, I was just terribly worried you could not finish it all, just helping my dear wife out a little." Rose practically breathed pure dragon fire as she snapped back. "And who exactly told you I could not finish it? Hand over that spoon right this instant." In the literal blink of an eye, Rose had completely devoured the entire bowl of fried rice. Leon casually took the empty dish from her delicate hands and placed it gently onto the serving tray. Turning back, he locked his gaze onto her. A wickedly handsome smile played on his lips. "You have been so terribly weak lately. You can barely even walk properly. I personally bathed you. I cooked delicious meals for you, and I even hand-fed you like a baby. Am I not treating you incredibly well?" Hearing his totally shameless self-praise, Rose immediately furrowed her elegant brows in fierce protest. You mean tormenting my body the second my bath is over? Or utterly exhausting me in bed right after every single meal? No matter what nice thing you do, your absolutely wicked intentions always lead to exactly that." Leon simply picked up the serving tray, fully preparing to make his grand exit from the royal chamber. But just before stepping through the doorway, he glanced back over his broad shoulder with a maddeningly playful, teasing grin. "How could you possibly call that torment? That is simply the deep, passionate, and loving care of a totally devoted husband." Rose was so absolutely infuriated that she gritted her teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. Glaring absolute daggers at his retreating back, she screamed at the absolute top of her lungs, "Leon, I swear on my draconic pride, I will absolutely repay every single ounce of your shameless behavior 1,000 times over in the future. You better burn that into your memory." But Leon showed absolutely zero fear or hesitation. He did not even flinch at the terrifying Dragon Queen's deadly threat. Instead, he just lazily waved his hand in the air. "Ha ha ha. I will see you tomorrow morning then, my incredibly sweet and lovely wife." Hearing that absolutely smug, victorious tone poured pure magical gasoline onto the blazing fire of Rose's fury. She ground her teeth so incredibly hard they nearly chipped. Her delicate fists clenched until her knuckles turned totally white. "You utterly despicable, utterly hateful dragon hunter," she muttered with venomous frustration. "You are an absolute sadist who only lives to torment me. I desperately need to vent this blazing anger." Blinded by pure annoyance, she threw a dangerously heavy punch right into the solid stone wall beside her bed. Crack! Pulling her trembling hand back, her crimson eyes widened in absolute breathtaking shock. Massive, jagged cracks spider-webbed violently across the solid stone, and in mere seconds, a massive fist-sized crater completely caved in. Rose stared blankly down at her own delicate palm. A profoundly familiar, overwhelming sensation violently surged through her very veins. Wait a minute, my ultimate draconic power. It has finally fully returned. Meanwhile, totally oblivious to his completely impending doom, Leon was happily back in the royal kitchen. He was casually washing the dishes, cheerfully whistling a terribly upbeat and incredibly joyful melody. Formulating his next brilliant master plan to continue teasing Rose, he could not hold back a wicked, totally evil chuckle. My dear, sweet wife, please do not recover your terrifying strength too quickly. I still desperately want to bully you for a few more magical days. Little did this incredibly arrogant hunter know, thanks entirely to his incredibly relentless and nourishing pampering, the Silver Dragon Queen had already silently reclaimed her absolutely terrifying, world-ending might. Hours quickly passed as the sky shifted into deep twilight. A velvety, mysterious darkness slowly blanketed the majestic Silver Dragon Sanctuary. High above, a glowing silver crescent moon cast its ethereal, divine light over the legendary floating castle. Inside the towering fortress, only a handful of royal chambers still flickered with warm light. Suddenly, a gentle, highly respectful knock echoed against Rose's heavy chamber door. Your Majesty, please excuse my late intrusion. The incredibly loyal maid, Anna, gently pushed the heavy wooden doors open. In her delicate, careful hands, she carried an ornate silver tray, bearing a steaming, incredibly bitter-smelling bowl of potent herbal medicine. At that exact moment, Rose was elegantly perched on her luxurious royal bed, deeply and totally engrossed in a massive tome. Anna bowed slightly. This is the royal physician's absolute special brew. It will drastically aid your Majesty's complete physical recovery. Rose slowly turned her piercing, majestic gaze toward the steaming brown bowl. Her voice was as totally calm as an undisturbed, freezing winter lake. There is absolutely no need for that. My physical body has already achieved full restoration. You do not need to make me drink that absolute sludge anymore, because it will completely serve zero purpose now. Hearing that her queen had finally returned to full power, Anna remained silently respectful, simply placing the dark brown brew onto the nearby nightstand. But exactly as Anna straightened her perfect posture, her sharp eyes caught something utterly, completely bizarre. The stone wall was absolutely not how she had left it earlier. Right beside the queen's luxurious, incredibly soft royal bed, a violently smashed crater sat proudly on display, completely surrounded by a terrifying spiderweb of deep, chaotic structural cracks. She blinked in sheer, unadulterated bewilderment, turning back to her completely silent queen. Your Majesty, who in the world punched this massive hole? It is incredibly deep, and the structural damage has already spread so rapidly. Rose awkwardly shifted her royal gaze toward the ultimate destruction. A rare, completely uncharacteristic flash of deep embarrassment crossed the mighty Dragon Queen's beautiful eyes. I simply suffered a minor, totally accidental lapse in physical control earlier. Just summon the royal masons to fully repair it tomorrow morning. As you command, Your Majesty. Anna nodded completely obediently. Having safely delivered the bitter medicine, she picked up her absolutely empty silver tray, fully prepared to quietly vanish into the cold night. But suddenly, a brilliant, incredibly devious scheme flashed through Rose's mind. She elegantly placed her heavy book down. Wait right there, Anna. A brilliant, completely adorable crimson blush aggressively invaded the queen's pale cheeks. She entirely avoided her loyal maid's gaze, practically whispering her next unbelievable royal decree. Do not utter a single word to Leon about my full recovery. I desperately want him to keep serving me for a few more days. She even embarrassingly raised her massive book, using it as a desperate, adorable shield to totally hide her flustered expression. The legendary Silver Dragon Queen was utterly, completely mortified by her own totally selfish, romantic desires. Anna completely froze in absolute, mind-blowing shock. In all her long years of totally loyal service, she had never heard her fierce, untouchable ruler speak such completely soft words. Nor had she ever witnessed such a ridiculously adorable, absolutely maiden-like reaction. To the absolute entirety of the proud Silver Dragon tribe, Rose was the untouchable, overwhelmingly powerful sovereign, fiercely guiding their ultimate destiny. But right here, in the quiet privacy of her room, she was just an absolutely normal girl, desperately craving a few more precious, sweet moments of pampering from her beloved idiot. Imagining that completely chaotic yet heartwarming dynamic, Anna let out a warm, completely suppressed giggle. Understood, Your Majesty. Your secret is totally safe. The exact millisecond the heavy wooden doors clicked, fully shut behind Anna, the queen's entire emotional aura completely and violently shifted. That precious, completely blushing maiden act completely vanished into thin air. It was instantly and utterly replaced by a terrifyingly wicked, completely predatory, totally evil smirk. Rose gripped the hardbound book so incredibly tightly that the leather completely groaned. Just you wait, Leon, she completely plotted in her mind. Your absolutely peaceful days of bullying me are officially over. Fast forward exactly 48 hours after her ultimate recovery, and the completely oblivious dragon hunter was still blissfully unaware of his totally impending doom. It was a gloriously vibrant, absolutely perfect afternoon. Golden, totally blinding sunlight showered the grand royal courtyard, making the absolutely lavish, blooming floral gardens look like a completely flawless slice of heaven. Leon was chilling in the courtyard with little Mun. The tiny ball of energy bounced around, desperately trying to grab her dad's attention. Papa, I want to learn that super cool glowing body thingy. Leon stroked his chin, pondering for a second before looking down at the kiddo. Glowing? Are you talking about Mana, little one? Mun bounced like a rubber band, throwing tiny punches and spinning like a cute little tornado. She was totally mimicking Leon and Rose's epic sparring match. Yeah, that awesome stuff Mommy and Daddy do on the training grounds. He blinked in absolute confusion. Mun, why the sudden interest in magic? Caught off guard, the little girl shyly poked her index fingers together. Well, Noah is learning so many cool things at school. I absolutely refuse to be left in the dust. Big sis is so amazing, and I want to be super smart just like her. A classic case of sibling rivalry. Leon crouched down, meeting his daughter's sparkling eyes with a warm gaze. So my little munchkin wants to catch up to her big sister, huh? Mun nodded so hard her head almost flew off. Yup. Leon stared into the distance, rubbing his chin like a wise sage. Having 2 kids competing for the top spot? That is actually a massive parenting win. She idolized her older sister, so obviously she wanted to level up too. Fired up, Leon slammed his right fist against his chest. He planted his left hand on his hip, striking a hilariously heroic pose. All right then, Papa will become your magic master. Let us start with the absolute basics. Mun beamed like the morning sun. Yay! You are the best, Papa! After an intense crash course in mana theory, Leon finally let her try circulating the energy herself. Mun squeezed her eyes shut, trembling like a vibrating smartphone. Suddenly, a gentle aura wrapped around her tiny frame, making her hair float magically. Leon crossed his arms, watching this unbelievable phenomenon. His jaw practically hit the floor in secret. Just a few hours of training, and her mana flow was already this smooth? At this rate, an epic magical awakening was right around the corner. Did he just birth an overpowered prodigy? But right at the climax of her magical focus, growl, her tiny tummy roared like an angry dragon. The aura vanished instantly. Mun looked up at Leon, firing off the ultimate puppy dog eyes. Papa, my health points are 0. I need snacks. Even a prodigy needs fuel. She was still just a cute little kid, after all. Leon chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a massive sweat drop. Yeah, Rome was not built in a day. He took her tiny hand, guiding her back to the castle. Quest complete for today. Let us go feast. Mun happily skipped along like a victorious adventurer. Hooray! Papa is number 1. Their wholesome father-daughter vibe was simply off the charts. Fast forward a bit, and the starry night consumed the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Knock, knock! Anna slipped into Rose's lavish bedroom. She carried a mysterious silver tray, dramatically draped in a red velvet cloth. Your Majesty, Anna announced. I have secured the special item you requested. Rose sat on the bed like an absolute boss, arms crossed, eyeing the covered tray. Perfect. Leave it right there. Right on cue, another set of knocks echoed through the door. Leon strolled in, waving with the smuggest, most irritating grin imaginable. Wifey, darling, your handsome husband has arrived, but Rose hit him with the legendary absolute 0 treatment. She did not even blink in his direction, just calmly thanking her maid. Good work, Anna. You are dismissed. Knowing things were about to get spicy between the royal couple, Anna giggled into her hand. She threw Leon a knowing look before quickly exiting the battlefield. Leon's cocky smile never faded. Hands lazily resting behind his head, he swaggered deeper into the lion's den. According to intel, Rose needed 5 whole days to fully recover, which meant 5 glorious days to ruthlessly tease his overpowered wife. His brain cooked up 100 mischievous plans. Leaning right into her personal space, he slapped on the fakest look of husbandly concern. Aw, is my poor queen still aching somewhere today? Want a free premium massage from yours truly? But Rose met his gaze dead on. Her voice dripped with icy provocation. Why not show me the true power of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer tonight? Giving up after barely 2 days? Wow, guess the legendary hero is just all talk after all. Critical hit, Leon's smug grin instantly shattered. A furious vein popped on his forehead as he glared down at her. Oh, you did not just say that. In a flash, he ruthlessly ripped the blankets right off her. I was trying to show mercy because you were tired. Clearly, my kindness was totally wasted. Rose flinched slightly, her eyes suddenly shimmering with what looked like pure panic. The villainous smirk returned to Leon's face. He traced a finger down her cheek like a true antagonist. Your tongue is razor sharp. Wonder if your stamina can back it up? Rose trembled helplessly, playing the frightened maiden perfectly. Fired up, Leon tossed his shirt aside, ready to show her who was boss. You brought this upon yourself, Rose. But wait! The frightened damsel act dropped instantly. A wicked, triumphant smirk painted her lips. Her eyes flashed with predatory confidence. Oh, darling, I never regret a thing. Swoosh! A massive dragon tail whipped out, binding Leon completely before his brain could even buffer. He stared dumbly at the scales wrapped around his waist. Wait, what in the world? Before he could finish, he was effortlessly hoisted completely off the floor. The mighty dragon slayer dangled in the air, utterly bamboozled by his wife's reverse trap. With a swift spin, Rose's tail smacked him straight onto the mattress. Leon slammed into the pillows, squeezing his eyes shut from the sudden impact. Before he could even sit up, she was already crawling over him. She pinned him down, sitting triumphantly right on his chest. Frozen in place, the terrifying truth finally hit him. Her powers were fully back. He let out a panicked scream. "Rose, did you recover already?" She pressed an elegant finger to her lips, silencing him. "Prisoners should keep their mouths shut, my dearest dragon slayer." With a theatrical flourish, she pulled the red cloth off a nearby tray. Hidden underneath were handcuffs, a whip, and a mysterious crystal ball. Leon stared at the twisted toolkit with absolute horror, his brain completely short-circuited. When did she even prepare all this? Sealing off any chance of escape, she quickly locked the cuffs around his wrists and ankles. Did I seriously just walk right into my own doom? Adding insult to injury, she slapped a makeshift blindfold over his eyes and started dealing with his remaining clothes. He thrashed around like a trapped fish, fighting the restraints in vain. Rose just watched him struggle, a wickedly amused smirk plastered on her face. Escaping was mathematically impossible. Blindfolded and bound tight, Leon's internal panic meter was currently breaking through the roof. Is this crazy dragon actually going to torture a confession out of me? Meanwhile, let us take a quick, wholesome flashback break. Once upon a time, a very bored Leon secretly braided the sleeping dragon's hair. Feeling the tugging, she groggily opened her eyes to catch him in the act. "What on earth are you doing?" "Busted!" Leon froze instantly like a deer in headlights. "Oh, you are awake." Trying to play it cool, he slid a large mirror over to her. "Ha ha, changing up your hairstyle once in a while is nice, right?" Staring into the glass, Rose noticed how the braids gave her a surprisingly soft, feminine vibe. "What is this?" Leon casually shrugged. "Just messed around a bit. You can untie it if you hate it." Gazing at the delicate handiwork, a shy flutter warmed her heart. It is actually not terrible, so she quietly kept the cute hairstyle. But snap back to reality. Right now, our poor guy was hopelessly tied up and blindfolded with a random sock. Flung helplessly onto the massive bed, the sheer awkwardness of the situation left him too paralyzed to even twitch. Sweating bullets on the inside, Leon swore to his warrior pride that he would never break under this dragon's interrogation. Taking a massive gulp of air, he flexed his muscles and puffed out his chest. "Listen here, you crazy lizard. I am professionally trained to resist any torture. I will never surrender to you." Hearing his tough guy speech, a deliciously wicked smile curled on her lips. She gracefully settled down right in front of him, reaching for the crystal ball on the tray. Pure, unadulterated mischief sparkled in her eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Her slender finger tapped the crystal sphere. Instantly, a dazzling blue light erupted, unleashing a booming, echoing voice across the room. Back when he was struck by her premium-tier blood curse, our proud hero had practically spent the whole time begging like a lovesick puppy. "Rose, I really want to kiss you. Please." Hearing the playback, Leon's entire body went stiffer than a literal board. Even trapped in total darkness, that insanely embarrassing audio sent a massive shockwave of pure cringe violently down his spine. His eyes shot wide open beneath the blindfold. All color drained from his face as absolute panic set in. He began to stutter uncontrollably. "What in the world is that?" Rose casually admired the glowing orb, casting a victorious side glance toward her squirming captive. She knew his brain would completely melt, hearing his own desperate pleas played back in high definition. A devilish smirk danced across her face. I wonder who was crying and begging me with such sweet words." The cursed recording kept rolling, blasting every single humiliating syllable. Surrounded by the blue glow, his shameless confessions echoed mercilessly. "Ah, Rose." Leon flinched so hard his soul almost left his body, shivering from the pure shame. He knew it was him, but his fragile ego completely refused to accept reality. His cheeks burned fiery red, words dying completely in his throat. That is not me." He turned his head frantically. The audio continued. "I want to kiss you, please." His brain practically flatlined. Trapped in the dark, every word hit him like an absolute truck. 1,000 volts of lethal embarrassment zapped right through his nervous system. Blinking wildly beneath the cloth, his fake tough guy mask instantly shattered into a million pieces. He sounded like a broken record. "Seriously, where did you get that?" Rose just stared lovingly at her new favorite toy, thoroughly enjoying the chaotic meltdown happening beside her. This level of mental destruction was exactly what she had calculated. His absolute despair was like music to her ears. A sarcastic, triumphant grin practically split her face. My, whoever could have whined so pathetically for my attention? She casually lifted the magical device, hovering it right near his burning face. His desperate denial only made her bullying 10 times more fun. Finally, she yanked the blindfold off with a mocking giggle. "Oh really? Why do not you take a good look at yourself in 4K resolution? Blinding light assaulted his vision. As his eyes adjusted to the glare, the floating sphere came into horrifyingly sharp focus right in front of him. And there it was, a crystal-clear hologram showing him acting like an absolutely desperate simp, begging for her affection. The cursed audio blasted at maximum volume. "Rose, I want to kiss you, hold you, and be one with you." Leon stared into the abyss. His heart hammered wildly against his ribs. He trembled violently as catastrophic, soul-crushing humiliation completely paralyzed his entire existence. Screwing his eyes completely shut, his face twisted in pure, unadulterated agony, he mumbled absolutely pathetic, broken excuses to the ceiling. Every excuse only dug his grave deeper. The mental torture was absolutely overwhelming. He just could not take it anymore. Crashing onto the mattress in total defeat, his broad shoulders shook with sheer humiliation. He screamed in pure despair, "Turn it off! I remember everything!" Satisfied now, Rose crossed her arms with a wicked smirk. The incriminating crystal ball rested safely in her hand. Looming over his trembling figure, she flashed the ultimate boss-level grin. "Good boy. Now be a darling and repeat those exact words for me. A few more times." She casually picked up the training whip from the silver tray. Running her fingers down the leather, her eyes sparkled with a terrifying, sadistic glee. "I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out." Payback time had officially arrived. She was completely ready to discipline this foolish man. It was time to settle their old scores once and for all. If your memory is still a bit foggy, Professor Rose is here to help. Let us do a little crash course, shall we? She used the tip of the whip to tilt his chin upward. Forced to meet her gaze, the once arrogant man looked utterly defeated. With the evidence stacked against him, his stubbornness completely vanished. He desperately opened his mouth to protest, but not a single word came out. Gulping hard, he squeezed his eyes shut and surrendered to his fate. Under the dim golden light, their exaggerated silhouettes danced across the wardrobe, a truly chaotic shadow play. Swish! Smack! The fearsome lady showed absolutely no mercy. Leon gritted his teeth, taking his well-deserved comedic punishment like a champion. Still planted on his knees, he winced at every dramatic sting of karma. Closing the distance with slow, predatory steps, she kept up her rhythmic assault. Their shifting shadows merged into one chaotic mess. Nobody dared to interrupt this hilariously tragic scene. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it. A bizarre mix of fierce, petty revenge and totally questionable vibes filled the bedroom. This crazy night of payback, for both of these absolute disasters, would definitely be burned into their memories forever. Meanwhile, outside the window, a beautifully serene full moon cast its silver glow over the madness. The faint red marks of his punishment glowed dramatically under the moonlight. He lay flopped on the mattress like a dying fish. His life force had completely left his body. Turning his face to the side, a single dramatic tear rolled down his cheek. Why was his life like this? Suddenly, shattering the bizarre silence, a tiny, fiery red messenger dragon crashed straight through the open window. Snapping out of her boss mode, Rose quickly hurried over to check. The little beast perched on the windowsill, panting with an ultra-urgent scroll tied to its neck. Ripping the seal right open, her eyes darted across the glowing text. Her triumphant smirk instantly vanished. This was serious. Even in his half-dead state on the bed, Leon felt the sudden drop in room temperature. Peeking weakly over his shoulder, he spotted the winged mailman. He forced out a raspy, exhausted whisper. "Is that from the academy? To send a dragon at this ungodly hour. It must be a disaster." Rose gave a grim nod, slamming the scroll onto the desk. She turned to him with a deadly serious glare. "We are summoned to the principal office first thing tomorrow." Noah got into a fight. The words hit like a lightning bolt. Leon resurrected instantly from the mattress, his comic relief pain entirely forgotten. Total parental panic washed over his face. What in the world did that little gremlin do this time? The chaotic night finally faded into dawn. Morning sunlight painted the sky in peaceful, innocent hues. Inside Vice Principal Winston's massive office, the morning sun poured beautifully through the stained glass. It felt like a warm, incredibly peaceful morning. Well, at least it looked like one. Standing right in the dead center was Noah, wearing her crisp little academy uniform, looking absolutely like an innocent, adorable angel. Hands clasped neatly behind her back, her stoic poker face was completely flawless. Not a single speck of dust on her. Could this sweet child really throw a punch? But the three boys beside her? They looked like they just survived a monster raid. The red-haired kid in the middle, Lar, had a face swollen like a tomato and his arm in a giant cast. His two brown-haired sidekicks were equally wrecked, sporting massive black eyes and missing pride. Covered in mud and absolute regret, they stared fearfully at the adults on the luxury sofa. Leon and Rose were already in full battle formation. Sitting with stiff, defensive postures, they listened to the vice principal slowly read the casualty report. Winston folded his hands over his desk, bringing out his best, stern educator voice. "I called you here regarding a physical altercation between your daughter and these young gentlemen." Before the poor man could even finish his sentence, the mama bear instinct erupted. Rose shot up from the sofa, murderous aura leaking from her glaring eyes. "An altercation? You mean these three little punks ganged up on my sweet baby?" Stomping right over to the battered trio, she radiated pure, terrifying boss monster energy. The three boys shrieked in absolute terror. Eek! Meanwhile, Leon rushed over to his precious daughter, frantically scanning her from head to toe for even a single scratch. Oh my god, are you hurt anywhere? Noah just blinked with her signature deadpan expression, not a single sweat drop on her face. I am perfectly fine, father. The vice principal nervously pushed up his glasses, sweating profusely as he cleared the massive misunderstanding. Madam, please calm down. They did not bully her. Your daughter wiped the floor with all three of them. Rose froze mid-rampage. Her blazing parental fury popped like a soap bubble. Slowly dropping her threatening pose, she coughed awkwardly at the principal. Oh, wait, seriously? The three little dragons huddled together in absolute terror, crying their bruised eyes out. It was painfully obvious that Noah had beaten the living daylights out of them. Meanwhile, our tiny champion Noah stood there completely unfazed. She just calmly blinked up at Leon right beside her. Leon froze for a brief second, staring down at the little girl with a hilarious mix of sheer shock and overflowing fatherly pride. It seems she truly took his epic combat pep talk from the start of the school year straight to heart. After a few seconds of utter silence, a smug grin spread across his face as he secretly flashed Noah a massive thumbs up. His inner dad voice was screaming, "Not bad at all! That is my awesome daughter!" Catching Leon's secret signal, the corners of Noah's tiny mouth twitched upward into a smug little smirk. She gave a triumphant nod. Vice Principal Winston rubbed his chin thoughtfully before announcing in a dead serious tone, although this was just a minor playground scuffle between hatchlings, it perfectly highlights the massive biological gap between our two great dragon lineages, the egg-born oviparous and the live-born viviparous. You see, the dragon race possesses two entirely different methods of bringing new life into this world. Once fully grown, the power gap between the two factions practically vanishes. But during childhood, there is a seriously unfair difference in their baseline stats. The live-born dragonettes inherit massive amounts of mana straight from their mothers at birth. This gives them absolutely broken physical stats and ridiculous innate talents. Meanwhile, the poor kids hatched from eggs have to grind their way up. They must endure harsh training and awkward growth spurts just to unlock their true potential. Generally speaking, at this specific age bracket, the egg-born dragonettes usually boast a higher combat advantage over the live-born ones. Vice Principal Winston slowly shifted his bewildered gaze toward little Noah. Despite being a supposedly disadvantaged live-born hatchling, this adorable little menace completely annihilated three tough egg-born dragons. And to make it crazier, they were all significantly older than her. This proves her future potential is absolutely terrifying. Right at that dramatic moment, the office doors burst open with a massive gust of wind. A ridiculously flashy, red-haired adult dragon strutted into the room like he completely owned the place. Two other grown dragons nervously trailed behind his arrogant swagger, clearly the furious fathers of the recently beaten bullies. The red-haired bozo shoved his hands into his pockets with a sickeningly smug smirk. He casually glanced at the bruised kids and announced in a lazy drawl, "My son got into a little scrap? Ha, no big deal at all. Just send me the medical bills. I will easily cover everything." But the moment his eyes actually processed his son's totally swollen face and heavily bandaged arm, his smugness shattered. He shrieked in absolute horror. "Wait, what the heck? Who beat my precious boy into a literal pulp?" The other two daddies completely lost their minds as well, gasping at their severely trashed offspring. The red-haired bully snapped his head back, his face a pathetic mask of misery. The second he heard his dad's voice, the waterworks exploded. "Daddy!" The red-haired kid and the two brunette boys frantically sprinted over to hug their fathers. They sobbed and wailed uncontrollably, acting like they were the ultimate tragic victims. Chilling gracefully on the plush sofa, Rose instantly recognized the true identity of the obnoxiously loud red-haired dragon who just crashed the party. She slightly tilted her elegant head and whispered to Leon, "That loudmouth belongs to the Red Flame Dragon King Constantin's esteemed clan. Every single member of the Red Flame Dragon clan is notoriously arrogant and fiercely aggressive. Having a civilized chat with them is basically impossible." However, Leon did not look intimidated in the slightest. He just flashed an incredibly cocky smirk in response. "Heh. Please, I have beaten the absolute crap out of countless Red Flame Dragon Kings. If they lined up, they would circle this entire academy twice over." After finally soothing his crying crybaby of a son, the red-haired adult dragon locked his totally obnoxious gaze directly onto Rose. He plastered on a wildly arrogant expression and sneered coldly. "Oh, I was wondering who this was. Turns out it is the supposedly mighty queen of the Silver Dragons. To think such a grand queen cannot even properly discipline her own little brat, carelessly letting her ruthlessly bully other innocent children." The battered red-haired boy fearfully cowered behind his dad's massive leg, only daring to peek out with his pitiful tear-soaked eyes. The arrogant dragon barked a cold laugh. "Ha! How could a silver dragon ever be stronger than a red flame dragon king? You cowards obviously use dirty tricks, manipulating your tiny daughter into viciously jumping my precious boy, right? Spewing that garbage, he aggressively stomped toward Rose with pure malice. But Leon instantly materialized right in front of him, forming an unbreakable human shield. The office atmosphere instantly turned dangerously explosive, reeking of invisible gunpowder. Rose narrowed her eyes, her gaze flaring with icy wrath as her voice cut like glass. What exactly are you implying? The red-haired buffoon tilted his chin up in pure arrogance. If you do not apologize to my son right today, do not even dream of leaving this room. Leon absolutely refused to back down, glaring right back with fierce energy. Oh yeah? Who is scared of who? You want to throw hands? Great. I have been desperately needing a decent warm-up anyway. The tension inside the cramped office escalated to absolutely suffocating levels. Seeing a full-blown boss battle about to violently erupt, Vice Principal Winston furiously slammed his fist onto the wooden desk and roared, "Order!" Every single furious parent and child instantly froze, snapping their terrified attention toward the old man. The vice principal let out a strict, authoritative cough to clear the air, before explaining the entire crazy sequence of events from the top. I need everyone to calmly chill out immediately. Here is the quick, unbiased recap of the actual brawl. Late last night in the main cafeteria, Little La and his two buddies started heavily trash-talking our Noah. During the aggressive shoving, Noah's dinner plate got knocked over, splashing food all over La's uniform. Noah vividly flashed back to that exact dramatic cafeteria scene from last night. She had just stared deadpan at her ruined meal on the floor, while La frantically grabbed his stained shirt and shrieked like a banshee. Ah, my expensive uniform. Vice Principal Winston pushed his glasses up and sternly continued. Then, while peacefully walking back to the dormitories, these three foolish boys actively ambushed Noah in the back courtyard, sparking an insanely fierce physical throwdown. The epic result? Noah totally wiped the floor with all three of them. Dropping that absolute truth bomb, he turned and glared sharply at the three bruised bullies. Do you boys wish to nervously add anything to this story? The trio pathetically shrunk their trembling shoulders, dodging his deadly gaze, and mumbled weakly, "No, sir." Suddenly, little Noah confidently shot her tiny hand straight into the air, instantly grabbing everyone's shocked attention. Despite her tiny stature, the little girl radiated an absolute boss aura. She clearly was not finished. "Vice Principal," she stated coolly, "I need to add some missing context." Seeing her tiny hand shoot up with such undeniable authority, Vice Principal Winston immediately sealed his lips. He shifted his gaze to the little powerhouse and asked gently, "Noah, is there something else you wish to share?" Noah took a deep breath. Crossing her arms with a thoroughly unamused pout, she shot a side glance at La. Her voice rang out, clear as a bell, just filling in the blanks. Point 1. Back in the cafeteria, he intentionally provoked me first. Spilling the food tray? That was purely a tragic accident. Point 2. In the dorm backyard, his gang ambushed me. I was completely terrified, so, in my panicked state of self-defense, I accidentally snapped his arm like a twig. La shivered violently. He stumbled back, desperate for cover, crumbling under the suppressed fury still burning in Noah's brilliant eyes. Her gaze was absolutely lethal. Her face remained a flawless mask of ice. A slight furrow in her brow made it look like she was simply double-checking the accuracy of her own battle report. Make no mistake, our little boss was still holding a massive grudge over yesterday's pathetic attempt at bullying. The sheer spiritual pressure radiating from Noah literally brought La to tears. He scrambled behind his father like a frightened rabbit, gripping the man's coat as he squeaked out a confession. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. His father turned to him, face dripping with defensive outrage, and at the sound of his dad's voice, the kid bawled his eyes out. "Daddy!" La and his two brown-haired lackeys threw themselves at his father. They wailed and clung to him, acting like they were the tragic victims of a massive injustice. Leon absorbed his daughter's combat summary. He stroked his chin, lost in deep thought for a moment, before his booming voice cut through the room, aimed right at Noah. "Noah, Daddy thinks you handled one tiny detail completely wrong." Hearing what sounded like a stern scolding from her father, Noah's head snapped up instantly, her tiny fists clenched tight as she stared at him with anxious eyes, bracing her heart for a harsh lecture. But shattering all her expectations, Leon leaned forward with a massive grin. He casually tapped his own kneecap and dropped some tactical wisdom. "Next time you face an ambush like that, you target their kneecaps first. You got that, sweetie?" Noah blinked her giant, innocent eyes, staring at Leon's knee as she mentally calculated the strike angle. Confused, she asked, "But why the knees, Daddy?" Leon stood up perfectly straight. He crossed his arms with the overwhelming confidence of a seasoned warlord. On the battlefield, once a red flame dragon takes a hit to the knee, they crumble instantly. At that exact moment, an invisible aura of blazing fire erupted around Leon, completely exposing his insane battle junkie nature. The gears in Noah's genius toddler brain instantly clicked. She whipped out a tiny notepad and pen from her pocket. Scribbling furiously, she muttered, "Noted, strike the knee. This tactical intel will definitely be useful for round 2. La's father watched this madness unfold, his face turning a sickening shade of purple. Seeing Leon cheerfully teach his daughter advanced assault tactics, he felt like he was witnessing a masterclass in how to murder his son. Unable to suppress his exploding fury any longer, he shoved an accusing finger right at Leon's face and roared at the vice principal. "Winston, are you blind? This absolute lunatic is openly teaching his brat how to slaughter my boy. This is pure, unadulterated malice." Leon simply smirked. His smile remained infuriatingly calm and utterly unbothered. But La's dad cranked his volume to the max, pushing the room's tension past the breaking point. "For a violent little psycho like her, an apology is useless. I demand immediate expulsion." Those heavy, unforgiving words made Leon's eyes snap wide open. Beside him, Noah and Rose both exchanged a look of pure shock. All three of them turned their heads in absolute sync, glaring daggers at the obnoxious noble. Panicking at the rising bloodlust, Vice Principal Winston threw his hands up to play peacekeeper. "Sir, please, you need to calm down this instant," he pleaded. "Expulsion is a matter strictly handled by the St. Heath Academy Board. Furthermore, we have numerous reports from other students confirming that La habitually terrorizes the weaker dragons. And regarding yesterday's cafeteria incident, dozens of witnesses saw your son throw the first punch and provoke Noah." Hearing the cold, hard facts, La hung his head in shame, his trembling eyes proving he knew exactly how guilty he was. However, his father's blinding rage made him completely reject reality. His eyes bugged out as he snarled back at Winston. "Are you seriously trying to tell me that this tiny little freak beats up my heir? And the academy not only refuses to punish her, but dares to blame my son for the whole thing?" Hearing that disgustingly arrogant tone, Leon's patience officially hit absolute zero. He took one massive step forward, towering over La's pathetic excuse for a father, and dropped a verbal nuke. "Do you have absolutely zero shame? Your precious son just got utterly destroyed by my 1-year and 2-month-old toddler, and you have the nerve to stand here screaming about it?" La's dad brazenly ignored the logic, firing right back. "My son's age is completely irrelevant." The tension was so thick, actual sparks seemed to fly between their colliding glares. But before the argument could reach a boiling point, La stammered out a massive confession. "I am 7 years and 11 months old." That incredibly quiet whisper hit the room like a comedy sound effect. Both Leon and the furious dad froze, snapping their heads toward the kid in pure disbelief. Realizing this nearly 8-year-old got bodied by a literal baby, Leon burst into a snort. He desperately slapped a hand over his mouth to hold back a roaring laugh. He side-eyed La's dad with a brutally mocking smirk. "Man, if I were in a situation this humiliating, I would straight up dig a 3,000-foot deep hole, throw myself in it, and let my dignity rot away in the earth." La's father's face turned the color of boiled crab at the completely savage roasting. He was utterly speechless, completely cornered by facts. Grinding his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, he hissed, "A cowardly mongrel who does not even dare to show his own tail. What right do you have to mock my bloodline?" He wildly swung his arm, pointing directly at Rose and Noah standing nearby. "Your entire family is nothing but bottom-feeding trash." Mother and daughter synchronized their perfectly disgusted glares. That level of sheer audacity? Absolutely not on their watch. But before the ladies could unleash their wrath, Papa Bear stepped up to the plate. He casually grabbed the offending finger and gave it a nice, crisp backward snap. His voice dropped to absolute zero. "Insult me all you want, you walking tragedy. But point that thing at my wife and kid? Big mistake." The bully's dad found his digit caught in an iron vise. The bone-crushing agony hit him so fast, he was completely paralyzed on the spot. Throwing his head back like a dramatic opera singer, he squealed like a stepped-on rubber chicken. Meanwhile, Rose just smiled like a proud wife. 5 stars for husband of the year. "How dare you touch me, you absolute peasant! Do you even know who I am?" he hissed through grinding teeth, launching himself at Leon like an angry toddler having a massive tantrum. Seeing this pathetic excuse for a boss fight, the local background characters, meaning the other dads, desperately lunged forward. One grabbed an arm, the other locked down a shoulder. They were practically doing a rugby tackle just to stop this guy from getting himself entirely deleted. "My Lord Duke, please take a chill pill. The vice principal is literally right there. Do not make a fool of yourself." But of course, the arrogant noble trope never learns. Shaking off his human meat shields, he puffed up his chest and barked his shiny resume. "I am a duke of the Crimson Flame Dragons. I answer directly to Constantine himself." Leon's reaction to this epic flex? Absolute 0% interest. He simply crossed his arms and pulled an Oscar-winning performance. "Oh no, I am shaking in my boots. Someone please save me." "Bring it on, lizard man." Rose, finally tired of this circus act, stepped past her overly theatrical husband. "Look here, Mr. Duke. This is literally just a playground squabble. If you really want to drag your fancy noble title into preschool drama, you are going to look incredibly stupid by the end of it." She hit him with the ultimate terrifying mom glare. Her eyes were dead set and cold as ice. She was not playing around with this oversized man-child. "We trust the Academy to drop the hammer of justice. Whatever they decide, we will roll with it." Delivering that mic drop, she casually glanced at the vice principal. A single, elegant nod that basically meant, "All right, teach. Do your job. Stop letting these rich brats argue over nothing." Vice Principal Winston had been silently munching mental popcorn this whole time. Seeing Rose shut down the clown show with pure logic, he smiled like a proud fanboy, as expected of the Dragon Queen. What a legendary lady. Then he pivoted to the seething Duke, ready to hand out the ultimate reality check. One more peep out of you, Your Grace, and your son is officially expelled. Pack your bags and get out. That threat hit like a runaway truck. The Duke instantly deflated like a sad balloon, his tough guy act crumbling to dust. Little La, terrified of becoming a high school dropout, ran up. Tugging at his dad's ridiculously expensive jacket, the kid started crying. Dad, please stop acting crazy. I do not want to be kicked out of school. Seeing his precious heir panicking, the angry dad finally hit the brakes. He looked at his crying kid, then at the room full of harshly judging eyes. Swallowing his massive pride, he did the classic awkward fake cough to desperately save whatever face he had left. He turned back to the principal, suddenly wearing his polite diplomatic mask. My apologies. I let the heat of the moment get the best of me. We will humbly accept whatever punishment you decide. Sure, he played nice for the cameras, but the nasty side-eye he threw at Leon and Rose screamed ultimate villain grudge. His inner monologue was working overtime. Enjoy your little victory for now, peasants. But wait until we are off school grounds. I will totally get my revenge. Unbothered by the dramatic, glaring, the vice principal finally delivered the verdict. So, Little Master Law started the fight. Noah just beat the absolute daylight out of him in self-defense. Maybe a little bit too aggressively, but still. He gave Noah the classic disappointed teacher look, but honestly, there was zero real heat behind it. Noah, you will go back to class, get a mild talking to, and write a little apology note. The tiny powerhouse blinked, clenching her fists in shock. She fully expected to be grounded for life, but her punishment was basically just a slap on the wrist with a wet noodle. Then the principal turned back to the crying bully squad. His voice dropped to maximum authority mode. You three menaces are writing full-length essays of apology. Plus, enjoy your new job as the classroom janitors for a whole week. Court is officially adjourned. The bully trio slumped their shoulders, looking like completely defeated little slimes. The heavy tension vanished into thin air. Cue the dramatic, sparkly sunlight streaming through the window, giving everyone that perfect anime glow-up. Even the weather knew this filler arc was finally over, and justice had totally been served. Walking out like a family of absolute bosses, they hit the hallway. Noah gave them a cute little wave. All right, guys, I am heading back to the battlefield of knowledge. Rose nodded, watching her little warrior trot off with serious mom pride. But then Leon had a major light bulb moment, immediately shouting down the hall. Hey, kiddo, do not forget the family golden rule. If those punks try anything funny again, sweep the leg and aim right for their kneecaps. Noah paused, shooting him a completely deadpan look, before delivering a single, deadly, serious nod. Message received. Father, kneecaps will be broken. But right as he was giving out this highly questionable parenting advice, the vice principal materialized right behind him like a ghost. Mr. Leon, I heard that. Leon jolted like he had just been struck by lightning, letting out a pitiful squeak before whipping around. His face instantly drained of color as he scrambled to paste on the most awkwardly forced smile imaginable. Ah, Vice Principal Winston! Sir, did you need something? Remembering he had just been loudly coaching Noah on how to violently destroy her bullies, cold sweat began cascading down his back. Oh crap, did he hear me? He panicked internally, but completely shattering Leon's terrifying doom scenarios, Mr. Winston seemed completely unfazed by his questionable parenting. Instead, the old man stroked his chin with genuine curiosity. We have only crossed paths a few times, but I must ask, why do you constantly keep your dragon tail hidden away from the world? Hearing that incredibly dangerous question, Leon froze into a solid block of ice as nervous perspiration immediately began pooling on his forehead. His jaw flapped open and closed like a fish out of water, his brain desperately scrambling through a million different wild excuses to save his own skin. Did this old geezer actually see through my disguise? He internally screamed. But Vice Principal Winston just kept his grandfatherly smile. I genuinely cannot pinpoint which prestigious noble dragon bloodline you belong to. Would you mind satisfying an old man's curiosity and sharing your glorious heritage? Instantly sensing the impending disaster, Rose smoothly stepped into the line of fire, wrapping her arm around Leon's shoulder with perfectly calculated naturalness to redirect the conversation. My darling husband does not belong to any fancy noble lineage at all. He is literally just your absolutely average, run-of-the-mill member of the Silver Dragon clan. Catching the lifeline, Leon played his part with Oscar-caliber dedication. He leaned into Rose and nodded furiously. Yup, totally right. I am just a basic commoner. Absolutely nothing special to see here. Vice Principal Winston simply stroked his majestic beard, his eyes crinkling into a warm smile that showed absolutely zero signs of lingering suspicion. He beamed with overwhelming praise. It is honestly incredible that you two managed to raise such an absurdly overpowered prodigy like Noah. It is nothing short of a literal miracle. Regardless, Saint Academy will always keep its doors wide open for terrifyingly talented students like your daughter. I truly hope you catch my drift. He gazed at the couple with absolute warmth, but his totally not subtle undertone was practically screaming, please go make a dozen more monstrous geniuses just like Noah immediately. Leon and Rose exchanged a painfully awkward sideways glance, immediately catching the wildly inappropriate recruitment pitch hidden inside that compliment. Their shared brain cell broadcasted the exact same thought. Mr. Vice Principal, your desperate thirst for overpowered students is showing, and it is making us seriously uncomfortable. Realizing his inner fanboy had leaked out a bit too much, Mr. Winson coughed politely before shifting to absolute seriousness. I firmly believe that when Noah grows up, she will absolutely lead our dragon clan to crush those pathetic dragon hunters. That little monster is going to be the absolute shining pride of our entire academy. He actually clenched his fist with blazing anime-level determination, his eyes shining as if he had just entrusted the entire fate of the universe to a child. Leon forced a polite smile, sweating profusely on the inside. Wow, thank you so much for that incredibly heavy burden of expectations. Leon and Rose continued their polite, mundane chatter with the vice principal as they strolled toward the far end of the corridor. However, lurking in the shadows at the opposite end, La's ridiculously petty father was watching their every move. The very second Leon, Rose, and the vice principal vanished from his line of sight, a disgustingly toxic smirk twisted across his face, his eyes glinting with pure petty villainy as he snapped his fingers at his two aristocratic cronies. Time to move. After finally escaping the vice principal with a horribly stiff, polite nod, our totally not suspicious couple successfully evacuated the faculty administration building. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Leon immediately stuffed his hands deep into his pockets, practically skipping down the steps with zero care in the world while casually throwing out pure, unfiltered nonsense. Rose matched his pace with her arms tightly crossed, her face radiating pure, unadulterated Ice Queen energy as she monotonously entertained his rambling. And then what happened? Leon shot her a sideways glance, flashing a completely shameless, goofy grin. Do you not get a massive headache being so ridiculously uptight all the time? Just chill out for a second, my Ice Queen. The golden afternoon sun cascaded down the stone staircase, painting a picture-perfect scene of an endlessly bickering but weirdly wholesome married couple in their natural habitat. But of course, the universe absolutely refuses to let them enjoy more than 3 seconds of peaceful romantic comedy vibes. Bam! La's absurdly pompous father and his two snobby sidekicks materialized from the blind spot, completely barricading their path. Their faces were twisted in pure aristocratic rage, looking ready to swallow the couple alive. The arrogant Duke shoved his hands into his absurdly expensive coat pockets and spat out completely frozen words. Halt right there! Silver Dragon Queen! The couple slammed on the brakes as the annoying mini-boss made his unwelcome return. Oh, for the love of everything, what now? Rose's fists instantly clenched, her terrifying dragon gaze narrowing with lethal caution. She vividly recalled the disgusting, venomous glare he had shot them back in the office, realizing immediately that this pompous fool was absolutely begging for a glorious beatdown. Taking a dominant step forward, she practically froze the air with her voice. What is your problem now? The Academy has already rendered its final verdict, and did you not just publicly agree to those terms? Hearing her perfectly logical question, the petty father let out a creepy, soft chuckle that might have fooled someone into thinking he was dropping the grudge, but his fragile ego had absolutely zero intention of letting this slide. After all, as a painfully arrogant duke, how could his massive pride possibly handle the humiliating fact that his precious son got totally curb-stomped by a random little girl? The Duke flashed a grotesquely twisted smirk, the kind of absolutely punchable villain smile that practically oozed with toxic, chilling arrogance. He slowly extended a hand, creeping toward Leon and Rose like a total creep. Oh, do not get your scales in a twist. My polite little act back there was strictly to save face for the Academy's precious reputation. But now that we have stepped off Academy grounds, it is time to settle this little dispute the bloody, old-fashioned, dragon way. Stopping right in Leon's personal space, his vicious glare made it completely obvious who his real target was. Leon just hit him with a devastatingly unimpressed frown as the Duke aggressively poked his chest like a total punk. Leon merely glanced down at the poking finger with the sheer, utter boredom of a legendary final boss looking at a level 1 slime. Completely ignoring Leon's terrifying calm, the Duke snapped his head toward Rose, barking with pathetic rage. I formally challenge your weakling of a husband to a duel. Right here, right now. Rose immediately scanned the perimeter, her eyes catching the rapidly expanding crowd of extremely nosy teachers and parents, whispering over the juicy drama this idiot was intentionally causing. As the reigning Silver Dragon Queen, she rapidly ran the tactical calculations of this absolute circus. If she actually rejected this ridiculously dramatic challenge right here in front of everyone, the Silver Dragon clan's reputation would undoubtedly plummet, branded as cowards terrified of battle. The arrogant Duke sneered, doubling down on his taunts. What is wrong? Too scared to accept my challenge? Seeing this loudmouth dead set on throwing hands with Leon, and with the crowd multiplying by the second, Rose realized backing down was no longer an option. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a concerned whisper. How are you holding up? Is your body okay? I absolutely refuse to let you push yourself to exhaustion. But rejecting a fight? That was not in Leon's vocabulary. He locked eyes with the hot-headed father, an unshakable confidence blazing in his gaze. He cracked his knuckles, casually punching his open palm as his fighting spirit ignited. If this guy is begging for a beatdown, it would be downright rude of me to refuse. Knowing that stubborn look, Rose abandoned any attempt to stop him. She gave a reluctant nod, dropping one crucial warning. Fine, just control your aura. Hold back, and whatever you do, please do not kill him. A cheeky smirk danced across Leon's face as he rolled his wrists, the bones popping like firecrackers. Relax, I know exactly how to play nice. Right on cue, the school bell echoed through the halls. Noah stepped out of her classroom, clutching a cute little wooden box, her face painted with pure curiosity. Two Dragonkin kids sprinted past her, screaming at the top of their lungs. Hurry up! Some massive dragons are throwing down at the front gates. Noah jolted, whipping her head toward the growing commotion. Her brows furrowed deeply as a massive wave of anxiety crashed over her. The Duke's furious threats from the vice principal's office flashed through her mind. Heart pounding like a war drum, she immediately chased after the running boys. By now, the academy gates and corridors were absolutely jammed with nosy students, all itching to witness this legendary clash between Leon and the enraged noble. Desperate for a VIP view, some kids were literally scaling the architectural pillars. The gossip mill was going crazy. No way. An actual dragon turf war? Who is fighting who? The tension is insane. To give themselves proper breathing room, Leon and his pompous opponent had relocated to the massive courtyard out front. Leon casually went through his warm-ups, stretching his arms and shaking out his legs. He looked as completely unfazed as a guy taking a Sunday stroll. Standing a few paces away, the fiery Duke sized him up. Seeing Leon's underwhelming lack of aura, an utterly disgusted sneer warped the noble's face. What a pathetic joke. He will not even manifest his tail. All bark, zero bite, he chuckled darkly, plotting his revenge. My son lost face, so I will utterly crush this brat's father to reclaim our family honor. Seeing that his so-called opponent was finally ready, the Duke arrogantly decided to lay down the ground rules. The Crimson Flame Dragon clan does not bully the weak. If you can somehow survive just 3 of my strikes, I will personally admit defeat. Hearing this majestic handicap, Leon half closed his eyes. He planted one hand on his hip, while the other began casually digging into his ear. Stifling a massive yawn, he lazily muttered, Yeah, whatever. Less talking, more fighting. And then, right in front of the entirely dumbfounded audience, he flawlessly flicked a freshly mined piece of earwax straight at the mighty Duke. The entire crowd erupted into poorly hidden giggles, while some hyped students screamed out, Oh my god, what an absolute legend. Being publicly humiliated and treated like a literal joke pushed the noble past his breaking point. The furious father exploded into a blinding rage. His fists clenched so hard, his knuckles turned white, and absolute hellfire burned in his eyes. Do not dare look down on me. Explosive mana instantly gathered, manifesting as blazing crimson flames that swallowed his fist whole, radiating an incredibly terrifying pressure. With a beastly roar, he launched a devastating right hook straight for Leon's head. The spectating crowd collectively held their breath. Sensing the incoming hostility, the lazy glaze vanished from Leon's eyes. His aura sharpened instantly, seamlessly shifting into pure combat mode. Analyzing the explosive footwork and aggressively reckless attack pattern, the main character instantly calculated the exact ceiling of this pompous noble's combat prowess. With a simple, ghost-like tilt of his torso, he flawlessly evaded the flaming first strike, and without missing a single beat, Leon elegantly pivoted on his heel, letting the fiery second punch breeze right past him. His movements were as effortless as dancing through a gentle breeze. Whoa! A razor-sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he studied his sweating opponent. Just as I thought, this guy's pathetic combat power is absolute garbage compared to the bloodthirsty dragons I slaughtered on the front lines. After effortlessly dancing around a few more desperate swings, Leon touched down with the silent grace of a falling feather. He threw up 2 fingers in a mocking peace sign, raising a single eyebrow with maximum disrespect. You still owe me 2 more strikes, buddy. Leon flashed a criminally nonchalant smile as he reminded his huffing opponent. Watching this absolute nobody casually sidestep his ultimate techniques drove the fiery Duke to the brink of madness. That condescending, pitying gaze was the final straw. His pride went up in flames. Think you are slick, dodging like a coward? You are nothing but a spineless rat. Veins popped on his forehead as he roared in pure, unadulterated fury. He twisted his body and launched himself forward like a cannonball, desperately doubling down on his assault. Mid-battle cry, he sharply bent his knees, channeling his fiery wrath into a devastating, meteor-like punch aimed dead at the solid ground. Boom! The courtyard tiles instantly shattered into a million pieces. A spiderweb of massive craters violently tore open as boiling currents of flame-infused magic blasted jagged rocks high into the sky. The sheer kinetic force of the impact made the entire academy zone violently quake. Yet, standing in the eye of the storm, our hero remained cool as ice. The very second the earth crumbled and deadly debris started flying, he casually launched himself into the air, perfectly nullifying every single ounce of area of effect damage. Even as the catastrophic shock waves continued to rattle the very ground, Leon hovered there, totally unfazed, acting like he was merely stepping over a puddle. This flawless evasion only poured gasoline on the furious father's burning ego. Despite unleashing his ultimate moves, he could not manage to land even a microscopic scratch on this arrogant punk. Consumed by blind wrath, he unhinged his jaw to impossible limits. Channeling every last drop of his fire attribute mana, he unleashed a roaring tsunami of apocalyptic flames, exactly like a legendary dragon's breath. A blinding, catastrophic pillar of fire exploded forward, rocketing toward its target at supersonic speed. In that split second, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, threatening to incinerate reality itself. Even as the blistering heat waves visibly scorched his skin, an absolute, terrifying calmness remained frozen on Leon's face. His eyes remained totally unfazed. He calculated every single trajectory of the blazing inferno. Right before the flames could scorch his face, Leon instantly dropped like a rock, landing smoothly right next to La's furious dad. The massive burst of fire completely missed. It shot up into the sky, exploding into a dazzling fireworks display against the clear blue canvas. Touching down without making a single sound, Leon completely styled on that attack. The arrogant dad stared down in utter disbelief. How could this guy just casually chill beside him without a single scratch? And with that, his golden window of opportunity slammed shut. Leon slowly tilted his head up. His gaze was sharp as a freshly forged blade, and a wildly confident smirk crossed his face. Guess it is my turn to play. The moment those words dropped, he vanished like a lightning bolt. He delivered a flawlessly precise kick right to the back of the antagonist's knee. The guy instantly stumbled forward. His legs turned to absolute jelly, collapsing under his own weight with a pathetic yelp. Ah! He dropped to his knees, hands trembling as he clutched the devastating strike point. His face turned bright tomato red, a hilarious mix of pure rage and absolute humiliation. He never expected to get schooled this badly by Leon. You bastard! He desperately tried to scramble up, but Leon was already in his personal space. His right fist was clenched tight, charging up an overwhelming amount of power. Time to wrap this boss fight up. Leon flashed a winner's grin, before mercilessly launching a straight punch right into his opponent's face. Boom! The annoying dad was sent literally flying through the air. He crashed violently into a nearby wall, before sliding to the ground completely knocked out. Seeing the trash taken out, Leon casually dusted off his hands. He was oozing the ultimate swagger of a flawless victory. A pathetic dragon like that is literally just a warm-up toy for a dragon slayer like me, he muttered with immense pride, the corner of his lips curling upward. To be totally honest, he did not even need to activate a single drop of magic to flatten guys like that. The other snobby fathers watching nearby instantly lost all color in their faces. They were practically shaking. It was impossible to process that an almighty Dragon Duke just got dropped in 5 seconds. Oh no, the Duke! Leon slowly snapped his neck back toward them. His playful smirk vanished, replaced by an absolutely chilling death glare. He cracked his knuckles loudly, locking eyes with the remaining two. Do you boys want to test your luck next? The entire atmosphere instantly froze over. Both men immediately slapped on the most awkward, panicked smiles ever, waving their hands and violently shaking their heads. Nope, no way, we would not dare. The duo desperately sprinted over to scoop up the unconscious Duke, hauling him away from the school gates at record-breaking speeds. Leon watched them pathetically retreat and threw out one last icy command. Drag him out of here and tell your precious brat to never, ever come near my daughter again. Once they vanished around the corner, Leon finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. He spun back around, his face shifting instantly into a warm, goofy dad smile. Alrighty then, let us head home. Rose. Suddenly, Leon completely froze. He realized Noah had been standing right behind him. He was utterly shocked because his super senses completely failed to detect her stealthy approach. Noah stared up at Leon, holding a tiny, adorable wooden box in her hands. It looked like she had been secretly watching his entire beatdown session. A massive crowd of students was still hovering nearby, staring at the epic scene with starstruck admiration. Catching Leon's surprised look, Noah quickly turned her head away. Her cheeks flushed a massive shade of pink. I just happened to walk by. I heard a bunch of noise, so I came to check. The classic tsundere mumble. She then shuffled over to Rose and shoved the box toward her. I brought this for Mom. Leon leaned in, intensely curious. Oh ho, what kind of treasure is hidden in there? Rose popped the lid open and immediately gasped. Resting inside was an incredibly cute, heart-shaped cookie. Noah looked super awkward right now. She ducked her head down, aggressively twisting her fingers together. It is from my cooking class today. We just baked them. I only scored 2nd place, so the taste is probably super average. But, Mom, please try it. Rose beamed like a proud goddess. She snapped the cookie in half and took a gentle bite. Her eyes literally sparkled with joy. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delicious. Leon, You have to taste this. She shoved the remaining half toward Leon, hitting him with a sneaky wink that clearly meant, do not you dare say no. Leon took a cautious bite, letting the sugary goodness melt on his tongue. The rich, buttery aroma exploded in his mouth, blending perfectly with gooey melted chocolate. He nodded furiously. I have to admit, this is god tier. My brilliant daughter is definitely sweeping the gold medal next time. After the ultimate snack review, Noah took a few hesitant steps toward Leon. She clearly had something on her mind. He sensed an incoming emotional beat, so he stayed completely silent and waited patiently. Noah was overflowing with shyness, hiding her hands behind her back. After what felt like an eternity, she peeked up and whispered, Dad, you looked totally awesome out there. That tiny compliment hit Leon like a critical strike. He completely froze, his face instantly catching on fire from pure joy. Did Noah really just praise him out loud like that? Wait, does this mean their awkward father-daughter dynamic just leveled up? Inside his mind, Leon was literally throwing the most insane festival ever. He was literally imagining tiny little cherubs aggressively tossing flower petals everywhere in his brain. But on the outside, he desperately maintained his cool guy persona, simply scratching his head with a goofy, awkward laugh. Well, obviously, I am your awesome dad, after all. Noah actually flashed a soft smile back. They locked eyes, and a super warm, fluffy feeling completely washed away all the previous battle tension. Leon reached out and gently patted Noah's head, dropping into full dad mode. If you ever want to master some epic combat skills, just say the word, and Dad will teach you. But standing quietly on the side, Rose accidentally locked eyes onto Leon's hands. She spotted several faint yet totally visible scratch marks across his knuckles. She instantly dipped her head down, a flash of heavy anxiety crossing her eyes. She just observed him in complete silence, her mind racing with a million chaotic thoughts, but she swallowed her words. Fast forward to after dinner, Leon slowly dragged himself back into his personal room. He sank into the plush sofa, clutching a thick brown book like his life depended on it. The title? The Dragon Parenting Encyclopedia, complete with a subtitle, 108 Ways to Communicate with Your Newborn. It was the ultimate survival guide for raising baby dragons, a holy manual designed to help clueless parents survive every explosive developmental stage and actually talk to their scaly kids. Leon looked dead serious, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He started cross-referencing the sacred texts with how Noah and Mun usually babbled at him. But before he could unlock the secrets of dragon linguistics, a sudden knock echoed through the room. The peaceful silence shattered instantly. Leon snapped his head toward the door, wondering who on earth would come knocking at this ungodly hour. The wooden door creaked open, revealing the stunning silhouette of Rose. She was wearing a flowing white nightgown paired with skin-tight black leggings. Clutching a small medical kit under the warm yellow lights, her presence caught him completely off guard. He immediately slammed his parenting manual onto the coffee table, a confused frown creeping onto his face. What in the world was she doing here so late? Leon shot a quick glance at the first aid box, utterly baffled as to why she brought it to his room. Rose did not say a single word. Instead, she marched straight over to the sofa and gracefully sat right next to him. Panicking at the sudden lack of personal space, Leon awkwardly shimmied to the side. He turned to stare at her, his eyes narrowed with intense suspicion. Flashbacks of her past pranks hit him like a truck. Was she planning another bizarre scheme to torment him until the sun came up? His inner alarm bells were ringing. Did she have a new evil plot brewing? But all his wild conspiracy theories vanished the moment Rose placed the medical kit on her lap. She looked up, a soft blush dusting her cheeks. Reaching out her slender hand toward him, she demanded softly, "Give me your hand." Leon blinked in pure astonishment. Completely lost, he raised an eyebrow and blurted, "Huh?" Seeing his clueless face, Rose sighed. "Your hand is injured. Did you seriously forget?" Like a lightning strike, the memories of that morning came rushing back to him. Lila's father had dared to challenge him, and as a top-tier dragon slayer, walking away was never an option. He would rather die than let anyone disrespect his precious family. Glancing down at his bruised knuckles, Leon brushed it off like it was nothing. "Oh, you mean this scratch? It is just a tiny nick. It will heal in a few days." But Rose was not having any of his macho nonsense. With a heavy sigh, she gently grabbed his wrist. "Stop acting tough. Give it to me, right now." Faced with her absolute stubbornness, his resistance crumbled. Defeated, Leon slowly extended his battered arm toward her. Popping open the kit, Rose pulled out a cotton swab and a bottle of crimson antiseptic. With the utmost care, she dabbed the medicine onto his bruised skin. The liquid felt icy cold at first, but then came a sharp, fiery sting. "Ah!" Leon winced, totally caught off guard. The pain was way worse than he expected. His massive hand twitched involuntarily. Noticing his struggle, Rose softened her grip on his wrist. "Do not move. I am almost done," she murmured. Hearing that rare, tender tone in her voice, Leon froze in place. He simply lowered his head, quietly watching as she meticulously cleaned and treated his battle scars. A strange thought echoed in his mind. For his entire life, he had always just slapped bandages on himself. Nobody had ever cared for his wounds with such gentle devotion. Rose kept her eyes glued to his hand, thoroughly treating even the deepest cuts with absolute precision. Once every scratch was coated in medicine, she casually rested his hand upon her soft thigh, unrolling a clean white bandage. Every slight graze of her fingertips sent electric shocks up his arm. It felt bizarrely warm, stirring an undeniable flutter in his chest. Leon gave a tiny shudder, suddenly realizing his thoughts were spiraling out of control. He violently whipped his head away, desperate to hide his furiously burning cheeks. Wait, am I actually blushing because of Rose right now? He tried his hardest to stare at the wall, but his racing heartbeat betrayed him. Fortunately, Rose was way too absorbed in her medical mission to notice him turning into a human tomato. As she wrapped the final layer, her voice broke the silence, soft as a feather. Thank you for what you did this morning. Leon shifted his eyes nervously. Huh? What are you talking about? Unbothered, Rose finished her work, snipping the extra gauze and tying it into an embarrassingly cute little bow. She made it crystal clear. Lila's father was completely out of line at the academy, but you stepped up. You protected me and Noah. The pieces finally clicked in his dense brain. Ah, that whole mess. A faint smile touched his lips. It was just the right thing to do. Even if we are practically strangers on paper, you are still. He almost confessed something dangerously sweet about her, but panicked at the last second. Plus, I did it for Noah too. He scratched the back of his neck, aggressively avoiding eye contact, but it was a lost cause. His face was glowing redder by the second, completely exposing his flustered state. Watching the legendary dragon slayer turn into a nervous wreck, Rose could not hold back a secret laugh bubbling in her chest. She closed her eyes, flicking her braid over her shoulder with an amused smirk. Oh, please. I knew you would never admit you did it for me. With the medical drama over, a sudden thought popped into her head. Tilting her head, she dropped the bomb. Oh, almost forgot. My older sister invited our whole household over. Are you up for a trip? Leon scrunched his face, contemplating it for all of 2 seconds before flatly shaking his head. Your sister? Hard pass. I am staying right here. Instantly, the room temperature plummeted to absolute zero. Rose closed her eyes, her voice dripping with terrifying sweetness. Is that so? I guess we still need to settle the score for what happened last time then. Just the mere mention of her past torturous nighttime antics sent cold sweat pouring down his spine. He waved his hands in a blind panic. Whoa! Hold on! Okay, fine. I will go. High above, the silver moon broke through the thick clouds, silently witnessing the chaotic yet endearing bond between them. Suddenly, a majestic dragon roar shattered the heavens. The thunderous sound of massive wings beating tore right through the tranquil night air. Taking on her true glorious dragon form, Rose carried Leon, Noah, and Mun upon her colossal back. Together they soared into the horizon to visit her sister, the mighty Red Dragon Queen. Their epic journey had begun at the crack of dawn, and now, a breathtaking sunset was painting the infinite sky in magical streaks of orange and crimson. It felt like they had been traveling across the endless skies forever. Finally, a magnificent fortress appeared on the horizon, piercing the clouds with absolute grandeur. This was it, the legendary territory of the Red Dragon. Locking onto their destination, Rose gracefully descended, aiming for the massive courtyard right before the main gates. Swoosh! Her gigantic wings beat against the wind, whipping up a massive storm of dust and sand. Landing a dragon naturally required a bit of runway to kill the momentum. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Issa and her royal attendants were already waiting. Little Noah was the first to carefully slide off the dragon's back. Right behind her, Leon stepped down, gently cradling a half-asleep Mun in his arms. He patted her back with ultimate dad energy. We are here, sweetie. Time to wake up. Mun blinked her groggy eyes, rubbing them sleepily as she took in the new world. Welcome back. Issa, the majestic Red Dragon Queen, instantly dropped her royal composure. She sprinted toward them, waving frantically at her sister. Her face beamed with pure joy. Without a second thought, she literally leaped onto Rose's dragon snout, rubbing her cheeks against the terrifying beast with overwhelming affection. That extreme sisterly love immediately triggered a tickle attack. Defeated, Rose had no choice but to instantly shift back into her human form. She desperately rubbed her forehead. Ah, sister, that tickles way too much. She turned away, her cheeks burning bright red, completely embarrassed by the sudden ambush. Clearing her throat, Rose tried to regain her dignity. Sister, let me finally introduce my husband and daughters. This is your first official meeting with them. She gestured for her husband to step forward. This is my other half, Leon Cosmos. Leon offered a perfectly polite, charming smile. Greetings, sister. It is an absolute honor to finally meet you. Issa scanned Leon from head to toe with sparkling curiosity, letting out a cheerful laugh. So this is the famous brother-in-law I have heard so much about. Rose then gently guided her two little ones forward. And these are my precious daughters. Mun boldly stepped right up, raising her hand in an adorable salute. Hello, Auntie. I am so happy to meet you. Her tiny face was practically glowing with excitement. Noah, on the other hand, immediately retreated. She hid behind her mother, tightly gripping Rose's skirt like a frightened bunny. Issa chuckled warmly at their completely opposite personalities. The queen bent down, opening her arms wide. She squished her cheeks against theirs, radiating an aura of pure, unfiltered happiness. Let Auntie guess. You are the energetic Mun, and the shy little one is Noah. right? Mun nodded enthusiastically. You nailed it, Auntie. Issa smiled so brightly it could blind someone. You two are exactly how your mother described in her letters. Rose gently pulled her overly excited sister back, smiling warmly. Noticing Noah's trembling shoulders, Issa softened her voice. Noah, would you like a hug from Auntie too? The little girl blushed furiously, looking down before giving a tiny, timid nod. Yes, please. Permission granted. Issa instantly scooped both girls into a massive bear hug. She even wrapped her majestic dragon tail around them, cuddling them in a cocoon of absolute bliss. Mun giggled, completely leaning into the affection. Even the shy Noah seemed to melt into the warm embrace. Issa squeezed her nieces tightly, her dragon heart fluttering with overwhelming joy. Having such incredibly cute little dragons in the family, Auntie is in heaven. After showering the kids with affection for solid minutes, she finally remembered Leon existed. Giving the kids one last pat, she looked up at the father. Rose tells me you take phenomenal care of the girls every single day. Thank you for treating my sister's family so well. Leon flashed a confident dad smile. It is nothing, truly. I love spending time with them. Plus, they cling to me the most. Hearing this, Rose's competitive spirit instantly ignited. She immediately stepped in. Excuse me? What did you just say? They are obviously much closer to their mother. Leon's own pride refused to back down. He turned to his wife with a playful pout. Honey, are you joking? That is scientifically impossible. Rose crossed her arms, narrowing her terrifying dragon eyes. Do I look like I am joking, husband? Facing his wife's deadly glare right in front of her royal family, Leon immediately surrendered his pride. Okay, fine. I will let you win this one. Watching their hilarious married couple bickering, Issa could not help but burst into a fit of giggles. You two really are the most adorable couple. That teasing remark hit like a critical strike. Both Leon and Rose turned beet red, looking away as they mumbled, "We are just normal." After the chaotic welcome, Issa gracefully led them inside. You all must be completely exhausted from the long flight. Come inside and rest your wings. The grand parlor of the Red Dragon Sanctuary was breathtakingly massive. Crimson banners and fiery red aesthetics dominated the luxurious interior. After a glorious feast, Leon and Rose relaxed on the velvet sofa. The girls sat opposite to them, happily munching on fruits and chatting. Suddenly, Issa approached with a suspiciously thick, ancient-looking album. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, both Noah and Mun looked up like curious little meerkats. Issa dramatically presented the brown leather book, flashing a mischievous villain smirk. Hey girls, want to see your mother's top-secret childhood photos? The moment she heard the word photos, Mun's eyes sparkled like diamonds. She shot up from her seat. Yes, I want to see baby mommy. Beside her, Rose felt her soul leave her body. Warning sirens blared in her head. There was absolutely no way she would let her husband or kids see her embarrassing dark history. Panic mode activated. Rose lunged at her sister, desperately trying to snatch the forbidden book. Sister, why would you bring that out? Give it to me right now. Issa simply held it higher, dodging with expert agility. Oh my, look at you panic. Are you afraid they will see how adorable you used to be? She then shot a sneaky wink toward Leon. The husband instantly understood the mission. Just as Rose's fingertips brushed the cover, Issa tossed it like a perfect pass. Leon leaped into the air, catching the legendary artifact flawlessly with both hands. Seeing her deepest secrets land in her husband's hands, Rose shrieked in absolute terror. Wait, do not open it. But fate had already sealed her doom. Leon flipped open the very first page. Boom! Whatever he saw made his jaw instantly drop to the floor. His expression froze in pure, unfiltered shock. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Huh? What in the world is this? Catching the heavy album Issa tossed his way, Leon wasted zero time flipping right through the pages. Suddenly, boom, one specific photograph grabbed his full attention, and he absolutely could not keep his mouth shut. Wow, babe, I never expected you to look quite like this. Hearing those deadly words, Rose immediately broke into a nervous cold sweat. Naturally, Noah and Mun's curiosity went completely through the roof. Mun desperately reached out her tiny hands. Daddy, we want to see it too! Eager to share this absolute masterpiece with his kids, Leon slid the glossy picture right out of the ancient book. He spun around, holding it up like a grand prize. You were seriously a ball of endless energy back in high school. Issa peeked over his shoulder and instantly chuckled. Ah, that is from her epic speech as the top honor student. In the shot, Rose was glowing at the podium with a dazzling smile. Rocking the classic blue academy uniform, her gorgeous silver hair was tied up into a flawless high ponytail. She looked overflowing with absolute youthful energy. The golden sunshine and lush green trees framed her like a perfect magazine cover model. That bubbly, super cheerful girl was the exact opposite of the legendary Ice Queen standing right there. Leon's teasing mode was now fully activated. Seriously, how did you turn into such a freezing cold queen now? Sensing her husband was eagerly digging his own grave, Rose aggressively stepped forward and stomped her killer high heel directly onto his foot. He muffled a painful whimper, desperately holding back his screams in front of the kids and Issa. Fuming with extreme embarrassment, Rose snatched the photo right out of his hands. She shot him a terrifying death glare and whispered, "Do not get cocky with me, buddy, or you are absolutely going to be my next physical punching bag." Meanwhile, Noah helped Mun flip the massive pages on the table. The siblings were having the absolute time of their lives discovering these rare treasures of their pint-sized mom. Issa stood right behind them, watching the little ones with a fond, nostalgic smile on her lips. "There is a whole treasure trove of your mommy's baby pictures in there, so take your time." Seeing those faded snapshots, a flood of absolutely precious childhood memories hit Isa. Back in the day, Rose was as soft and squishy as a little marshmallow. The next 2 pages were basically an explosive gallery of pure, adorable cuteness. One shot captured her crying, her tiny eyes out in sheer terror over a little spider. Another showed her as a sleepy newborn rolling wildly around the bed. Then boom, a completely epic shot of her soloing a giant beast, followed by a shy, blushing pic of her holding up a golden certificate. Staring wide-eyed at the pages, Noah excitedly chirped, "Mommy was seriously so tiny back then." Little Mun immediately reached out, whining that she wanted to squish baby mom too. Just as Noah flipped past the baby phase, Mun's eagle eyes locked onto something completely legendary. She pointed her little finger and shrieked in awe, "Mommy looks incredibly majestic here." Leon's curiosity piqued instantly as he leaned all the way in. "Hold up, let Daddy see that too." The photo showed Rose wearing a magnificent crown and a stunning white gown. Draped in a crimson cape upon a throne, her icy smile radiated absolute supremacy. That flawless royal aesthetic captured her overwhelmingly majestic boss energy perfectly. Issa glanced over and proudly explained, "That was the exact day Rose was crowned as the legendary Silver Dragon Queen." Leon slowly turned to his freezing wife with a super cheeky grin. "Okay, I have to admit, you were looking pretty epic." Hit by the sudden compliment, Rose aggressively turned her head away with a loud She tried to play it cool, but her furiously blushing tomato-red cheeks completely exposed her. The kids blitzed through the rest of the timeline, watching their mom grow up frame by frame. Flipping one more time, Noah blinked in total shock. "Oh no, this is the very last page," Mun pouted, squishing her tiny cheeks in ultimate disappointment. "It is all over. I want to see way more cute mommy pictures." Sensing her public humiliation was finally over, Rose swooped in and snapped the heavy book shut. All right, the fun show is over. Time to pack this ancient artifact away." But just as she tried to shove the album back, Isa sneakily pulled a glowing crystal sphere from behind her back. Flashing a delightfully evil smile, Isa asked, "Not so fast. Anyone want to guess what this shiny thing is?" Rose's blood instantly ran cold as the threat of more dark history loomed over her. She let out a panic-stricken squeak. Meanwhile, Leon's eyes lit up like giant fireworks. "Oh my gosh, I know what that is. That is a magical recording stone." Isa covered her mouth, trying to hide her wicked giggles. She dangled the glowing orb like a shiny piece of candy and teased the kids. "Who wants to watch a super secret video of mommy?" The kids basically vibrated with explosive excitement. Staring at their aunt with massive starry eyes, they screamed in perfect harmony, "Yes, please!" Her ultimate dark history was about to be broadcasted live. Desperate to stop the madness, Rose lunged forward and grabbed her sister's hands with ultra-teary, begging eyes. "Issa, you are my own flesh and blood. I am literally begging you, absolutely do not play that cursed video." But Leon shamelessly jumped right into the pure chaos. Clasping his hands together in dramatic prayer, he yelled, "As your absolute favorite brother-in-law, I am begging you to press play right now." His inner thoughts were practically doing backflips of pure joy. "If my Ice Queen wife is panicking this intensely, that crystal must contain the ultimate, most hilariously embarrassing secret ever." Husband and wife stood shoulder to shoulder, aggressively sending opposite telepathic messages to the one holding the remote. Issa dramatically placed a hand on her forehead like she was struggling, but that delightfully devilish smirk gave her away completely. Well, since it is Leon's very first time visiting as an honored guest, I suppose I have to grant his absolutely valid request today. "I promise to definitely listen to you next time, little sister." Leon aggressively flashed a massive double peace sign, securing the ultimate victory over his defeated wife. Rose was absolutely seething with pure blazing rage. She glared absolute daggers at him, mentally vowing to absolutely never, ever bring this traitor to her hometown again. Without missing a beat, Isa flicked off the living room lights. She placed the crystal onto a velvet cushion like a sacred artifact. With a few quick taps, the orb pulsed with blinding light, and the deeply embarrassing cinema experience officially began. Leon and Jose claimed the front row for this unexpected screening. Meanwhile, little Noah and Mun peeked eagerly from the back lines. As the projection played, Issa proudly announced this was ultra-rare, top-secret footage. Suddenly, the screen flickered to life with a brand new scene. A serene moon hung high in the sky, bathing the pitch-black night in a gentle, ethereal glow. Beneath its silver light, a tiny stream sparkled brilliantly, bubbling with a soft, melodic rhythm. A gentle breeze rustled through the dense forest by the water, whispering through the leaves like a perfectly composed romantic soundtrack. It was clearly a late-night recording. Seeing this familiar backdrop, Rose's memories suddenly clicked. She let out a panicked gasp. Realizing what was coming, she desperately lunged forward to cover Leon's eyes. "Do not look at this!" Caught totally off guard by her ninja attack, Leon struggled to pry her hands off his face. "What in the world happens next?" he asked, totally clueless. On screen, a much younger, student-era Rose sat perched on a river rock. Her cheeks flushed a bright strawberry pink as she stared shyly at the recording crystal. From behind the lens, Isa's teasing voice echoed out. "Hey Rose, what are your absolute must-haves for a future husband?" The young Rose hesitated, her face burning as she frantically looked away from the crystal's gaze. "Isa, please stop recording. This is way too embarrassing." But the camera woman was absolutely relentless. "Oh, do not be so shy. Just spill the details." Knowing she could not escape her senior's badgering, Rose gazed up at the night sky. She awkwardly scratched her cheek and muttered, "Well, let me think about it. First off, he absolutely has to be smarter than me, like taking first place in everything. He needs a massive sense of responsibility, and he definitely cannot hate children." The past Rose continued to list her ultimate dream guy requirements. But wait a second, was it just a coincidence that this sounded exactly like the current Leon? Little Mun's eyes widened in realization. She leaned over and dramatically whispered to Noah, "Mom is totally describing Dad right now, isn't she?" Noah nodded with absolute certainty. The video continued, "Oh, and he has to be incredibly strong, but he cannot bully the weak. He needs ironclad principles and cannot care about different races or worldly opinions." Hearing this absolute perfection, Leon smugly pointed a finger straight at the screen. "Strong but never a bully?" He started shamelessly bragging. "See that? She was basically custom ordering me from the universe." Rose was practically vibrating with annoyance at his sky-high ego. She shot him a deadly glare. "Do you have absolutely zero shame?" Without hesitation, she viciously pinched his cheek and yanked his head away from the screen. But like a true main character, Leon stubbornly tilted his eyes back, desperate to watch the rest of his own origin story. Standing off to the side, Issa watched this hilariously chaotic couple squabble, a devilish smirk playing on her lips as she enjoyed the show. Meanwhile, the recorded Issa threw out a reality check. Those are ridiculously high standards, you know? Especially that last one. People usually lose their minds once they get a taste of real power. On screen, Rose hugged her knees tight and gazed longingly at the moon. The gentle lunar light bathed her figure, and her eyes practically sparkled with naive, beautiful hope for her future. "Who knows?" she murmured softly. "But if a man like that does not exist in this world, then I simply will not force myself to get married. If I ever give my heart to someone, it will only be to a man exactly like that." Then, she turned straight to the recording crystal. She flashed a painfully adorable, heart-stopping smile, sealing her absolute determination for her fated partner. Critical hit! Leon was instantly paralyzed by that lethal smile. His eyes went completely round, his jaw dropping open as those sweet words echoed endlessly in his mind. A deep crimson blush aggressively exploded across his face. He slowly turned to the real Rose, his voice actually stuttering. "So wait, does that mean I am literally your picture-perfect dream guy?" Rose's tsundere defense mechanism activated instantly. She violently whipped her head away, dodging his intense stare as she fumbled for an excuse. That was just me spouting childish nonsense." Seeing through her painfully obvious denial, a gentle, victorious smile spread across Leon's face. He playfully nudged her shoulder. I know. You do not have to be so incredibly shy about it." Meanwhile, Issa was entirely too invested in this real-life rom-com. She crossed her arms, sauntering right up to the flustered couple with burning curiosity. "Okay, now I really need to know. Which one of you actually fell for the other first?" Without a single microsecond of hesitation, both Leon and Rose aggressively pointed at each other. "She fell for me first. He was totally obsessed with me first." Rose was absolutely outraged by his audacity. She glared daggers that could pierce armor straight into his soul. "Do you want to repeat that, tough guy?" Sensing his imminent destruction at the hands of his wife, Leon's survival instincts kicked in. He nervously whistled and looked away, smart enough to keep his mouth shut. Sweating bullets to avoid her terrifying wrath, he quickly scrambled for a diplomatic save. "Well, obviously she fell for me first, but I was completely clueless. Then I realized my huge mistake, groveled in regret, and chased after her like crazy." Rose closed her eyes and nodded with supreme royal dignity. I suppose that version is somewhat acceptable." Watching this legendary display of being utterly whipped, Issa rested her chin on her hand, grinning like a proud mastermind. "You two are just sickeningly sweet together, aren't you?" Both Leon and Rose instantly snapped their heads in opposite directions. "We absolutely are not," they yelled in perfect, undeniable sync. Issa burst into musical laughter. Then, a wonderfully wicked idea lit up her eyes. "Oh, who wants to do a dramatic reading of all the love letters Rose got back in the day? I am talking about a massive, ceiling-high stack of them." Leon, Noah, and Mun instantly locked onto Isa. Their eyes practically fired laser beams of pure excitement. We definitely want to see them, but Rose was completely done having her dark history dragged into the light. She screamed in pure, unadulterated panic. "Isa, Why on earth do you still hoard those embarrassing things? Hand them over right now so I can burn them to ashes." Her hilariously desperate screech echoed dramatically through the grand halls of the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Outside, the massive castle stood peacefully under the blanket of night, with only a few warm lanterns fighting off the dark. And just like that, another beautifully chaotic, absolutely heartwarming day came to a perfect close. After wrapping up their chat with Isa, our chaotic duo finally dragged themselves back to their quarters. But the moment Rose's hand hit the doorknob, her danger instincts screamed. Seeing her freeze in her tracks, Leon tilted his head. "Hey, what is it?" He pushed the door open, only to be blinded by the sheer audacity inside. A massive bathtub sat right in the middle, steaming hot and absolutely smothered in rose petals. And the bed? A massive, disgustingly romantic heart shape made of even more petals. The entire room was bathed in a sultry crimson glow from dozens of flickering candles. The whole setup was practically screaming at them to get a room, which, ironically, they already had. Both of their jaws hit the floor. What in the world was this cliché nonsense? The heavy, awkward romantic tension was suffocating. It looked exactly like a cheap honeymoon suite, straight out of a cheesy romance novel. Just as their brains were short-circuiting, the mastermind herself, Isa, strolled right in. Leon furiously covered his eyes, his face burning like a tomato. Rose aggressively snapped her head away, glaring at her sister. "Isa, care to explain this total disaster of a room?" Of course, the Dragon Lady had completely planned this trap from the very beginning. She struck a painfully cute pose, winking mischievously. "Surprise, I decorated this VIP suite just for my two favorite lovebirds. You will be spending the next 2 days right here." But there was no way Rose was surviving a night with the dense protagonist in this spicy environment. She crossed her arms, shutting her eyes to hide her embarrassment. "Tell me you have literally any other room available." Reading her little sister like an open book, Isa nudged her shoulder and poked her arm with a totally wicked grin. "Oh, come on, no need to act all innocent with me." Listening to their banter, poor Leon stood frozen in the corner, his soul slowly leaving his body. He let out a massive sigh, cursing his own terrible luck. He should have known better. This crazy dragon lady was an absolute menace to society. Her master plan was terrifyingly obvious. She wanted to lock these two endangered species in a room until nature took its course. She was literally treating them like a breeding program to restore their dying race. A hilariously horrifying mental image popped into his head. He pictured a giant Isa holding a dollhouse version of this exact room. In his mind, she threw a tiny Rose doll onto the bed and started aggressively smashing a tiny Leon doll toward her. The imaginary giantess had the most unhinged, villainous smirk on her face. She was basically playing matchmaker God, waiting for the spicy plot progression to kick in. The moment the horrifying reality set in, Leon activated his stealth mode. He slowly turned around, praying to escape this love trap before anyone noticed. But a dragon's radar is absolute. Instantly detecting his retreat, Isa teleported right behind him. She clamped an iron grip onto his shoulder, her aura turning dangerously dark. "And where exactly do you think you are going?" Leon stiffened like a board, utterly paralyzed by fear. The sheer bloodlust radiating from her glare sent shivers down his spine. He slowly turned his head, flashing the most pathetic, awkward smile he could muster. Desperate to save himself, his brain worked in overdrive to find an excuse. Pointing at his own face, he stuttered, "The kids! My girls are probably crying for their dad right now. I should go check on them." But Isa narrowed her eyes, completely seeing through his garbage lie. There was absolutely zero chance she was letting her prime test subject escape. Her threatening aura instantly vanished into a sweet smile as she delivered the final blow. "Oh, relax, Daddy. I already took care of your little munchkins. I gave them their very own VIP playroom. I guarantee you, they are having the time of their lives right now." Meanwhile, in the aforementioned playroom, the two adorable little terrors were completely absorbed in a massive puzzle. Noah furrowed her tiny brows, intensely glaring at a rogue puzzle piece. Mun, observing like a tiny mastermind, spotted the missing slot in a millisecond. She jumped up with a triumphant giggle, pointing out the exact spot to her sister. They were surrounded by an absolute mountain of elite toys, rocking horses, premium plushies, and an entire indoor slide. Yeah, those kids were doing just fine without their overly protective dad. Back at the love trap, Isa popped her head through the closing doorway for one final tease. "You two make sure to work hard and get lots of rest tonight." With a devilish wink and a wave, the door clicked shut, locking them in. Left alone in this romantic nightmare, our heroes were absolutely speechless. They just stared at the wooden door in utter defeat. It was only when the click-clack of Isa's heels faded down the hallway that they finally let out a massive breath of relief. They dramatically dropped their heads in synchronized exhaustion. Fighting against that boss-level matchmaker was completely useless. And now, reality was settling in. With no spare beds and absolutely zero escape routes, they were forced into the ultimate survival challenge, sharing this single, overwhelmingly romantic room. Trying to act cool, Rose marched over to the massive wardrobe. "Well, I guess we have absolutely no choice but to survive the night here." Leon massaged his temples, still recovering from the psychological damage. I always knew your sister was crazy, but her trapping skills are legendary. Rose yanked the wardrobe doors open, only to be hit by a second wave of embarrassment. The entire closet was a goldmine of couples' merchandise. The top rack was completely stuffed with highly questionable, dangerously tight nightgowns in every color of the rainbow. But the bottom shelves? Oh, they were fully stocked with spicy adult accessories designed exclusively for late-night activities. Sweating bullets, Rose tried to play it off while glaring at the spicy inventory. Yeah, that is just how she operates, sadly. Stick around long enough and you will get used to her madness. But suddenly, her brain finally processed exactly what she was looking at. With a face redder than a strawberry, she violently slammed the doors shut. Boom! Leon flinched so hard his soul almost left his body again. He stared at her like she had lost her mind, completely oblivious to the spicy secrets hidden inside. But being the dense male lead that he is, he shrugged it off in 2 seconds. His attention immediately shifted to the giant, steaming indoor hot spring sitting right in the middle of their room. He casually dropped down on one knee, intensely inspecting the steaming, petal-filled water. Watching him admire the couple's bath, steam practically exploded from Rose's ears as she blushed into absolute oblivion. Feigning perfect composure, she peeked into the closet before turning to Leon. One bed, one tub. You are taking the tub, obviously. Leon's jaw practically hit the floor. He glared back, deeply offended. Excuse me? Why do I get the porcelain prison? But Rose just squeezed her eyes shut and whipped her head away. The classic tsundere ultimate defense. She completely ignored his whining. Seeing his complaints hitting a brick wall, Leon hit her with a devastating reality check regarding her bathroom plan. Newsflash. The drain is completely glued shut. Your big sister totally engineered this forced bed-sharing scenario. Right on cue, the steaming hot tub bubbled menacingly. Romantic rose petals floated on the surface, mocking their awkward predicament. Leon sauntered over to the massive crimson-draped bed. He poked the mattress, instantly noticing a very suspicious, squishy texture. Whoa, this isn't your average mattress, he muttered in awe. Suddenly, a cartoon light bulb practically flashed above his head. Is this a freaking waterbed? Clearly, the mastermind Issa went all out, upgrading the room for maximum bouncy romantic tension. You could almost see Isa's smug phantom giving a massive thumbs up, mentally cheering on their impending midnight wrestling match. Haha, the bounce rate on this thing is absolutely insane. Reverting to a literal 5-year-old, Leon treated the expensive waterbed like his personal trampoline, bouncing up and down wildly. He threw his arms wide with pure joy. Rose just pinched the bridge of her nose. His toddler energy was totally exhausting. Once his impromptu jumping session concluded, Leon plopped down and shot Rose a very meaningful look. This bed is way too epic. I am definitely not surrendering it to you. Blushing fiercely, Rose looked away and mumbled, Fine, we will just share. Wait, what? Leon's internal alarm bells went completely haywire. Did the Ice Queen just agree to share a bed without fighting? He dramatically clutched his chest like a fragile maiden. A look of sheer, exaggerated terror washed over his face. Why the sudden surrender? Are you plotting to steal my virtue? Rose's patience instantly shattered. Oh, she would give him a bed, all right. Her fists trembled with murderous rage, fully ready to launch him into orbit. Are you going to sleep or die? She roared. Reaching into the closet, Rose whipped out an actual riding crop. The sharp snap of leather echoed, promising absolute destruction for Leon. Demonic flames practically erupted behind her back. To terrified Leon, she suddenly looked like a towering boss monster in a dungeon. Her eyes promised violence as she purred with deadly intent. Or maybe we should test out all the fun little toys in this closet? How does that sound? Realizing he had poked a sleeping dragon, Leon sweated bullets, waving his hands in a frantic surrender. Nope, I am good. Totally good. Seeing the idiot finally tamed, Rose huffed out a breath and grabbed her shower gear. Pausing, she noticed him still sprawled on the bouncy mattress. She shot him a lethal glare. I am showering. No peeking, pervert. Leon crossed his arms, peeking through one eye with feigned disgust. Please, as if I would want to burn my corneas, he grumbled. Tough words, but his face was betraying him with a massive blush. Trusting him 0%, Rose ruthlessly punted him right out the door. Zero trust. Wait outside until I am done. And just like that, our brave protagonist was exiled from his own honeymoon suite. Left stranded in the hallway, Leon had no choice but to aimlessly wander the gloomy castle. Most of the midnight lamps were already extinguished. Hands locked behind his head, he grumbled to himself, acting like it is a big deal. Seen it before anyway. Totally boring. Suddenly, a figure in the shadows caught his attention. His eyes widened in shock as he stopped dead in his tracks. Huh? It was the mastermind herself, Issa, chilling alone on the grand terrace. She turned her head, looking equally surprised to see her trapped guest roaming free. Leaning gracefully against the marble railing, she swirled a glass of blood-red wine. She had clearly been out here moonlight gazing for a while. Setting her fancy crystal glass on the table, Issa arched a highly suspicious eyebrow. Why exactly are you wandering the halls? Where is my adorable little sister? Leon broke into a nervous sweat. Considering she locked them in that love nest on purpose, escaping was a bad look. He scrambled for a bulletproof excuse. She is showering. Just came out to get some fresh air. Total gentleman stuff. Thankfully, the big boss did not press the interrogation. She gracefully lifted an expensive bottle from the ice bucket, giving it a gentle swirl. Care to join me for a drink in the moonlight? She offered smoothly. Do not mind if I do, Leon agreed, without skipping a beat. Playing it cool, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and approached. Issa reached for a spare crystal glass, pouring the rich ruby liquid. After topping off his glass, she added a splash to her own. This vintage is actually my little sister's absolute favorite, she revealed softly. Issa elegantly slid the wine across the table. Catching the stem, Leon gave a respectful nod. Thanks for the save. Side by side against the grand railing, the two of them gazed out over the sprawling, shadowy estate in comfortable silence. The silvery moon climbed high into the midnight sky, bathing the ancient castle in a mystical glow. Only their quiet whispers pierced the profound stillness. Sipping their wine, the atmosphere shifted to something deeper. Rose and I used to share secrets under this exact same moon. Thinking back on all the crazy, chaotic moments with Rose today, Leon smiled, finally understanding the deep, unspoken bond between the two sisters. You two have such a wonderful bond. Issa gazed into the distance, her eyes swimming with deep nostalgia. I watched little Rose grow up. From the moment she hatched, she stayed by my side for 50 whole years. That is, until she ascended as the Silver Dragon Queen and left this sanctuary. Since then, our only lifeline was exchanging letters, just to know the other was safe and sound. Then, over a year ago, she dropped a massive bombshell. She had married some reclusive dragon king and was carrying his child. But despite tying the knot, she did not sound happy at all. Her sorrow bled through every single syllable. Issa closed her eyes, the heartbreaking contents of those letters flashing through her mind. Hidden beneath that messy handwriting, Issa could practically feel the crushing weight of Rose's loneliness during those dark days. In her letters, she mentioned your health was deteriorating. You were trapped in a deep slumber, completely unable to be by her side. Sure, she had servants waiting on her, but come on! Carrying twins is a completely different nightmare compared to a normal pregnancy. Rose would gently cradle her growing belly, but her face was completely stripped of joy. She was drowning in pure, suffocating helplessness. Meanwhile, Leon remained trapped in his coma, showing zero signs of waking up. Hearing about her past struggles, Leon stared down at his wine glass, a massive wave of guilt crashing over him. His heart ached for her as he thought. She was forced to carry her enemy's child, forced to endure the entire pregnancy utterly alone. Her only outlet was pouring her misery into letters to her big sister. Back then, every single day must have felt like an agonizing year for her. Smack! Issa suddenly slapped Leon's back with the force of a meteor. His eyes bugged out as a blazing, fiery sting exploded across his spine. Yet, the mighty Dragon King did not dare utter a single peep. He just gritted his teeth and swallowed the pain. Issa kept vigorously patting his back, laughing cheerfully. Oh man, back then, I honestly thought she married some completely useless, lazy, deadbeat dragon. Leon hunched over from the brutal impact, turning to give her a strained, sweaty smile. Ah, haha, did you really think I was that kind of guy? Issa smirked, studying him intensely before dropping her verdict. After hanging out with you tonight, I can safely say you are definitely not a useless scrub. There must have been a solid reason behind it all. Then, Issa leaned in, delivering a final observation with absolute, unwavering confidence. But seeing you now makes me absolutely certain of one thing. Desperate to hide his awkwardness, Leon took a nervous gulp of wine and glanced her way. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Rose is totally head over heels for you. Pfft. Leon froze completely. His eyes widened to the size of saucers, utterly paralyzed by her words. Memories of Rose acting incredibly flustered around him flooded his mind, and his face instantly erupted into a bright crimson blush. Wait, does that crazy woman actually like me? He panicked internally. Through their chaotic evening chat, Issa had firmly convinced herself that her little sister was deeply in love with Leon. The mere suggestion caught the main character completely off guard, setting his cheeks on fire. He could not stop picturing every single time Rose had ever blushed in his presence. Staring blankly at the wall, his brain short-circuited. Rose? Falling for me? But he aggressively slapped that delusional thought right out of his head. No, absolutely freaking not. How could that absolute tyrant of a woman ever have feelings for me? He shook his head like a madman, desperately trying to delete the ridiculous idea from his mental hard drive. He instantly recalled their actual history. She was always picking fights, glaring at him with pure murderous intent, and throwing absolute savage insults that drove him up the wall. Leon shot Issa a look of pure, unadulterated skepticism. Considering their explosive daily interactions and her constant death glares, Issa's romantic theory felt completely and utterly bogus. You literally do not know your own sister at all, he grumbled silently in his mind. Seeing Leon standing there, completely short-circuiting over her words, Issa was absolutely living for the drama. She teased with a wicked grin. What is the matter, tough guy? Feeling shy? Leon swallowed hard, acutely aware that Issa had zero clue his marriage to Rose was totally fake. She was completely blind to their contract marriage and the intense, bloody rivalry between them. Trapped in this impossible situation, he shut his eyes and let out a massive internal sigh. But while the big sister is watching, I have to play the role of the desperately in love husband. Leon awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, flashing a painfully forced smile. Ah, well, you caught us. We are just wildly, passionately in love. Isa patted his shoulder approvingly, immensely satisfied with his panicked confession. I could tell just by looking at your dynamic. Leon could only offer a hollow chuckle, sweating bullets because lying to this scary woman was taking years off his lifespan. Suddenly, Isa's playful aura vanished, replaced by dead seriousness. Listen, Rose is terrible at expressing her true feelings. Other than me, you are the very first person she has ever let her guard down around. Isa thought back to the living room earlier tonight, watching Leon and Rose bicker like an old married couple. Seeing her little sister act so unfiltered and free was honestly a massive shock. Leon, you seem like a man who takes responsibility. So, you know exactly what you need to do moving forward, right? I do not need to spell it out for you, do I? Isa tilted her head, flashing a gentle, saintly smile that was contradicted by the absolute murder in her eyes. Illusory flames seemed to erupt behind her. He could literally feel the blistering, terrifying heat of a protective older sister's wrath. Leon squeezed his eyes shut, trembling in pure terror. If I play dumb right now, she is going to rip my head off and mount it on the wall. Forcing his internal panic down, the Dragon King met her terrifying gaze with a look of absolute, unyielding resolve. Yes, ma'am. You can entrust your precious sister to me with zero worries. I failed to protect her when the twins were born, but I swear on my life, that will never happen again. If a second child comes along, I will protect my family at all costs. Leon's expression turned dead serious. He placed a hand over his heart, swearing an unbreakable oath right in front of Isa. The man was totally committed. Seeing his unwavering resolve, the tight knot between Isa's eyebrows finally melted into a look of relief. She gave a satisfied nod, thoroughly approving of his newfound backbone. You better back up those big words, buddy. Setting her glass aside, Isa pivoted smoothly. She clamped her hands onto Leon's shoulders, spun him around, and gave him a gentle shove toward the door. All right, enough with the dramatic monologues. Hurry back inside. Don't keep your lovely wife waiting. Leon blinked in pure confusion, completely caught off guard by the sudden dismissal. Before his brain could process the situation, she was already shooing him off the balcony. Left with zero options, our hero obediently marched back inside. But just as his foot crossed the threshold, a wicked thought crossed Isa's mind. She raised her glass, calling out to him one last time. Oh, wait a second. Leon hit the brakes. He glanced over his shoulder, completely clueless. Did you forget something? Isa hid a devious smirk behind her hand. Don't hold back tonight, okay? The soundproofing in that room is absolutely top tier. Those words struck Leon like a lightning bolt. He froze solid. The phrase top-tier soundproofing echoed endlessly in his brain. His eyes bulged out of his skull. The wild room decor, the incredibly questionable outfits in the closet, the bizarrely shaped toys, and that massive tub filled with steaming hot water. All the pieces finally clicked. This was an elaborate trap designed to guarantee they had a wild night together. Flashing back to those scandalous details, Leon squeezed his eyes shut. His face instantly erupted into a blazing tomato red. The second-hand embarrassment was lethal. He let out a tortured shriek that practically shook the entire castle. Meanwhile, across the Red Dragon Sanctuary, a few scattered windows still glowed, casting a quiet light over the grand estate. High above, the silver moon hung in the sky, serving as the silent witness to this utterly hilarious exchange. Fast forward a few minutes, Leon finally arrived back at his bedroom door. He cracked it open an inch, only to find the room completely pitch black. Straining his ears for any sign of life, he heard nothing. Entering survival stealth mode, he tiptoed inside and shut the door without a sound. His eyes quickly adjusted to the dark. Poking his head around the corner, he spotted his lovely wife. Rose was fresh out of the bath and already dead to the world on the giant bed. Leon was absolutely floored. She went to sleep this early? He thought to himself, is the coast actually clear? Still highly suspicious, he crawled onto the mattress like a ninja. He needed hardcore proof that she was actually knocked out cold. Seeing her peaceful, closed eyelids, the heavy tension finally left his shoulders. Not a single twitch from her. Our boy did a massive mental victory dance. Jackpot, I survived to see another sunrise. Isa might have pushed him into the lion's den, but as long as the lioness was sleeping, he was completely off the hook. Rose lay perfectly still, breathing evenly like an angel. The thin blanket hugged her graceful curves in the moonlight. Honestly, seeing her this peaceful was a rare miracle. Staring at her flawless sleeping face, he couldn't help but admit it. Sure, she's my worst nightmare awake. But wow, she's drop-dead gorgeous like this. But suddenly, his romantic thoughts hit a brick wall. Wait, what is that? A sinister purple glow was pulsing right from her chest. Even through the thick blankets, the ominous light was unmistakable. Yet the sleeping beauty didn't even flinch. Panic immediately hijacked his brain. Why the heck is she glowing? Oh no, don't tell me. Did her dragon seal just activate? He grabbed his hair in absolute terror. His face morphed into a masterpiece of horror. Internal screaming echoed through his mind as he began vibrating like a terrified chihuahua. Because if that seal was awake, it meant his crazy wife was about to pounce. She would definitely drag him away for another round of absolute torment. But right before a full meltdown, logic kicked in. Hold up a second. My own seal isn't reacting at all. What kind of sorcery is this? Basic magical rules stated that if her mark was going crazy, his own mark should be burning up in sync. He frantically ripped open his own shirt. Nothing. His chest was completely dark and normal. The mystery was getting thicker by the second. Moving with the caution of a bomb squad tech, he pinched the corner of her blanket. He slowly peeled it back to uncover the source of the forbidden light. The grand revelation? She was cuddling a glowing purple dragon plushie. Hidden under the covers, it created the perfect illusion of a magical chest seal. At that exact second, the sleeping beauty snapped her eyes open. A wicked grin stretched across her face. Hey there, hubby. Leon's soul left his body. He stared blankly at the smirking girl, processing the brutal truth. She had been wide awake the entire time. He just got severely trolled. His fear instantly transformed into pure comedic rage. This was not a funny joke. He aggressively yanked the blanket back over her and yelled, "What the heck is wrong with you? Why would you hide a radioactive toy in your bed? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Dressed in a rather revealing purple nightgown, Rose didn't even try to hide her amusement. Since the jig was up, she dropped the sleeping act completely. Pushing herself up onto her knees, she dangled the glowing plushie right in his face. She flashed him a smug, victorious look, making him huff in absolute frustration. "I dug this little guy out of that crazy toy closet. Thought it looked cute. Figured I'd use it to test your nerves." She was absolutely thriving on his misery. Seeing him throw such a massive tantrum, she leaned in close, her voice dripping with playful mockery. "Ah, what's wrong? Judging by that face, you seem pretty disappointed nothing spicy happened." Those teasing words hit Leon like a critical strike, painting his face beet red. He squeezed his eyes shut and aggressively crossed his arms. Turning his head like a textbook tsundere, he stammered out, "Yeah, right. Whatever. I'm going to sleep. Stop talking to me," he huffed. Not wanting Rose to dig any deeper into his flustered mind, Leon abruptly pulled the plug on their conversation. Pouting like a giant kid, he rolled himself into a tight little blanket burrito, turned his back to her, and aggressively pretended to be fast asleep. Seeing him act so incredibly defensive only made Rose want to tease him more. She narrowed her eyes playfully, leaning in close to continue her relentless teasing. Still clutching the little doll in one hand, she leaned comfortably against the headboard. Honestly, pressing this guy's buttons was turning out to be super entertaining. Sinking into the plush pillows, she closed her eyes with a smug little grin. "You better not regret this and try to sneak over later," she teased. But right in the middle of her victory lap, her arm blindly brushed against a strange decoration, completely clueless to the danger lurking right above her head. Blissfully unaware of her impending doom, something shifted in the shadows. Without any warning, a massive black spider dropped right from the ceiling, dangling on a single thread. Rose casually fluttered her eyes open, staring blankly at the dark shape for a second. Then, the horrific 8-legged creature violently wiggled its hairy legs, as if waving a creepy little "hello." Her brain finally processed the sheer horror of the situation. The thing dangling right in front of her nose was a big, fat, actively squirming spider. She froze in absolute terror. The blood drained from her face before she unleashed an ear-piercing shriek. Leon instantly bolted upright, violently throwing his blanket aside. Whipping his head around in total panic, he yelled out, "What is it? What on earth just happened?" Trembling for her life, Rose yeeted her doll across the room and launched herself directly into Leon's chest, leaving the poor guy completely and utterly confused. Curled up like a frightened kitten in his arms, she buried her face into his chest. Her fists gripped his shirt tight, practically vibrating with pure fear. She slowly peeked up at him, her eyebrows pinched together in total misery. With actual tears welling up, she whimpered, "There is a spider!" Leon looked down at the shivering girl in his arms. Seeing her completely teary eyes, he finally realized what had caused this massive panic attack. Suddenly, a hilarious memory clicked. Earlier tonight, Issa had shown him a family album. Inside, there was an epic picture of baby Rose, absolutely sobbing over a tiny bug. So the Grand Dragon Queen has had a lifelong phobia of creepy crawlies? The sheer irony of her childhood trauma was just too much, and he burst into roaring laughter. He honestly could not believe it. The overwhelmingly powerful Silver Dragon Queen was completely defeated by an incredibly tiny bug. Ha ha ha. Well, even Her Majesty has a weakness, he chuckled. "All right, I will catch the big bad monster for you," he said, bravely reaching out for it. Using Leon as a human shield, Rose aggressively hid behind his broad back. She glared at the creature from afar, her fists practically ripping his shirt. She frantically ordered him, "Hurry up! Just kill it already!" Her soul was literally about to leave her body if she looked at it any longer. The moment Leon snatched the creature out of the air, he paused. Wait a minute, something felt off. He squinted, realizing this stiff thing was totally fake. Flipping the dark object around, a massive sweat drop appeared on his head. You have got to be kidding me. It was literally just a cheap plastic prank toy. Trying hard not to completely lose it laughing, he casually turned around, proudly presenting the plastic bug to the terrified queen to calm her down. Look closely, it is literally just a chunk of rubber. But spoiler alert, finding out it was fake did absolutely zero to calm her intense phobia. She violently leaped backwards, squeezing her eyes shut. She threw her hands up defensively, scrambling away like it was radioactive, and shrieked, "Get it away!" She had reached her absolute limit, glaring daggers at Leon with pure murderous intent. A terrifying burst of explosive purple dragon fire suddenly crackled wildly in her palm. She locked her deadly magical targeting onto the plastic bug. "I do not care if it is fake. Erase it from existence right now," she roared. The sheer wrath radiating from her was suffocating. Blazing dragon flames roared to life, completely ready to nuke that tiny piece of rubber straight into absolute oblivion. Realizing she was actually about to cast a high-level spell inside their bedroom, Leon frantically spun around, guarding the stupid little toy in pure panic. If this panicked dragon lady fired that blast, not only would he be instantly roasted alive, but the entire bedroom would be tragically reduced to ashes. "Hey, time out! Calm down, I am tossing it." Spotting an open window, Leon pitched the rubber menace out into the night sky with Olympic-level throwing speed. Dusting off his hands like a true hero, he shot her a reassuring grin. "All clear, Your Highness. The beast has been banished, so you can finally sleep." Confirming the cursed eight-legged demon was actually gone, the terrifying aura around Rose finally vanished. With a heavy sigh, she safely snuffed out the deadly purple flames. She stayed completely silent, dipping her head to hide her intensely burning red cheeks. Leon wiped his brow, exhaling a massive sigh of relief that he survived. Honestly, there was only one mastermind twisted enough to rig a fake bug trap above the bed just to absolutely terrorize the unshakable Dragon Queen. Since Issa had decorated this entire romantic trap, this had to be her doing. He sighed deeply, realizing this prank was just another ridiculous step in her master plan. Even though she had personally witnessed the spider get evicted, poor Rose was still heavily traumatized, completely shaken by the brutal sneak attack. She stubbornly pressed her lips together and dramatically looked away, clutching her racing chest as she desperately tried to force her frantic heartbeat to slow down. After a long, awkward silence, she sat nervously on the mattress. She fidgeted with her hands, peeking up at Leon with an incredibly flushed, embarrassed expression. "Can I sleep on the inside of the bed, and you take the outside?" She was absolutely terrified. Another rubber monster might ambush her in her sleep. Leon chuckled warmly at her cute demand, agreeing without a single ounce of hesitation. "Not a problem at all. Your Majesty can claim whatever spot she desires." He politely gestured toward the safe zone near the wall. Once she was happily settled in, he tossed his heavy jacket aside and casually hopped onto the bouncy waterbed. Settling down comfortably next to her, he pulled the thick blanket over them both, finally hoping to get some peaceful rest after all that chaos. But after surviving that absolute nightmare, sleep was completely off the table. Leon and Rose just lay there stiffly, staring holes into the ceiling in dead silence. Sharing a bed for the very first time? Yeah, that explained the awkward red blush creeping across both of their faces. Looking slightly uneasy, Leon finally turned his head. He slowly extended his hand toward her. "If you are still scared, want to hold hands to sleep?" Rose snapped her head toward him, her eyes widening in pure shock. She definitely did not expect such a bold move from him. She opened her mouth to argue, but hesitated for a split second. Shifting to face him, she squeezed her eyes shut. "Fine," she muttered reluctantly. "Since you are begging me." Her grumpy expression screamed no, but her actions totally said yes to his cheesy offer. A soft smile broke across Leon's face. Who knew she could be this cute? Rose slowly reached out her left hand and gingerly pinched his right pinky finger. Leon stared at his trapped pinky in utter disbelief. "Seriously?" he grumbled with a frown. "How is holding one tiny finger supposed to make you feel safe?" Rose blinked in total confusion. What was this guy's problem now? He offered the hand first. And now he was complaining? Annoyance flared up inside her. "Then how do you want to hold it?" Suddenly, Leon pulled his hand away, only to completely engulf her entire hand in his. He smoothly slipped his fingers between hers, locking them perfectly together in a tight, intimate clasp. Once their hands were firmly intertwined, he smirked. "You dummy! This is how you hold hands." Rose stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Her brain totally short-circuited. A full, interlocking handhold? She never saw that coming. Leon just beamed at her. To this clueless guy, holding hands was just a casual safety measure. He was acting way too natural about this, but inside Rose's head, absolute utter chaos had erupted. She squeezed her eyes shut and whipped her head the other way. She absolutely refused to look at him. A furious crimson spread across her face, making her cheeks burn like a literal volcano. How can he be so horribly casual about this? She mentally screamed. Am I really the only one losing my mind over a stupid handhold? Rose's mind was spinning out of control. She gave her head a tiny shake, desperately trying to calm her racing thoughts. Get a grip. I am the legendary Silver Dragon Queen. I fear absolutely nothing. It is just a hand. Why am I so embarrassed? But her inner pep talk, 0% effective. She lay stiff as a board on the bed, eyes squeezed shut, her brows furrowed in intense concentration. Meanwhile, Leon had his eyes closed too, looking completely, infuriatingly relaxed. He suddenly broke the silence with a teasing smirk. Why are your hands always freezing? Rose flinched, snapping back defensively. I naturally run cold, idiot. Oh, really? Then why are you so tense? Your palms are literally sweating right now. That is entirely your fault. Rose cracked one eye open, glaring at him with maximum embarrassment. Secretly, she traced the feeling of his hand, rough calluses and tiny scars from years of sword fighting. It felt coarse, but incredibly warm. It was as if an electric current was constantly buzzing between their 10 interlocked fingers. His large hand rested firmly on top, completely caging her smaller hand beneath his. That rough grip wrapped around her slender fingers like an unbreakable shield of protection. Rose could feel his blazing body heat, and along with it, a highly dangerous, fluttery feeling that sent her heart into absolute overdrive. The room had gone dead silent again, making her thumping heartbeat sound like a literal marching band in her ears. It was driving her absolutely crazy. She cranked her neck the other way, biting her lip as a fresh wave of red exploded across her cheeks. The arrogant dragon queen stubbornly denied her feelings, but her betraying, flustered body, yeah, it was totally spilling her romantic secrets. Outside, the silver moon finally crested the mountains. Soft lunar rays spilled through the open window, casting a romantic, cinematic glow over their little late-night hand-holding session. Suddenly, a random memory popped into Leon's head, something about her crazy partner standards from a video. His curiosity piqued. Oh, right, speaking of that soulmate criteria you mentioned in the video earlier. He did not even get to finish. Rose panicked, instantly shutting him down. Fake news. That was over 100 years ago. Do not take that seriously. Leon raised an eyebrow, visibly doubting her defensive squeak. Oh? Then what exactly are your standards now? I do not have any. 0. Since she shut the door so aggressively, Leon decided to drop the interrogation. The conversation hit a dead end. Both of them stubbornly clamped their eyes shut. The bedroom fell into a heavy, suffocating silence once again. But as the minutes ticked by, neither of them was even remotely close to sleeping. Leon's eyebrows twitched, a suspicious blush finally creeping up his own neck. He did not want to disturb the terrifying dragon queen, so he was literally screaming internally. He slapped his free hand over his face, his mouth open in a silent, agonizing wail of insomnia. The frustration of tossing and turning was driving him absolutely insane. His brain was operating at 100% capacity. Sleep was officially a myth. Is she seriously asleep already? Leon stealthily cracked one eye open to investigate. Beside him, Rose looked utterly peaceful, eyes shut tight, breathing steady. A perfect fake sleeper. Tick, tock. More agonizing minutes passed. Suddenly, a new enemy appeared. Leon's hand, the one trapped in the romantic handhold, started to feel horribly uncomfortable, but he could not just yank it away now. If I stay locked in this cheesy pose, he internally wept. My fingers are literally going to fall off from numbness. A little stealthy stretch will not hurt. Right? Moving at the speed of a sloth, he slightly loosened his grip and began to slowly wiggle his paralyzed fingers against hers. Busted! Rose instantly felt his fingers squirming around. Her tsundere alarm bells went off. Was this sneaky guy trying to pull a move on her? She kept her eyes shut, but a deep, furious frown formed. We are just supposed to be holding hands, her inner voice practically shrieked. Why is he caressing my hand like a total creep? Her eyes flew open, shooting absolute daggers at him. The absolute audacity of this lowly prisoner, she fumed. How dare he take liberties with his magnificent master? But Leon? He just lay there with his eyes glued shut, looking like a perfectly innocent, sleeping angel, completely oblivious to the murderous, flustered glare burning into the side of his head. Rose could not handle Leon's restless hands for another second. Time for a counterattack. Fine, two can play at this game. She swiftly captured his hand, launching a ruthless and completely chaotic counter-grope. The blanket puffed up violently with her movements. Fabric rustled wildly, sounding less like a bed and more like a fierce martial arts battleground. Leon froze as he felt her relentless assault. He squeezed his eyes shut, totally and utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? Why were Rose's hands suddenly wandering all over him? His brain short-circuited completely. He did not dare to stop her, utterly clueless as to why she initiated this sudden offensive. He tried to dodge her sneak attacks and maintain some distance, but she closed the gap instantly, offering zero chance of escape. They were locked in a stubborn hand-holding war, refusing to let go as their shoulders brushed. Neither dared to open their eyes to face reality. Amidst the hilarious chaos, the back of Leon's hand accidentally brushed against Rose's thigh. It was just a fleeting touch, but her body heat radiated like magic. Her skin was incredibly soft, sending a jolt of indescribable electricity straight to his core. Rose was caught in the exact same storm of emotions. Her aggressive movements had completely erased the safe distance between them. With their shoulders pressed tightly together, the emotional waves in her heart crashed harder than ever. This feeling was so strange. A mysterious, undeniable craving began to blossom deep within her soul. Leon swallowed hard, his excitement hitting critical mass. A daring thought took root in his mind, while Rose's ears flushed a brilliant shade of crimson. An identical spark ignited in her thoughts. I want this. I really want to cross the line right now. Simultaneously, they yanked their hands out from under the blanket. Their eyes met, both faces burning as red as tomatoes while their bodies touched. The room's temperature skyrocketed, their hot breaths tangled together, fanning the flames of their soaring desires. In that very moment, their minds perfectly synchronized. Without a single word, they completely understood each other's unspoken craving. A subtle, mutual nod sealed the deal. The ultimate green light had been given. Leon decisively tossed the shared blanket aside. Keeping his iron grip on her hands, he aggressively pinned her beneath his towering frame. Rose offered zero resistance to his dominant, thrilling move. She simply arched her back, adjusting her posture to lie down comfortably in his shadow. Just for tonight, they both thought. Leon slowly lowered himself, until their noses brushed together in sweet anticipation. Rose stared up at him with melt-your-heart tender eyes, practically begging him to make a move. A heavy, intoxicating romantic tension swallowed them whole. Leon shifted his weight, kneeling on the mattress. He caged her beneath him, claiming total control of the space. Rose melted into the bed, completely relaxed. Her tail gave a playful flick against his back, a silent but desperate plea to just kiss her already. Leon! She whispered like a sultry spell. Her gaze was soft, accompanied by the most dangerously shy smile. She shifted her waist, causing her stunning curves to tremble deliciously. Her silken nightgown strap conveniently slipped right off her shoulder. Consumed by the heavy atmosphere, she desperately wanted him to claim her. A soft hum of surrender escaped her lips. Leon gave a breathless response. He stared down at his captive prize, his eyes clouded with raw desire. She looked a million times more intoxicating than usual. His face burned with passion, his core temperature reaching a boiling point. The urge was driving him absolutely insane. He needed to close the distance. He leaned in closer, noses grazing, the rest of the world fading away. Their breathing turned ragged and heavy. Warm sighs ghosted across each other's flushed cheeks, pressed flush against one another, trading body heat. But suddenly, Leon's brain flagged an error. We are totally about to cross the line, so why is the Dragon Crest not reacting? Well, there was a hidden magical mechanic he had zero clue about. The Dragon Crest was a charm-based magic. Whenever two people shared genuine, pure appreciation and desire, the crest remained completely dormant. Completely intoxicated by the steamy mood, their lips magnetically drew closer and closer. Only a millimeter apart, but Leon, completely lost in the sauce, had no idea where his left hand was pressing down on the mattress. Click! He hit a hidden trigger. A giant, terrifying black toy spider dropped from the ceiling, dangling right between their faces. Right at the absolute climax of their heart-racing romantic tension, a sudden buzzkill spider made both of them snap their heads toward the intrusion. I still don't have enough subs to post the full video. This is the hardest challenge I have ever faced. Subscribe and help me out. Rose stared at it, her brain completely stalling out. It was her absolute worst nightmare. Her eyes blew wide. Ah! She unleashed a deafening shriek of sheer terror. This scream was 100 times worse than the last one. It blasted through the Red Dragon Temple, literally shaking the ancient castle's foundations. Panic mode activated! Leon realized she might accidentally nuke the room with dragon breath, so he moved at lightning speed. He snatched the demon spider out of the air and yelled his damage control script. Do not panic! I caught the enemy! Please, do not breathe fire! Somewhere far away, Issa heard the monstrous scream echoing from the castle. She merely sipped her tea, completely unfazed by the daily chaos. She smirked, swirling the red wine in her glass before downing it in one gulp. Closing her eyes, she chuckled to herself. They must have discovered my little surprise gift by now. Meanwhile, after yeeting the fake spider out the window, Leon rushed back to comfort a completely traumatized Rose. He gently pulled her into a warm hug as they lay back down on the bed. One arm wrapped securely around her waist, while his other hand gently stroked her hair to calm her nerves. Petting her head, he whispered softly, Do not worry, the coast is clear. But the mighty queen was still terrified, burying her face into his chest while shivering like a leaf. With her eyes squeezed shut in pure panic, Leon took one last look around the bed and the entire room, just to make her feel perfectly safe. He then reported his findings. I have thoroughly inspected every single inch of this bed, and I promise there are no more booby traps hidden around here. At that exact moment, the two toy spiders that Leon had banished from the room were resting on some random patch of grass outside. Because it was pitch black, they had accidentally landed right on top of each other, looking exactly like a scandalous couple doing unmentionable things in the dark. Perhaps it was Leon's soothing words, or maybe just the cozy warmth of his embrace. But slowly, Rose felt her absolute terror melting away. Her breathing finally slowed down to a normal pace, and the trembling completely stopped. Seeing the girl in his arms finally relax, Leon let out a massive sigh of relief and hugged her just a bit tighter, wanting her to feel totally protected. He closed his eyes with a relaxed expression, fully prepared to drift off into dreamland. But right then, Rose noticed a tiny little detail. Since her head was pressed flat against his chest, she had front row seats to the thumping sound of his heartbeat. Poking her head up, she muttered, "Hey, your heart is beating way too fast." Right on the edge of sleep, hearing those words made Leon flush redder than a tomato. He absolutely refused to look down at her, desperate to hide his flustered state. Peeking open just one eye, he awkwardly scrambled to invent a totally fake excuse. "Well, I am terrified of spiders too." Rose just let out a soft sigh. After tonight's embarrassing display, her pride as the majestic dragon queen had totally shattered into a million pieces. She closed her eyes again, gripping his shirt tightly as she prepared to sleep. She mumbled softly, "I will never let you see me act like that ever again. After tonight, you are absolutely forbidden from mentioning this." Rose laid down the ultimate royal decree that the night's events must be completely erased from history. But even while acting all grumpy and bossy, her body betrayed her, unconsciously snuggling even deeper into his embrace. Leon just kept his eyes closed and nodded. With exhaustion hitting him like a tidal wave, he sluggishly replied, Okay, I understand." Fast forward a few hours, and morning had officially broken. The sun was shining bright, casting a warm, golden glow right through the bedroom window. The cheerful chirping of birds served as nature's personal alarm clock for the lazy duo inside. Rose suddenly felt that cozy morning sunshine hitting her face. Her eyes snapped open as she realized she had actually fallen asleep. She had slept like an absolute log all night without waking up once. When exactly did I pass out? She was totally baffled. She bolted upright in bed like a spring. Her memory of falling asleep was completely blank, only recalling the moment Leon held her tight. After that, drowsiness had just knocked her out completely. Rose looked around, noticing the room was suspiciously quiet with zero movement. Turning her head, she realized Leon was already missing from the bed. She glanced around, thinking to herself, did that guy seriously wake up this early? Well, thank goodness for that. Kicking off the blankets, she hopped out of bed to change out of her sleepwear. After that absolutely humiliating fiasco last night, she had no idea how to ever look him in the eye again. Staring at the floor, her face flushed a bright shade of crimson. She began stripping off her nightgown while the embarrassing flashbacks of last night played on repeat in her head. Getting utterly terrified by fake plastic toys twice in one night was an epic blow to her ego. Her nightgown dropped to the floor, and she marched over to the wardrobe to grab her daily outfit. This was the very first time she had broken her own rules, exposing such a pathetic weakness to a human, and even dozing off in his arms. She slowly got dressed, reaching behind her neck to perfectly adjust her elegant collar piece. As the glorious queen of the silver dragons, it was an absolute first for her to act like such a scaredy cat in front of a mortal. The more she thought about it, the more she felt last night completely ruined her majestic boss image. For someone of her royal status, she was still in total denial that the whole embarrassing ordeal had actually happened. If anyone else found out about this, she would definitely have to wipe their memories. It was way too humiliating. She absolutely had to take this secret to the grave. Despite her inner cringing, she could not turn back time. Fully dressed and armored up, she stood before the door, took a massive gulp of air, and swung it open with pure queen-like confidence. But at that exact moment, a very familiar, teasing voice echoed out, "Oh, look who is finally awake." Rose whipped her head around, startled to find Issa casually camping outside her door. She looked like she had been waiting for ages, leaning against the wall with crossed arms and a wildly expectant grin. Even though Issa had totally masterminded the whole sticky situation between Rose and Leon, she played dumb and asked, "So, how was last night? Did you two have fun?" Rose instantly realized that the whole booby trap disaster was 100% Issa's doing. Clenching her fists, she glared at Issa and hissed, "It was absolutely thrilling. Do not ever pull a stunt like that again." Isa just beamed back at her, clearly enjoying her flustered reaction way too much. Suddenly remembering something juicy, Isa leaned in super close, covered her mouth, and whispered, "So, did you end up using the special toys I prepared?" Rose instantly dropped her gaze, her cheeks burning up like a furnace. Even though she and Leon had literally done nothing but sleep, getting hit with a question like that was pure torture. She nervously squeaked out a no. Isa looked a tiny bit disappointed but played it cool. Closing her eyes, she teased in a dramatic sigh, "Ah, what an absolute tragedy. Anyway, before you leave later, I am packing up a whole bag of those toys for you to take home. You really need to practice how to use them. Seriously, when are you giving birth to another kid? I am still waiting for a cute little girl to inherit my red dragon sanctuary." Rose felt her face practically catching fire as she grabbed Isa's arm, dragging her toward the dining hall while stammering wildly, "Isa, we absolutely do not need you worrying about that. Let us just go eat breakfast already." Isa flashed a knowing smirk at the blushing Rose. She knew her sister was desperately trying to change the subject, but decided to play along, for now. Meanwhile, in the grand dining hall of the Red Dragon Castle, a lavish breakfast was being served. Leon, Noah, and Little Moon were already waiting for the latecomers. Leon and Moon shared a single chair, looking absolutely adorable. He playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, while the little girl bounced in his lap, waving with a sunshine-bright smile. Noah, being the classic cool guy, ignored the fluff and quietly read his book. Leon gazed down at Moon with absolute pure affection, making the little munchkin giggle uncontrollably from his ticklish pokes. Grabbing his hands to steady her tiny self, her bright eyes suddenly caught two familiar silhouettes at the entrance. "Ah, Mommy and Auntie are finally here," she cheered happily. Right on cue, Rose and Isa stepped into the sunlit dining hall. Hearing her daughter's sweet voice, Rose spotted Noah and Moon waiting patiently for them. Beside her, Isa gave a subtle, elegant wave, silently dismissing the bowing maids from the room. The maids bowed respectfully and vanished like shadows. Seeing her favorite people arrive, little Moon's happiness meter completely broke through the roof. She hopped off Leon's lap like a hyperactive little sparrow, sprinting toward the feast and announcing, "Yay! It is finally breakfast time!" With that cue, everyone took their designated seats to dig in. Fate, or rather table arrangements, placed Leon and Rose side by side. Noah and Moon sat directly across from them, while Isa strategically claimed the head of the table like a mastermind. The makeshift family enjoyed a warm, peaceful meal together. Well, mostly peaceful. Leon and Rose were practically chewing their food in robotic silence. Ever since crossing paths this morning, neither had spoken a single word to each other. Their hearts were doing wild gymnastics inside their chests, creating an incredibly thick and awkward tension between them. Leon mechanically stabbed a piece of meat and shoved it into his mouth. He stole a super sneaky side glance at Rose, his eyebrows furrowing in pure, unadulterated panic. The vibe between them had definitely shifted from yesterday. Biting down on his fork like a nervous wreck, he screamed internally, "This is way too embarrassing." Swept up in last night's romantic mood, I actually came this close to kissing her. I even fell asleep cuddling her like a giant teddy bear. His inner monologue was absolutely screeching in agony. In his mind, he was aggressively clutching his burning face, utterly humiliated by his own bold moves from last night. He simply could not believe they both almost lost entirely control of their feelings. Not to mention, they actually spent the entire night sharing the exact same bed. The realization sent his brain into complete system failure. Suddenly, right on cue for a mental breakdown, a tiny angel and a mini devil popped onto his shoulders. The tiny angel aggressively poked his head with a holy spear, scolding him with absolute righteousness. "Leon, you absolute idiot. You are literally throwing yourself into the arms of your mortal enemy." But the little devil, completely unbothered by this so-called betrayal, totally disagreed with the angel's dramatic warning. The devil casually crossed its tiny arms and smirked at the angel. "Bro, chill out. They are literally a married couple. They have already done way more scandalous things behind closed doors. Cuddling is basically nothing." Leon just stared blankly between his two conflicting brain cells. He was too stunned to even argue with either of them. Meanwhile, the angel and devil completely lost their cool. Grabbing each other by the collars, they hilariously shrieked, "You want to throw hands?" Honestly, Leon was far too mentally exhausted to watch his own conscience have a fistfight. Tuning out the mental chaos, he went back to aggressively eating his breakfast in silence. He picked up a slice of toast and took a massive, moody bite. "Ugh, this toast is super bland. I definitely need some peanut butter," he thought. He casually reached across the table for the jar, but at the exact same millisecond, Rose reached for it too. Great minds clearly think alike about peanut butter. Their hands collided directly over the jar, sending a massive electric shock of sheer awkwardness through them both. Leon and Rose snapped their heads up, staring at each other with wide, incredibly flustered eyes. But wait, it is time for a secret behind-the-scenes bonus episode regarding that infamous waterbed. Today, the mastermind herself, Miss Isa, is here to formally introduce the legendary waterbed where our chaotic couple spent the night. Gesturing grandly to the magnificent piece of furniture behind her, she bragged, "Behold, the ultimate romantic heartbeat accelerator waterbed, custom designed by yours truly, exclusively for Rose and her totally clueless husband." Whipping out a literal teacher's pointer stick out of nowhere, she dramatically highlighted the absolutely diabolical trap mechanisms installed on the mattress. Observe closely. Along both edges of the bed, I strategically placed hidden trigger buttons. If they roll to the sides and press them, creepy toys that Rose absolutely hates will drop from the ceiling. The only way to survive is by aggressively cuddling directly in the safe zone at the center. Pure genius, am I right? Isa beamed with absolute gremlin energy, thoroughly proud of her chaotic matchmaking skills. Meanwhile, standing directly behind her, Rose was glaring daggers with an aura of pure murderous rage. She was beyond mortified by this ridiculous setup. "Sister, you are doing way too much. This was absolutely unnecessary," she fumed silently. Back in the present awkward breakfast reality, Leon violently retracted his hand, stuttering like a broken record. "You go ahead, take it first." Rose nodded stiffly like a malfunctioning robot, muttering, all right then." Watching these two awkwardly panic was the greatest entertainment of Isa's life. Resting her chin on her hand with a mischievous, fox-like grin, she teased, My. Is the dining hall suddenly experiencing a heat wave? Why are both of your faces glowing like ripe tomatoes?" "Busted." Rose quickly lowered her head, flashing the most incredibly guilty and awkward smile ever. Desperately fanning her face to cool down her aggressively burning cheeks, she stuttered back, "Yeah, it is totally boiling in here today." Leon was practically sweating bullets, realizing their painfully obvious romantic tension was totally exposed. Suddenly feeling like his collar was choking him, he squeezed his eyes shut and tugged at his shirt, desperately trying to vent out the embarrassment. "Right, super hot weather today," he awkwardly agreed. Even though neither of these hopeless romantics confessed what actually happened last night, Issa's matchmaking radar was already off the charts. She knew absolutely everything. Covering her mouth to hide a diabolical giggle, she dropped the ultimate tease. "Well then, do you two lovebirds want to head back to your room and take a shower together to cool off?" Critical hit. After accidentally sharing a bed, their sensitivity to each other was dialed up to 1,000,000%. There was absolutely no way they were going anywhere near that cursed bedroom together. Panic-stricken, they both shot Isa a terrified glare and screamed in perfect unison, "No thank you!" Seeing their ridiculously perfectly synced rejection, Isa was basically rolling on the floor with laughter in her mind. Honestly, no matter how many times she trolled this clueless couple, their blushing, panicked reactions would never, ever stop being absolutely pure comedy gold. Breakfast was barely settling in their stomachs when a spicy piece of recent gossip suddenly sparked in Isa's mind. She locked eyes with Rose. "Oh, right. Rumor has it you had a little showdown with a duke from the Crimson Flame Dragon clan?" Rose simply nodded. The memory was crystal clear. Noah wrecking those arrogant dragon brats, and Leon absolutely dismantling that so-called Crimson Flame Duke in a one-on-one duel. Her gaze turned dead serious as she broke down the ridiculous chain of events for Isa. His spoiled kid tried to bully Noah, but got completely steamrolled instead. Then the father threw a temper tantrum, only for Leon to mop the floor with him. Leon closed his eyes, flashing a ridiculously relaxed smirk. Haha, the guy was a total pushover. That giant lizard was practically made of glass. He folded after just one punch. Hearing the little girl casually brag about soloing her bullies, Issa was absolutely mind-blown. It was entirely absurd that a kid her age was already packing such monstrous, cheat-level firepower. Beaming with pride, Issa gave the little powerhouse a gentle head pat. "Wow, our little Noah is an absolute legend." A tiny, proud smile crept onto Noah's face. She played it cool and stayed silent, but the praise was clearly hitting the spot. Since this directly involved her sister, Issa had been tracking the fallout like a hawk. She leaned in to drop the real tea. After that useless duke crawled back to his territory, he went straight crying to their boss, Konstantin. He completely twisted the story to make himself look like the victim. Pure, absolute rage flashed across Rose's face. Her brows furrowed, and her knuckles cracked as she clenched her fists. That pathetic loser had crossed the line. Meanwhile, Leon sat quietly on the sidelines, soaking in every word of the sisters' spicy conversation. Propping his chin on one hand, his mind booted up the archives. He vividly recalled the history lessons from the academy regarding this Constantine guy. If I remember correctly, textbooks painted him as some legendary hero of the Dragonkin, the great conqueror who expanded their empire. The textbook illustration flashed behind his eyes. A colossal, terrifying red dragon, spreading its majestic wings and roaring at the heavens. Oceans of hellfire burning beneath its massive claws, boldly declaring absolute domination over everything in its path. Mirroring Leon's pose, Issa delivered the grim warning. "I know he has been aggressively expanding his borders lately. He might use this childish drama as the perfect excuse to start a war. You need to watch your back." Her voice dripped with genuine worry, but Rose did not even flinch at the threat. Closing her eyes to compose herself, her voice dropped to an absolutely chilling, deadpan tone. "If he dares to target my Silver Dragon City over some pathetic trash, I will personally educate the entire Crimson Flame clan on the meaning of fear." Her eyes snapped open, blazing with pure, unadulterated killing intent. That backstabbing little duke had successfully awakened the beast. If those fiery lizards really wanted a taste of war, she was more than ready to serve them a full-course meal of absolute destruction. The morning weather was obnoxiously perfect. Golden sunlight washed over the magnificent Red Dragon City. Breakfast conquered, Isa escorted her chaotic guests to the main gates. The elite guards of the Crimson Fortress stood at perfectly rigid attention, lining the massive archway. Silently maintaining absolute security, Isa pulled Rose into a tight, slightly reluctant sisterly hug. Forcing a bright smile, she whispered, "Have a safe flight back, okay?" Rose gave her back a comforting pat, completely shifting back to her cheerful self. "Don't worry, Isa. I will definitely come crash at your place again soon." Suddenly, Isa whipped out a highly suspicious pink gift box from behind her back. She handed it over with a dangerously mischievous wink. "A little parting souvenir for you, but strictly no peeking until you are home." Blinking in surprise, Rose secured the loot. "Thanks, sis." Target locked. Issa swiftly zeroed in on Noah and Moon. Dropping to a crouch, she scooped both kids into a massive bear hug. "Eat mountains of meat and grow super strong. You better come play with Auntie again." Leaning in with closed eyes, she planted a giant, loving smooch on both of their chubby cheeks. Mun punched the air with a tiny, triumphant fist. Grinning from ear to ear, she declared, "Mun will devour all the meat in the world." Noah, acting like a classic tsundere, got slightly flustered but secretly loved it. Cheeks dusting pink, she crossed her arms defensively and mumbled, "Yes, ma'am." Kids successfully pampered. Issa stood back up. Her gaze shifted to Leon, and a dangerously subtle smirk played on her lips. Leon caught the sudden change in atmosphere. "You better not forget the little promise we made." She dropped the cryptic one-liner out of absolutely nowhere. The secret agenda between them hung heavily in the air. Her expression turned completely serious as she extended her hand. Message received loud and clear. Leon let out a quiet chuckle, reaching out to firmly shake on their hidden deal. My word is absolute. Meanwhile, Rose was standing right there, completely malfunctioning from the lack of context. She stared at the two conspirators with a giant question mark above her head. Shaking off the confusion, Rose unleashed her magic, shifting into her glorious dragon form. Leon, Noah, and Mun eagerly climbed aboard her massive, scaly back. She gently stretched out her majestic wings, preparing to launch into the heavens. Dazzling purple mana violently surged around her wings. With a ground-shattering leap, Rose blasted off into the distant horizon like a rocket. Issa waved frantically at the shrinking purple dot. "Safe travels, you crazy bunch." Even as they vanished into the clouds, Mun's energetic shout echoed back. "Goodbye, Auntie Issa." Only when the sky was completely empty did Issa finally turn around. With the chaotic dragon family finally gone, the massive fortress fell into a deafening silence. It honestly felt way too empty now. Meanwhile, warm sunlight filtered into the exact room where Leon and Rose had stayed. The crisp clicking of heels echoed down the hallway. Issa skipped toward the door in a suspiciously cheerful mood. She chuckled to herself. Those little baby